I was a diamond in the rough. They said what we had wasn't enough. They said there was no more room for us. But now we hear about to tear it up. I was a diamond in the rough. They said what we had wasn't enough. They said there was no more room for us. But now we hear about to tear it up. Back when I was only new, if you only knew, we was living broken, so confused, hadn't broken through. We was living by the golden rule. Yeah, you know the rules. Influential, yeah, you know the bull. Yeah, you know the bull. We was booking all our own shows. Out of pocket, we ain't take dough. Made merchants on our own clothes. We ain't never had our old folks. your myth it is. To think I ever had it all. Got my new leather jacket that I slip on. Not sure if it will fit, will it fit? But I'll stretch and move to the basics. So you wanna take a ride up the hill beyond the horizon. You've been
another fairy tale. It's another night to drink and then forget. Tomorrow won't wait around forever. Come on, regret will bet another stranger if you fight. We only have a day tonight. We only have a day tonight. To live and never break. To play and never die. It's in the book of stars, the dusky twilight in the eyes, shadows of our lives dancing in the pool they rise.
Summertime is near. Skies are getting clear. You see, everything just seems alright, but still I'm here alone. All is pretty rare. Sitting in my bed, just me. It feels like the time is right to go and find a friend to live. What I missed that was broken, what's been done but not spoken. Sure by now I know how to love you. Where our shortest sleeves start to make believe, just live. Let's go to the beach. Let's have a drink or maybe two. Take me by the hand. We can stop pretending things. Everything is fine with me. So why not us instead? Amen. What I missed that was broken, what's been done but not spoken. Sure by now I know how. What I missed that was broken, what's been done but not spoken. Sure by now I know how to love you.
just want to laugh until I can't breathe. Midnight moonlight dancing, never get enough sleep. Oh, the whole night through. And we could count the distant tumbling stars from the roof of our cars, letting go of our hearts. Close your eyes, pretend that it's your first kiss. Darling, can you feel it? Oh, so ignorant bliss. Oh, the whole night through. 'Cause we don't wanna grow up. We just wanna be young. Play and make believe, come and rescue me. Feel the sun on my skin and scream. We don't wanna grow up. We just wanna have fun. Wild and free, baby, we could dream farther than our eyes have ever seen. I don't wanna grow up. Baby, could we misbehave a bit more? Never know what's in store when we're rowdy and bored. Honey, can we catch some floating fireflies? Let 'em light our way tonight through the Neverland skies. Oh, the whole night through. 'Cause we don't wanna grow up. We just wanna be young. Play and make believe, come and rescue me. Feel the sun on my skin and scream. We don't wanna grow up. We just wanna have fun. Wild and free, baby, we could dream farther than our eyes have ever seen. I don't wanna grow up. No, no, we don't wanna grow up. We just wanna be young. Play and make believe, come and rescue me. Feel the sun on my skin and scream. We don't wanna grow up. We just wanna be young. Play and make believe, come and rescue me. Feel the sun on my skin and scream. We don't wanna grow up. We just wanna have fun. Wild and free, baby, we could dream farther than our eyes have ever seen. I don't wanna grow up. Never grow up, no.
This is my country, my damn country. Give me my country, you can keep the rest. This is my country, my damn country. And it don't mean a thing if it don't pass the test. If you ain't never cheated or been cheated on, then take off your boots, you rhinestone fraud. Well, give me cheating, drinking, and outlaw songs. Hard time, foolish pride, done me wrong. Flirting with the devil, getting right with the man. Ain't men paint songs, one night stands. You can keep your picket fence fantasies and put a cork in your high school memories. This is my country, my damn country. Give me my country, you can keep the rest. This is my country, my damn country. And it don't mean a thing if it don't pass the test. If you ain't never spent a single night in jail, then get another job and I'll see you in hell. I'm drawn like a moth through the neon lights. I need a bucket of beer and someone to fight. Don't call yourself country if your music is shitty, or this Carolina boy will take you down to Fifth City. You know who you are, I ain't gonna name names. Just keep your hands of my country and go back from where you came. My country, my damn country, give me my country, you can keep the rest. This is my country, my damn country, and it don't mean a thing if it don't pass the test. If you ain't never done something you regret, well then I'm proud of you. Now get it. Rhyme out of my face. Wintertime, springtime, summertime, autumn. Show me time to jukebox, you yoke 'em if you got 'em on. Country like Johnny, country like Merle, country like Loretta, that honky down girl. Country like Towns, country like Travis. I'm a country fried junkie with a bad habit. Country like Chris, country like Gretchen. If you ain't cooking country, then get out of the kitchen. I'm a country like Hank, 1, 2, and 3. Dropping like peaches from the family tree. Country like women, whiskey and wheels. Yeah, I know in this country cause I know how it feels. Country like Waylon, country like Willie, country like lightning and a hillbilly. This is my country, my damn country. Give me my country, you can keep the rest. This is my country, my damn country. And it don't mean a thing if it don't pass the test. If you can't sing along to tearing my beer, then don't forget your coat and get the fuck out of here.
TEMVD tempted. I was tempted, tempted by your smile. I was tempted, and for a little while I was certain that I will be the one to change you, and you will be mine. You will be mine. I was tempted, tempted by your eyes. I was tempted, the promises, the lies just keep hurting. They just keep on hurting. But I won't be the one to change you, and you won't be mine. No, you won't be mine. Like Eve in the garden when the evening came. How could I believe you, fool and ashamed? I was tempted, but tempted I'm no more. I've attempted what was never done before. Drop the curtain, drop the curtain. No one ever changes, no one. Farewell and
It's only water, it's either sink or swim. Can't hold back your light and expect to win. Gotta go harder, oh, you've gotta learn. Don't suppress your fire, baby, let it burn. Be who you are. Nobody can take that away from you. Oh, straight from the heart. No playing games. You gotta be true, true, true. You gotta be. Sometimes it's gonna hurt, baby. Just let your tears fall down. No need to worry about tomorrow, baby. Cause you got time to figure it out. Sometimes it's gonna hurt, baby.
I think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead of every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck. See my dad, he in debt, and my mom, she upset. That's way back when 408 on Seminole was the address. I saw things I shouldn't have, though I love the family to death. Way back then it was a mess, we was living check to check. Now my shirts are getting pressed, your girl see me, she impressed. And my fans are quite obsessed, I owe them everything, I'm blessed. Made a living making art and aiming closely at they neck. If you think I'm not a threat, I'm like, incorrect, yeah. She call, I put her on block list. I call that options. They can support it, get dropped quick. They be my stock pick. I guess I'm back in the cockpit. Turn the whole crowd to a mosh pit. I make it hit like a drop kick, cause I got the key like a locksmith. Think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead of every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck. Enough to hop in the ghost and I be a ghost. What I do is a hobby for most, a comedy roast. So I'm on my own, I gotta be known, I gotta be toast. I'm in an anomaly, no. You ain't never put the motherfucking work into the dreaming. It's obvious, not body, everything and everybody. It shows my revenue growth is out of control. I'm ready to blow, I'm ready for war, I'm ready for smoke. You ready to go? I really think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead of every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck.
Charmed by the sea, everyone loves. Still the dirt of the people, vagrants we avoid. But drifters like me, beholding a dream. Live for more than just being, for a wandering soul. All I wanted came up a little short. All I needed, I could not afford. All I wanted came up a little short. All I needed, I could not afford.
hear you. Can you hear me? Hear?
It's
Welcome, everyone. We are live from Singapore. Welcome to day one of Unitize. Where Unitize, we try and bring the entire blockchain / decentralized community together all in one place. Whether you're watching from Brella right now, or whether you're watching from the Cointelegraph YouTube channel, we like in your office, or even if you're at home in your underpants, right? Thank you all for coming to join us. We are once again, this is day 1 of 5 of Unitize. We are starting off today with what we call the Global Leaders Asia Edition series. So we are starting it off, and then there will be a US session that's happening later on tonight as well. But before I go on further and share with you more about the agenda, I think we should start off with some thanks and grateful support, appreciation, I would say, for some of the people that have made this happen. First and foremost, obviously, I would like to thank our co-organizers, San Francisco Blockchain Week, Roland, John, Stephen, and the whole entire team. They've been amazing. Obviously, our team internally, Block Show, we are the other co-organizers as well. Thank you, Eddie, Victoria, etc., the entire team as well for making this happen. I would also like to essentially thank the co-hosts. The co-hosts, essentially, Unitize, has come together not just by the efforts of just these two organizations. Unitize essentially is an effort by different organizations, different community partners, different co-hosts from all around the world. Some of them I could say Forte, Korea Blockchain Week, the Prism Group guys, Tribe Accelerator from Singapore, which actually you'll be seeing very shortly, etc. There's too many essentially to say that essentially has pulled all our resources together to make the next 5 days actually happen. On top of that as well, I would like to thank our sponsors, our title sponsor, Bybit, who's been a long-time supporter of us, whatever we've done, whatever Block Show has done over the last couple of years. So very big shout out to the founding team there, Yasi, Ben, for all the support, as well as Michelle from marketing, making it all happen. Same thing as well, our track sponsor for the Global Leaders today is also sponsored by Crypto.com. So Crypto.com as well has been huge supporter, even in these very, I would say, challenging times. They have been a great supporter of ours, and thank you for backing us and believing in what we're trying to do here at Unitize. On that note as well, all of these sponsors are all available. If you look at on my left, you will see this, especially if you're an umbrella, on the left-hand side, you will see a tag. It's called Exhibition and Rewards. So essentially, if you go there, you could check out all the virtual booths. Everybody is there. The people are there, standby live. You can find out information about all our sponsors. And to give you a further motivation, and also very much in line with the whole online conference type of style, which everybody is going at, we are giving out a pair of AirPods Pro, not normal AirPods. We're not trying to be cheap here. Essentially, a pair of AirPods Pro will be given out to one lucky winner every day for the next 5 days. All you need to do is go to all the sponsor, or should I say, all the exhibit booths, right? And just go there. There's a questionnaire column over there. Just answer the questions and you will make yourself eligible. Besides that, you will also stand the chance to win travel vouchers from Travella, conference tickets from 2021, etc. So please go there and check it out. Also, at the same time, check out what the sponsors have to give. There are many, many amazing announcements we have planned out, not just for today, but for the next 5 days as well, right? And actually, on that note, we're going to start the day off with something a little bit closer to home, literally in Singapore. Singapore, as you know, like no other places, like most of other places around the world, has been through what I would call challenging times from a business front and from a personal front. Obviously, what I'm talking about is the COVID-19 scenario or the pandemic, which we're all in. Businesses have been affected, but actually, blockchain as an ecosystem has actually gone on very, very strong. It's on that note that last year, OpenNodes, together with the Infocom Media Development Authority of Singapore, I think for those of you who are watching outside of Singapore, it's kind of like the equivalent of a Ministry of Technology, came together in 2019 to actually launch something that has got probably literally 1 million hits, which is the 2019 Blockchain Ecosystem Map. Right? This map covers not only the players in the blockchain space in Singapore, it also covers the verticals and the various businesses that essentially, from an enterprise perspective, are looking to adapt blockchain into that space, right? And on that note, to start the day off, it is with great pleasure that I invite two key people, right, for our first session of the day for a very, very special announcement. First and foremost, it's Veronica. Veronica is the director of the Next Generation Platforms at IMDA, Infocom Media Development Authority. Her position essentially sits her right at the top, overlooking the building of the entire ecosystem and how blockchain can actually be applied in our business and way of life in Singapore. Building it from the ground up, you have a person as Ming, who is the founder and managing partner of OpenNodes and Tribe Accelerator. They look essentially to build the ecosystem up from the ground up, right? And combining these two factors, not only have they come together to create something as 2019, but for the last few months, they have actually come together to also launch now, for the first time, everybody is seeing it, the 2020 blockchain ecosystem map of Singapore. And it's on this note, I would like to welcome the both of them to join me right now live at this very stage, at this very time, on this very platform right now at Unitize. Veronica, Ming, welcome. Thank you for joining us. And congratulations on the map. Right.
Thanks so much, Gabriel, for having us.
No, appreciate it. So we're literally, everybody's looking at the 2020 map right now. There seems to be a lot going on right now. Ming, I think first question for everybody's benefit, compared to the 2019 landscape map, we're now looking at the 2020 version. Very shortly, maybe share with us, what are some of the updates? What are some of the things that essentially have improved, or any changes, anything we should take note of that makes 2020's map so special?
I think since 2019, show growth, there are 91 new additions to the Singapore blockchain landscape map for 2020, making it a total of 234 entities. I mean, these entities have been active in various blockchain-related initiatives. Some of these includes global players like MasterCard, Visa, Alibaba-backed Ant Financial, Tencent-backed WeBank, WireX, and local guys like Philips Securities. There's also SAP, Contour, and also Libra that Temasek recently partnered up with. So this year's map also includes a new segment, decentralized finance, as a notable area for 2020 that has seen new companies emerge, as well as incumbents extending their services into various areas. There have also been an increase due to numerous global recognized projects. So like what I mentioned earlier, Temasek have recently partnered Facebook-backed Libra as its first Asian member. And we have also seen them spinning out several subsidiaries focusing on blockchain applications, including digital identity and trade finance itself.
All right, Ming, thank you very much. Veronica, once again, thank you for joining us again. It's great to see you since Block Show last year in November as well. Very quickly, following up to whatever Ming has said, maybe you can share a little bit with us, shed some light. What inspired you to spearhead creating this whole Singapore blockchain landscape map, which we're all looking at right now? Like, what's the reason, the inspiration, and the vision from creating something like this?
I guess for us, we tend to host overseas delegations visiting Singapore, understanding more about approach for digital economy. And some of them are interested to also find out more about the blockchain landscape in Singapore. So we used to put together a slide with the logos of some companies that we know of that are doing work in this area. And we realized that there was some interest because people would stand up, take pictures of the slides. And we thought that maybe it does make sense to put something together a bit more comprehensively to make it easier for overseas delegations who want to know more and be able to find the companies a bit more easily. So that's how we thought it would be useful to actually get something started.
So I would say that the map, as you mentioned, a lot of people take pictures of the slides. So the map's kind of like a good start for people to really understand, what's the Singapore blockchain ecosystem really looking at. And I think you mentioned that, you guys do a lot of overseas initiatives, et cetera, that you've also mentioned as well. Besides the map, which obviously now, maybe you can shed a little bit of light again to all of us. What other initiatives has IMDA actually have that actually supports? Number one, obviously the growth of the local blockchain ecosystem, startups, for example. And obviously the next one is for foreign blockchain companies or foreign blockchain startups that are looking to come into Singapore as well.
So I guess we've been running a series of thematic blockchain challenges. So this provides support to companies that have reached a stage where they have a small minimum viable ecosystem to kickstart initial blockchain projects in specific areas, whether it's in track and trace or digital advertising and so on. So for projects that go beyond the POC phase, typically they'll look into start scaling up, let's say maybe more formalized commercial agreements rather than MOUs. And we also realize that there's also some challenges for projects at this phase. We have been seeing some talk about formation of blockchain consortia. So I think to help projects who have reached this phase, we're also looking at possibly a blockchain consortia governance framework that would help companies that are at this stage of the journey. So regardless of whether you're a local company or a foreign company coming into Singapore, we hope that some of these enablers will help to mitigate some of the challenges in getting their projects started and basically growing into the next phase.
Okay, and just as a follow-on question, very quickly, for actually for Ming. So based on everything that Veronica has said from the initiatives, maybe for everybody's benefit as an ecosystem builder from the ground up, how does like OpenNodes or Tribe come into the picture, especially for the people outside of Singapore who are watching this right now?
I think recent studies from the Deloitte Global Blockchain Survey in 2019 and 2020, we have seen more organizations recruiting blockchain experts globally. So I think a lot of Fortune 500 companies have started to look into blockchain with much more serious note itself. So definitely we hope to work with these leading players to help startups or corporates that are based in Singapore wanting to look at blockchain related initiative over the next few years itself. We hope to drive more cross-border collaborations with governments from different parts of the world, more partnerships, more use case that can be shared. So we've started with the Dutch Blockchain Coalition in late 2019. So we've been working closely with them to look at certain cross-border use cases that can be applied between Dutch and the Singapore side itself. And we hope to do more internationally.
Okay, and for OpenNodes and for Tribe Accelerator, how many of these enterprise or corporate partners are you working with currently? Are you collaborating with currently as part of your whole entire initiative as well?
So for Tribe itself, we work with more than 70 global organizations that are supporting the ecosystem. So it ranges from global corporates, government agencies, startups, associations, universities, so on and so forth.
Interesting. All right. So right now we've already spoken about obviously the what we're looking right now at the blockchain landscape map, and thank you for sharing also, Veronica, the initiatives. Ming, you've also covered given examples of how you guys are actually engaging the different enterprises and verticals with regards to blockchain adoption. So I'm going to throw this question out just out of curiosity for everybody that's watching right now, and maybe Veronica, I'll start with you on that. Can you share a little bit more about your thoughts? I know that collectively, the whole blockchain adoption journey has already been around for probably 3 years or so already. What what do you think, Veronica, the next 3 years do you envision? What do you think 3 years from now the blockchain landscape map will look like 3 years from now?
Well, hopefully a lot more vibrant and richer. But I think blockchain has also been described as a foundational technology by Harvard Business Review in an article that's several years old, but still fairly valid. So as a foundational technology, it'll probably take some time to grow steadily. And some of the studies we read also say that the initial wave will be probably in the permission blockchain in reducing inefficiencies. But in the longer term, then the transformational business models will emerge. So I think that is generally the sentiment that we get from reading various industry reports.
Interesting. Ming, do you share the same thoughts? Do you think that the blockchain is really going to be the foundation onto something greater? I personally like to say that where blockchain is right now. It's kind of like how we're at home entertainment systems, where we're at the Laserdisc stage, where we're slowly, in the next few years progressing to maybe something like a DVD, Blu-ray, Netflix, etc., type of phase kind of thing. Would you see that as well in the next 3 years?
I think yes, definitely. I think from our side we agree with Veronica team as well on their outlook on the ecosystem. And definitely, like what I mentioned earlier on, we hope to garner more collaboration because blockchain in itself is a collaborative technology. So we hope to continue to build momentum with governments, corporates, startups from all around the globe to really drive this ecosystem forward and to place Singapore as one of the leading hubs in Asia itself for blockchain.
Nice. And I think building something, I think if you want to build something to be a leading hub and everything like that, you definitely need all the support you can get. And I think with the enterprise support Tribe has, and obviously from the support you get from Veronica and her team, I think it's definitely everything's in sync and everything. And definitely, I think the next, not even say the next 3 years, I think the next 1 year is probably going to be interesting. The ecosystem, and I think the way things are moving, it's always very interesting, and there's always something new every few months, or sometimes even once every month as well. So just to get it from now that the map's officially unveiled for the first time in front of everybody, to the both of you, where can everybody find the map? I mean, it's like definitely everybody's like, people are probably not using their phones to take pictures right now. They're probably taking screenshots of us live right now. So it's like just for everybody's going to take a screenshot and they're going to be like, oh, the resolution's a bit lower. So where can we find a proper version of the map? Can you just share that with us?
Well, you can find it on OpenNodes website. So IMDA website is also being updated to point to the version that's on OpenNodes website.
Nice. Interesting. Okay, so just for everybody's benefit, during this time with magically also, if you're in Brella right now and if you look at the chat room, which is actually on my right, if you're looking at me right now, you'll see the chat room and you'll see that the link essentially where you could actually find the map when it goes live is actually available for you. Right? We've still got maybe a few minutes left. So I'm just going to wrap up kind of like a bonus question and everything. And maybe for Ming, I will probably ask that question to you first. So we spoke about the next 3 years and everything. Given everything that's happened from, with, challenges we've gotten with the pandemic in Singapore, I think now we're all into phase 2, some say it's phase 2.5, getting out of the circuit breaker after this. What can we probably expect from OpenNodes in the next 6 months or rather say for the rest of the year?
Definitely there will be more activities happening through the OpenNodes platform itself. There'll be more content coming out in the second half of the year. We are ramping up for the Singapore FinTech Festival X Singapore Week of Innovation Technology Switch itself in the later half of the year. So definitely there will be more activities that the global community can stay tuned for itself. So looking forward to see more collaborative partnerships, more corporate engagements, and more startup solutions through these various activities that we'll be running across the next half year itself.
All right. Veronica, maybe for you as well.
So last year we did the very first ecosystem map, and that was followed up in the later part of the year with an ecosystem report. So this year, apart from this ecosystem map, we're also working on a report. And earlier on, I mentioned that we're looking into blockchain consortia governance. So hopefully have something that we can share with everyone when it's a little bit ready later on.
Hopefully still in 2020?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Okay. All right. So everyone, once again, you can find information about the map in the chat room, essentially, where you see it's live. Obviously, if you're in Brella, you'll see it. If not, for those that don't, if you're watching it live on the Cointelegraph YouTube channel, you can essentially log into Brella. It's just a 1-minute thing, and you can get access to the link exactly for the map. And also another thing as well. Actually, yes, Ming, why don't we just give a very quick shout out? So what's OpenNodes URL? And everybody can also go check it out. I think it's a very interesting initiative. It's OpenNodes, what again?
OpenNodes.com.
Okay, OpenNodes.com. Easy. One shouldn't be able to forget that one as well. Anyway, I think we are just about done. Once again, congratulations. Thank you, Yiming, as well, for all the efforts putting it together. Veronica as well. I know it's not easy putting something like this and mapping out an ecosystem and everything. It's not, absolutely not, right? So really appreciate the efforts. We're very excited. I myself am very excited to probably zoom in a little bit more on the map and take a look at how the ecosystem has grown over the last 1 year. Yeah. But other than that, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us. And everyone, thank you again. And we will be back shortly.
Thank
you so
you.
much.
Flash the agenda. And we're back with just me this time. So we've already had the launch earlier, or rather say the announcement of the 2020 Singapore blockchain ecosystem map. Coming right up is actually going to be somebody else that's also kind of like an indirect representative of the Singapore government. I'm talking none other than our good friend Sopnendu from the Monetary Authority of Singapore. But before we go into that, I would also like to take this opportunity to maybe share with those. So you actually see this on unitize.online/agenda. You can see it at the umbrella under agenda. You will see essentially the whole 5 days of content that's going on. But I would like to go laser focus on what everybody can expect essentially for the rest of the day. Right? So whether, again, you're sitting at home or whether you're sitting in your office, for some of the lucky ones that can actually go back to office, or anywhere you are in the world, anytime you are right now, right? If we flash the agenda again, we are able to see some of the key things that we are going to be covering in Asia today. Right, first and foremost, as I've already mentioned, we've got Mr. Sopnendu Mohanty. He'll be joining us. And then after that, we also have some pretty interesting sessions, right? We've got Akon together with his Akoin effect projects we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about the fabrics of the next generation of the internet, which is quite interesting. It's actually connected together with NEOS 3.0. Announcement. We're also talking about stats and data about how COVID essentially is changing the world. And then we're going to move into something a little bit more geographically inspired, or as in motivated. We're going to start with C, better known as Southeast Asia. We're talking about some of the blockchain startup stories that's happened in this part of the world, especially zeroing on markets such as Indonesia, 250 million. Imagine if one person buys one Bitcoin. Anyway, after that, we obviously talk about Hong Kong. Hong Kong's been through what I would say, I always tell people Hong Kong's very, very, very tough. It's been through a very interesting time. They've been through one pandemic and two protests, and yet some people have managed to thrive. We're going to hear stories about that. And moving on to that, we obviously can't, if I'm doing Asia, if I'm doing an Asia edition, something we totally cannot avoid, which is talking about two key topics. Number one is obviously China Central Bank's DCEP. Let's say digital currency, digital RMB, as some people call it. And obviously, one of the markets which is probably the most interesting for investors and traders is Korea. We're talking about the blockchain pulse in Korea 2020. Then we're going to move it on to use cases. I think it's a very interesting time to talk about a market that is ripe for disruption, which is travel. And we'll end the day off by the founder, managing partner of probably one of the most famous funds we have in the blockchain space, which is Polychain's very own Olaf Carlson-Wee, right? Yes, so that's very interesting. And again, short message, don't forget, if you're listening to this, imagine you could be listening to this, with noise cancellation and everything. And on that note, it's kind of like my motivation to you to actually visit the exhibition and rewards tab, where you can check out the various sponsors, answer questionnaire inside there, and you stand a chance to win a pair of AirPods every day. So that means there's 5 pairs of AirPods we're giving out throughout the entire week of Unitize. For those of you who are a little bit unclear about what to do, not to worry. If you go to unitize.online, you can actually message us, you can find our Telegram group chat, you can message, ask questions there. At the same time, for others, you can just go to unitize.online/rewards, and you are able to find the instructions or any form of details you need to do to actually make yourself eligible. Besides the airports, we're also giving out travel vouchers from Travella and conference tickets to some of the conferences, like for example, Block Shows, San Francisco Blockchain Week, and the rest of our cohorts as well, as early as late 2020 all the way into 2021. All right, gentlemen and ladies, we'll be back shortly right after these messages with the next session. Thank you very much. Thank you. And we are back. And joining me right now is none other than, maybe you know what? I'm just going to give him a very, very short, long introduction. I probably did the same thing at Block Show if you already saw, but I'm just going to do it again. So everybody, please welcome Mr. Sopnendu Mohanty. He is the Chief FinTech Officer. I think, not many central banks can say this, the Chief FinTech Officer of the Monetary Authority of Singapore, right? He's a former banker as well at Citibank. He's been in the fintech space for a very long time. For those of you who are very aware of what's going on in Singapore, it's not just in the blockchain space, but in the fintech space, you will know that he's also key to a lot of initiatives, especially when it comes to the innovation and technological side of the building up the whole entire ecosystem, not just in Singapore, but around the world as well, inspiring that. Last but not least, he's also one of the leading figures and one of the men behind probably one of the most iconic fintech events anywhere in the world, which is the Singapore FinTech Festival. Singapore FinTech Festival is one of the largest ones that traditionally happens end of the year. Last year, it even attracted something like 60,000 people over 5 days. With that, so good morning, welcome. How are you doing? Hold on. Cannot hear? No, can't hear. Gentlemen, sorry, we'll have a slight technical thing. That's the problem with doing online conferences. If you can hear me, and if this was a physical conference, I would be able to shout even without my mic, but unfortunately, we can't. So please give us a minute. If not, we can always go to a commercial and figure it out.
Computer science and the progress that has happened in the last century has given us this huge computational surplus and a great set of protocols and capabilities for creating this security in a new and more comprehensive way in cyberspace.
Truth, on the other hand, is sort of taking matters into your own hand. Like with truth, it's all about interacting with the world directly.
Markets are about story. Great bubbles happen around stories that are really appealing, but also around stories that really do change the world. Right? The internet bubble in the 1990s got way, way ahead of itself, but the internet really changed about everything we did in the world. And so we had the same thing with crypto.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Sorry for the slight delay. Somebody had to on and off a switch, if I were to take inspiration from the SAP event a few weeks ago. And obviously, apologies to Sop for the slight delay as well. I know you've been patient. I know we're very excited to have this conversation. Just for those of you who have just joined us, we have here with us Mr. Sopnendu Mohanty. He is the Chief FinTech Officer of the Monetary Authority of Singapore. It's a bit of a mouthful, so from now on, I'm just going to call it MAS, as probably legend calls it, and it's most popular. So, welcome. Once again, sorry for the delay. How are we going?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. You're great.
Very good.
Very good, very good. How are we doing today?
Thanks for this little little excitement, but it's getting better. I must say, it's getting better. The challenges are making us to do more hard work.
Yes.
And I'll say, it has been a month. It is a month of struggle, opportunities, a lot of empathy, but all of us will get better as we come out of this crisis.
Oh, totally. No, I totally agree with you. So actually, on that note, right, I want to ask you the kind of like the first question to kick things off. So just before your session, our good friend Veronica from IMDA, together with Ming from OpenNodes, they did the announcement and the launch of the blockchain ecosystem map for 2020, which I also believe MAS had a part to play in it as well. So my first question is like, the last year's the map was like 150 something entities, and this year it's grown to something like 230 entities right now, all in the space of 1 year. And it's, despite all the the talk by so-called observers and people in the industry where they said, oh, and beginning of the year when MAS came out with the new PSA regulations, etc., AML, KYC regulations, everybody was like, oh no, this is going to disrupt the growth of the ecosystem. But actually, it's proven them wrong. The ecosystem has grown, especially in the blockchain space, and the map shows it. What are your thoughts on this, just to kick it off?
But you actually summarized it beautifully. I think that I always believed that you have to have some anchor point to drive anything new, anything pervasive. And largely, I've been saying for last 2 to 3 weeks that when you think about innovation, there are 4 things to think about. There is a network effect, there's an innovation effect, there's a regulatory effect, and there is an ecosystem effect. And if you build something around this 4 construct, it tends to help technology to become far more pervasive. And let's take example of the blockchain as a way to explain this. If think about Project Ubin, it was generated for one very particular reason, that it will generate that necessary network effect of bringing the best talent, start a discussion, think about use cases, bring a lot of partnership, and that creates that ecosystem. You build that whole ecosystem around it. And then you think about that created the regulatory stance, the PSI, the Payment Service Act, which talked about provision for such tokens, right? So, and that also created that innovation effect, because a lot of innovation labs were started thinking about DLT, digital tokens, as part of that construct. In fact, look at the MAS sandbox. Half of the candidates in MAS sandbox have something to do with DLT in some form.
Yes.
So how when you bring all this 4 factors together, it generates that momentum, and it's reflected on the numbers which you just articulated. I must refresh my number. You have bigger number than my number.
My numbers honestly, my numbers just came in this morning, so maybe I miscalculated something like that. It was a huge amount to come.
I take the bigger number always.
Right. So actually, you're going to jump ahead. So you spoke about Project Ubin. Its phase 5 is completed already, from what I understand. What's next for Project Ubin? Now that you've went through phase 1, phase 5, you've done all that. Great minds are all talking together. Where are we right now, and what can we anticipate from Project Ubin?
I think I spoke in your show or somewhere that I told 2020 will be the year of production.
Yes. Actually, right? I think it was my show. Yes, you're right.
Yes,
we said that 2020 we will definitely roll out one project or something like that,
yes.
if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. There'll be one. And I think, and I didn't anticipate COVID-19 then, because that's not part of the...
It wasn't part of the plan, right?
The plan. So it happened. And I'll tell you, I was nervous. I thought all our plans and roadmap will get upset. And I think you will deal with that question somewhere down, that how COVID-19 has affected all our plans. But let me answer this question in context of Ubin phase 5. Ubin phase 5 report is coming very soon. It's like a couple of days, hopefully.
Did you just say a couple of days? Couple of days. So everybody, just remember, Project Ubin phase 5 reports coming out a couple of days, right?
So
maybe
yes.
Okay, carry on. Sorry.
So that report will articulate very clearly. And by the way, this is the last phase of Project Ubin. We are not going to do any more experimentation. Done with that for this particular thing, because there is always a time for experiments to become production. There's always a time, and we got to pivot. You cannot be doing experiment for 3 years and saying, I'm doing experiment, proof of concept. People get tired. The Project Ubin has set out a clear direction when and how the production will take place. There are partners in Project Ubin who are now, as we speak, working on a production grade.
So I'm gonna cut in right now and ask you, production of what?
So all I can hint, it is a part of the payment space. All I can hint, something to do with foreign exchange. All I can hint that it's something to do with settlement. So there are people, as we speak, working on releasing a production version inspired by Project Ubin phase 5.
Interesting.
I don't want to run ahead of them. It is not fair on them, but they are coming out very much this year. And I think COVID-19 has not derailed those plans. It will be out soon.
Okay.
But having said that, this year you are seeing some of the MAS sandbox applicants, when they graduate, Lice stocks, for example, they're going to use DLT in production grade. They're going to use this. So it has happened either through Project Ubin or otherwise. So I'll stay corrected. I'll stay true that 2020 will be the year of production despite COVID-19. In fact, I'll argue the need for a DLT-based construct has become more important due to COVID-19, and the recovery process of any system design which is designed to recover COVID-19 from an economic point of view will need to think about a technical architecture based on DLT. No doubt in my mind. Absolutely clear.
Brings me actually to my next point. So I'm just gonna deviate a little bit, right? So you mentioned that given COVID-19, if like obviously with the DLTs and everything, progress is gonna be well and everything. Let's put ourselves in a slightly different scenario. How do you think things would have been different for the ecosystem over the last 6 months if it is all these things which you just spoke about the last 5 minutes has already been implemented? Imagine that instead of us waiting for production, production was finished. We're already done. Imagine that it was like we already pushed it out already. So do you think it will be in a better situation? Not a better situation, a more innovative situation.
I think definitely. Even if you think about it, many countries I know during COVID-19 were trying to do direct benefit transfer. They're trying to send money. State was trying to send money straight to people who got affected as soon as possible, right? Yep. Again, this is all hypothetical situation. Had we got this infrastructure in place, DLT, some form of digital currency, in some countries where the existing financial services systems are not that highly digitized, definitely it will help, because the technology allows you to directly transfer money straight to a wallet, and using some kind of technology like this, the speed at which money would have got to hands of people in need would have been far better, or far in efficient way. But in Singapore case, I don't think much difference would have made a much difference. But what it did for Singapore, definitely it accentuated the process of getting into a construct like DLT faster. Yes, I mean, there's always a great time, but you don't match it, and you don't plan for unexpected things like COVID-19.
Yeah,
and especially to your point, just to summarize, we are going to see low touch, high tech economy. Guess what? DLT is all about low touch, high tech. You are not highly decentralized, governed in the most efficient way, low touch, and highly technical in terms of design and construct and digitization.
Actually, you brought up a very good point. I would not want to name names, but I think not just our neighboring countries and partners and everything like that, but I think during these COVID times, I think a lot of governments around the world with good intentions have been trying to stimulate and trying to help even the common man. But there's, you read reports in most major newspapers, or in the media, of challenges essentially about distributing, even if it's a couple of $100s in whatever currency it is, to the people and everything, just to help them in these very, very trying times. And a lot of them are facing challenges and everything. And yeah, I agree with you. If there was a proper DLT in place, maybe, it's not a 100% guarantee it will be immediate, but definitely, it wouldn't be a dispute or a problem that will probably last a couple of months and everything like that. It's actually on this note as well. So we spoke about, like at the start when, before the right after the technical troubles and everything. You mentioned as well that, MS, you guys have the sandbox and everything. Maybe you can share a little bit more about some of the initiatives. I know yourself, together with a couple of my friends who I hope are watching right now. We know them quite well as well. So I've come up with actually a few initiatives to help the not just the fintech ecosystem, but the blockchain ecosystem as well in MS over the last 6 months, if I'm not wrong, right?
In terms of, you mean what MS has done to support the ecosystem?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. I think at the edge of the crisis, we looked at what are the 3 possible problems companies will face. In our mind, which I think got been kind of proven during the crisis, there will be a cash flow crisis. Companies will have cash flow crisis. There will be a customer flow crisis. If you have a product, your sales cycle will get disrupted because you can't travel, all these things become challenging. And the third thing which is likely to happen is you'll have a capital flow crisis, which means investors who have committed money will help kind of hold back their commitment, and you'll be suddenly sitting on an uncertainty whether the money is going to come for your product development. So that's one frame. The other frame is what kind of company you are. If you're a blockchain company, are you a B2B blockchain company or are you a B2C blockchain company? If you are a B2C blockchain company, you have a very interesting problem because you are a platform, you are trying to talk to customers directly. There's a certain supply side, demand side challenges. If you are a B2B company, you have an interesting challenge. In fact, you have an opportunity here because you need to digitize the platforms which need you. So you have a great opportunity, but you are saddled by this crisis with 3 C's I just spoke. What MAS did, in short, is that we created grants and incentive to support these 3 areas. We created a grant and a support scheme to get blockchain company get over the cash flow problem. How? We created a salary subsidy construct. We told if you are at home, if you want to get training, I give you $15 of salary subsidy. So we looked at different way to and rental support. Some kind of, if you're using digital tools, you can claim those expenses. So this allows you to not only get your cash flow burden go down, also allow you to get ready as you come out of the crisis because of the digital tools you're going to use as part of your work. The second area on the customer flow is very well known. We opened up our API exchange platform to all the Singapore-based companies. Go there, talk to your client, do your proof of concept, all out there. And if you have a client who's ready to do a proof of concept or a pilot or a Singapore company who wants to work with you, we actually give a very generous grant subsidy up to $80,000 to $120,000. And that's not only getting a customer, but incentive to get more customers. And the last piece on the capital flow, we also created a scheme called AMTD Solidarity Fund. And if you're a blockchain company, come to that fund, we'll find you liquidity through a process which we do twice a month. So if you're looking to raise money, come to the platform in API Exchange. We'll find you investors who are willing to look at your portfolio.
You're saying MAS is actually going to play a part of not just being a bridge, but also connecting you potentially to investors.
Yes. So that's, you come to the MTD Solidarity Fund in the API Exchange, you can apply. So and there's a recently ESG just announced their own fund support. Again, to summarize, the 3 C's is what we did. And just to close this discussion, the 2 things we wanted to avoid during crisis, because you don't want during crisis create a lot of zombie companies and value depleting companies.
Yes.
You want to ensure the money goes to people who are creating value. You want to ensure the money goes to create people not to go into coma, so that they get upskilled and they do work out of the home. They find clients through API Exchange platform, and they're still active when they come out of crisis. So hopefully this will work, and this is working. I'm getting feedback. We can do more. People like you have to give us feedback. What can we do more? I'm waiting for more feedback, and we can react to that.
Of course, we will. We have a direct line now to each other, so definitely we'll be very happy to share the feedback. Actually, on this note, if we're talking about feedback, we actually think that the world's going through a very interesting phase, and I want to pick your mind a little bit on this. And I think I'm definitely going to ask you this question, and it's a digital currency question. Right?
Yes.
The US is doing something. China obviously has done something. And to be fair, China's some of those people, especially not in the blockchain space, when you hear about the digital currency in China and everything like that, people actually don't realize it's actually centralized. It's not decentralized. It does take pickings and inspirations and certain factors from blockchain technology, but essentially it is centralized. And it's actually on that note, I look at Temasik's involvement in Libra, or nowadays they call themselves Novi. I mentioned about that. Then the other factor as well is I see 2 of the biggest exchanges and entities in the US, Gemini, Coinbase, they actually got bank accounts, they actually can bank properly in the US and everything. So there's this maybe opening up because the framework is there. There's this opening up. There's this there's growing acceptance of what the industry does and everything as well. So it's kind of like it's Singapore going to be taking, or has Singapore already taken similar steps in this direction with regards to digitization?
Well, if you think about digital currency, I mean, people can interpret it in many different ways.
Exactly.
So I think your question is around the central bank coming and talking about a central bank issued digital currency.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yes, definitely. I mean, if you look 2 years back, if you pull out and Google any press from any central bank, there is a certain tone to the narrative. Now you do the same institution, you pull out the current narrative, it has definitely changed. It has become far more positive.
Yes.
Far more, I'll say, there's an intent to collaborate and look at it. Yes, there is an opportunity to do something different here.
I would say there's an intent to at least give it a fair chance at exploring.
Absolutely, absolutely. And there are central banks like we spoke, like Cambodia,
yes,
who have started putting it into production. China is talking a lot about it, and I'm hoping something we'll see this year. Hopefully something comes out there. From a Singapore perspective, again, when you talk about a retail digital currency, it has to be thought through the context of the country. What problem it's trying to solve for. Singapore still doesn't have any dire need or a need to have a retail digital currency, but we are quite strong in our support for a wholesale central bank issued digital currency, because that has got efficiency, productivity, and other advantage. So we are behind that big time. There are some work going on to see that happening sooner if possible. And Project Ubin is all towards that direction. On the retail side, you will see this year, I don't want to jump ahead of myself, something coming up on work now for your audience. You will see some experiments where we'll participate with certain countries in the space, but on what form and what structure and what construct is still under discussion. But again, this is a small step forward to an interesting discussion, and we'll leave something for we to discuss next time when we see.
Are you saving this? Are you saving this announcement for your own event, Singapore FinTech Festival? You sound like you were saving this for yourself.
Maybe that's one way to speculate, but there are certain directional moves. You can connect your dots by doing some desktop research on the internet. So there are something evolving that space. To summarize, wholesale currency, big thumbs up, going behind strongly. Retail currency, we don't have a use case in Singapore, but we are willing to see where we can explore some experiments, and that would be an interesting signaling where we want to go.
Interesting. I think instead of Googling, I'll probably have a chat with a couple of our friends. I would say it's probably better than Googling, get a more direct answer and probably more productive as well. So, we've got a few minutes left. We're going to end it off with two questions. I think first question definitely is that, again, I'm just going back to the start of the conversation where we talked about a little bit about SFF, better known to everybody as the Singapore FinTech Festival. Are we, where is it right now? Are we going to see it happen? Are we not going to see it happen? We don't know. Or is it an open-ended answer?
This year is going to be bigger and better. But not in the construct we see. I don't say that bigger means more digital only. No. We are looking at a construct where there's a physical and digital mix towards end of the year. But I can tell you, it'll be bigger and better. And maybe that's a new benchmark for how we should think about conferences. So we have not closed. We are not going to stop it. We are going to come with a huge plan. My colleagues, Pat Patel, Rebecca, Jael, Iris are all working day and night to announce something very soon again. Hopefully this month we get it out. But to all your crowd, and we're going to work with you, hopefully, to come and join us in some form and help us to make it bigger. But watch out. It will be much bigger, much fun, more countries participating. very different construct. It will set a new benchmark.
Interesting. We'll definitely have that conversation offline. We'll definitely have.
But I'm impressed by your digital outlay. It's beautifully done. What
Thank
you
you
have
very
just put
much.
together.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Despite the slight hiccup, I do
No,
appreciate.
but that gives me an idea how to do more better now.
I think so. It's a good experiment. We can share more thoughts definitely with Rebecca and Pat as well. Okay, last question, just as a little bit of a bonus question. And I think it's probably going to be a little bit tough for you to answer it with your MAS hat on. So we're going to take it off. I think the biggest speculative news over the last couple of weeks, it's PayPal. Right? There's been this rumor going around, right? Which some people say reliable, some people say it's not reliable. But I just wanted to get your thoughts. So the rumor for everybody's context, and so obviously for your context as well, is that there are plans to enter the buying and selling of digital assets or cryptocurrencies, essentially, via PayPal as a platform. What are your thoughts about such an announcement? When you see a player like PayPal, pushing out this rumor, it could be a leak. And if you ask me, if you're inspired very much by Apple, it's all, I call them leaks on purpose about this kind of information. What essentially are your thoughts as a person in the fintech space when you hear such an announcement? And then, obviously, as a part two to that question is that what does it mean for players in this part of the world? And by that I mean your kind of like your Grab Pays, etc., in this part of the world.
Well, first thing, I'm not supposed to speculate on rumors. So let me say, hypothetically speaking.
Yes, of course.
If such thing is really true, and a player like PayPal, we deeply respect of their innovation, the way they think things. If they're doing something, I think it's definitely what we got to watch out why they're doing it. Again, from a Singapore context, we have set all the necessary regulatory framework for anybody to operate. We have a PSI Act, which talks clearly about tokens. We have a Securities Act, which talks about if you're a security, construct what you should do. We have a consumer protection, which has got everything laid out. So anybody who wants to play in the space and in Singapore has to work within the framework of regulation we have in Singapore. So from a regulation perspective, I'm quite happy that our regulatory framework is adequate enough for anybody to do in this space what they want to do. But from an innovation standpoint, not from a regulation standpoint, a company like PayPal, if they start thinking about in this space, it definitely sets a huge momentum out there because it has got a huge signaling power because of the sheer size and the shape and the history of PayPal as a company.
Yes, agreed. Yeah, I think in conclusion, both of us would definitely agree. I think we don't even need to talk about the next 3 years or anything. I think just even in July, even next 6 months, all the way to December, I think 2020, pandemic or not, is going to be very, very, very interesting for
Absolutely
everyone.
sure. Absolutely sure.
I remember that smile. Whenever you give that smile, you've got something to say over the next 6 months. I know. I'm going to be watching.
All I want you to do that if this all happens, please do quote. We talked about 2020 is the year of production for DLTs. You must see that happening. All of us who believe in this technology must see it happening. We've got to find a safe and secure way to build this technology. No speculation, no bad stuff, but good stuff. It will make it work.
Interesting. That's a very good ending statement. And with that, I think just nice. We've hit our 30-minute mark. So thank you very much for joining me, everybody. Once again, this is Mr. Sopnendu Mohanty. He's the Chief FinTech Officer of the Monetary Authority of Singapore, aka MAS. So once again, thank you very much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Right? We'll see you back very shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. So we've had a very interesting start to the day. First, we had the launch of the blockchain map and the blockchain landscape map, actually, done by OpenNodes, supported by IMDA. The link is obviously available. We shared it in the chat earlier. It's also available on opennodes.com. It's got more than 200 companies on it. Everybody who is a player, small or big, in Singapore is in the map. Next, as well, we had just had a very interesting conversation with Sopnendu Mohanty, who is the CFO, Chief FinTech Officer of the MAS here in Singapore. And I think in conclusion, he dropped quite a little bit of hints with regards to DLTs and blockchain that's happening in Singapore over the next 6 months. I'll be keeping a very, very close eye out for that one, right? Talking about close eyes, having a close look at anything, I think you should also take a close look to the left and the right of me right now if you're looking at Brella. On the left, you will see the different tabs where you'll be able to see the latest updates on the agenda. You'll also be able to see this thing called Exhibit and Reward. Don't forget to check out the various prizes and everything which you can potentially win. Actually, talking about prizes as well, one of the key prizes is a pair of AirPods Pro, which we are going to be giving out daily. And talking about AirPods Pro, right? What better way to use AirPods Pro besides having phone calls is also to listen to music. And when you're talking about listening to music, I would like to actually lead that in to introduce my next speaker, calling in all the way from LA. He's a multi-Grammy nominated artist. He is also a multi-platinum record artist that started out in the music business and has slowly pivoted, his journey into more, I would say, community responsibility, social responsibility, and has now essentially over the last year or so become a huge advocate and passionate about the blockchain space. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about no other than somebody who's taken up a lot of the headlines in the blockchain space over the last couple of months, and that is Akon, right? And he will be talking about the life in tune, basically life in tune and his journey into the blockchain space. This session will essentially be moderated by Erhan Korhaliller. He's a good friend of mine, and he's also the founder of a PR company based in Istanbul, which is called EAK Digital. He's also the founder of the Istanbul Blockchain Week. Akon, Erhan, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Hey guys, thank you so much for joining us for this session. So today is the Global Leaders Day here at Unitize, and without a doubt, we have a global leader with us for this fireside chat in Akon. So Akon, thank you so much for joining us.
No, pleasure. Thanks for having us, guy.
Cool. Well, I mean, obviously, Akon, you've got a huge list of achievements in many realms, actually, not just music, charity work, obviously now into cryptocurrency and your business and entrepreneurial sides. So we're going to get the most out of this session. We're going to start with your music career. We're going to then go into Africa, go into Akoin, and then go into the very exciting Akon City. So yeah, I just really wanted to start off because, you must have overcome a lot of challenges in your music career. And it can't have been easy. So I really wanted to find out, what lessons you've learned in your career that's really helped you pave the path that you're on today.
Well, one of the biggest lessons was the key to success was unity. I realized that it's hard to get to where you're trying to go if you don't have a viable, and a team that you can depend on. And I was blessed to have an amazing team around me that understood my vision, understood what I wanted to represent with my legacy, and was able to help me execute a lot of the dreams that I had. In music, I did a lot of collaborations, and I realized that collaborations not only helped to expand my, brand, but it also educated me to different cultures, different artists and sounds and, styles of music that also exposed me to a different audience altogether. So when you apply that kind of concept into business, and you kind of collaborate with others in different areas and sectors of business, you also not only educated to that business, but it also expands your mind and horizons into, ideas and certain possibilities that can happen from a business world. And that kind of geared me all the way into what we're going to most likely talk about today, into crypto and, the Akon City and all the other things that I did that it kind of allowed me to expand from a business standpoint. But it all started with music and collaborating within that, and then just kind of using that same platform and applying it to everything else that I did.
Totally. So I'm really interested, Akon, where it was in your career where you thought, you know what, like I can really use my influence for good. Where was there a specific moment where you thought, you know what, yeah, I should start utilizing that to the best of my ability?
I think it all started around 2004 and 5 when I had my first album out, Trouble, and I created Confidence Foundation, which was a foundation that me and my mom ran that allowed us to go into the rural parts of Africa and kind of, put a makeover on a lot of the schools there to give kids a better environment to learn. And then from there, it kind of branched off into bigger, philanthropic projects and led me all the way into lighting, where we wanted to create opportunities for rural areas to be electrified in areas where the grid couldn't reach. So we did it with solar energy. But I think when you do all these collaborations, it just kind of opens up to understand how much impact you could, be able to impact within certain people's lives. But I realized that the more my celebrity got more popular, it opened doors to do bigger projects and help a lot more people from a scalable standpoint. And that was something I always wanted to do, being that I was a, kid raised in Africa, with my opportunities in that time wasn't as fulfilling as it is today. And then when I moved to the United States at an earlier age, I started to realize just how much that we didn't have and how much of life we were missing. So I wanted to be able to provide that to the youth in Africa.
No, you're definitely. And I think that, something that I've noticed by communicating with your team over the last few months is the amount of Akoin ambassadors you have and how passionate they are right now of, really pushing forward your vision for Akoin. It's really been quite powerful to see, and it's impressive stuff. It really shows the influence that, that you do have, and it's just great to see. Yeah.
And it's really just aligning with people that, align with you in your vision, and their visions align. And I think there's more people on this earth than that really wants to help and that really wants to utilize their celebrity or utilize their success to be able to help others. When you realize how blessed you've been by other people supporting you to become who you are, it's a lot easier to want to say, you know what, let me pay that forward.
No, 100%. Absolutely. So, Unitize is a blockchain and crypto conference. And I must just say, it's so great to have somebody of your caliber, your experience, things you've achieved, really helping our mission that we're all trying to do in building this decentralized world and having you in that space. Now, obviously, with your career, you've seen digital transformation before in your music career, right? And I'd love for you to just touch on how you saw that happen in the music career and how you're seeing that now in money today.
Yeah, so I always believed that the future of the world was going to be digital. It's going to all be, computerized and all moved in and controlled by apps and developers and things of that nature. Ultimately, so even from the music, when I while everyone was selling, CDs and vinyls from little specialty shops and singles, I was more focused on ringtones, which was the digital aspect of what that was that, coming in. And I noticed that, when you look at 8-track tapes all the way to vinyls, to cassette tapes and then CDs and then MP3s and then streaming, that is the evolution of how we went from analog all the way into digital. And then now when you look at finances, it's pretty much the same exact thing. You go from trading cattle and things of that nature all the way down to blocks of bricks of, gold and silver. And then it goes from gold and silver all the way into paper, fiat currency. And then it goes from fiat currency into credit cards. And then from credit cards to mobile payments and things of that nature. Now from mobile payments all the way into crypto. And that's like the evolution of where that's going. So if you don't see the evolution of how the world is moving forward, you can never get in front of it. And I think clearly that what this future is from a standpoint of, all mobile payments being utilized from a crypto instrument standpoint for the future, that's the way we're all going. And if you don't see that happen, you're going to be left behind in a serious way. So we want to get in front of it and create that for Africa, being that Africa can leapfrog from, landlines. I mean, literally skip landlines altogether into the cell phone era and digital era. We want to be able to do that from a financial instrument aspect too, as a development of Africa is growing.
Yeah, 100%. So I watched an interview recently that you did with Real Leaders magazine, and you actually said in that interview that you advised over 30 presidents in Africa. And I was like, what? Do I need to rewind that? Did I hear that right? That's amazing. I mean, that's unparalleled, I think. To have that level of influence in Africa is huge. So I have a question for you that, it was basically, what is it like working with these people in so much power? And how have you seen their opinions change in blockchain and cryptocurrencies over time?
Well, their view of it in the beginning, they were completely green to it, obviously. And being the fact that, of course, from an African governmental standpoint and how they were evolving, they were, I think, put in front of information that was just not easily understood. When you mention blockchain and you get so technical of how it works and stuff, it confuses you. You know what I mean? So I wanted to kind of kindly and in so many words make it simple and easily explain it to them like a 1 or 2, 3-year-old, so they understand the concept of money and how it trades from a digital standpoint. And blockchain is no different from M-Pesa when you look at the way it's been, converted from, a digital note up into a fiat note and the exchange of it. So I just want them don't get confused by the word blockchain or the back end functionalities of this thing. Just know that it's a currency like any other currency. The only thing is digital. And it's, it could be traceable, and it's put on a platform that's very open to where you have full transparency and be able to trace that currency wherever in the world that it goes. So it was something as simple as that. And once they realized how simple it could be, the eyes were open to say, okay, how can that work here where we are? Because we're lacking transparency when it comes to these kind of things, and it can help to boost the security of the country and help to raise our GDP when they realize that we do have a stabilized currency system. And that's how you actually get to those ears and say, okay, this can be something that possibly can work here. And the young generation are already hip to it and understand the digital world. So as you know, that majority of Africa is based on, the youth in the younger generation. So it's easy to transform that and get a lot more support from the people to government when you're thinking on those sources. And the government's actually kind of figured that out. So it's making it easier for us to transform into those markets.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when blockchain technology was first getting spoken about, it was all about, helping the unbanked and, helping people in developing economies like Africa and Southeast Asia. And I'd really love it if you could just touch upon, the opportunity in Africa. Like, why is Africa so ripe for digital disruption?
Well, I mean, because, Africa is one of the only places in the world that can start from zero and really implement and utilize every single new development and invention that's existing today without breaking down no existing infrastructure. And when you look at all the major countries from America to Europe to China to all these guys, they can't conform into the latest, newest technologies without having to break something up from the past or having to reconstruct and demolish everything that's already built. Whereas Africa can start from the gate, from the beginning, and lead that charge because it's already, from an infrastructure standpoint, we were heavily behind. So it was a blessing in so many words, because now as we're building the new infrastructure, we can build it and actually combine and collaborate with all the latest and technologies and inventions that exist today. And that's why I feel like Africa is one of the biggest opportunities for that, and some of the other undeveloped worlds as well too, but Africa being the leading of it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I've personally been, reading up about Africa, seeing how, young the population is there. And obviously, there's such a high usage of smartphones. So obviously the potential of Africa is really, really high. So also in that Real Leaders interview that I saw, you had a really interesting concept about the United States of Africa. Could you elaborate on that for us?
Yeah, I always thought that was just a very amazing concept, and I got the concept from the United States, actually. The United States, the way they govern by states and governors and presidents, and there's one president for all the states, but then there's governors that communicate and control each state from a management standpoint and report upward. And then you go down to senators and and mayors and things of that nature. But there's a system that actually works, and it's layered to the point where every sector can be controlled. And there's that protocol that I think is missing in the continent, because in Africa, there's so much that needs to be managed. And when you have too many, chiefs, it's hard to actually control that. And I think that's why Africa's been in the state that it's been now because of the division and so many other countries coming in and handling one way and doing it the way that they know how to do it in their foreign country and bringing it, to Africa. And it confuses the concept of idea of unity. And I think what holds Africa and separates them is that. And the moment we can finally come and create Africa as one continent governed by, one source, everyone in the world will benefit from that because there'll be an organization that allows everyone to really benefit. I think right now, because there's no specific order, there's so many wars being created, so many divides that's being situated because of greed from other countries coming in to divide, the resources, the people, the opportunities, the currency. And if the moment we can all come together and figure out how important Africa is to the rest of the world, then that system can be implemented in a way to where everyone can benefit from it, where there won't be such confusion and violence created, where it'll be more harmony and more people actually benefiting from the resources, whereas Africa itself can also benefit from its own resources and be able to provide for its own people, while everyone else can also benefit from that, opportunity.
Oh yeah, definitely. Actually, from that same interview, you mentioned this concept of the United States of Africa, and I thought that was really, really interesting. Have you ever ran that through, the presidents that you advised before?
I think they all want to do it. The problem is there's just so much bureaucracy and politics that's in the mix of it, because if it happens, it won't be such a benefit to the rest of the world today. It will be for tomorrow, though, once the system is in place. But there's so much in stake that they feel if they lose control over it, their economies can bust. And I understand completely why. A lot of, there's been suggestions of it from multiple presidents. And, as you know, a lot of conflict came after they made that statement. So a lot of them are really skeptical of making that idea known because they're, either, afraid to either lose their life or lose their seat. But I think at the moment, we have to start thinking about the good of the overall humanity and how this can actually benefit everyone. And if we can just put greed aside for a minute and put, the idea of people benefiting, not just you, but everyone benefiting. I think when that mind state is more, open and relevant to this conversation, that's when change will actually happen. But it would definitely not be from the existing generation that's leading today. It would have to be installed in the children and then allow that generation to actually create that system.
So I think that leads us on really nicely to Akoin. Where were you when you came up with this concept of Akoin? What really inspired you to take that action to actually go and do this with Akoin?
Well, one of the biggest inspirations for me creating Akoin was just seeing that our dollar and our currency in Africa just wasn't worth anything when it left Africa. It's just sad that you have Africa, which is one of the most richest and resource countries in the continent, and our dollar don't match up to the resources that exist there, because we don't control any of it. And I realized that it's so deeply rooted from a political and history standpoint that it's not something that could be fixed with a conversation. You have to create an action that will actually open up the doors for the people to have a say in this. And just same way that you got the world that says and validated Bitcoin as a legitimate currency, the Africans can also validate Akoin as its legitimate currency that can trade in that world, but we also have to understand what that actually means. And that actually means not only independence, but transparency in a way to where Africans can actually make a decision that actually has value, that actually can value the decision that's being made in the first place. So when you look at Akoin is to subsidize the opportunity to take whatever value that you feel has value and tokenize it. And when you look at the younger generation in Africa, they're all entrepreneurs by nature. They don't know how to be, they don't know how to not be entrepreneurial because the society in which they were set, they were forced to have to create opportunities to survive, create their own jobs, and create their own ideas and concepts that actually created value to be able to feed their families. So, but with that, you can't do that and not have a currency that can back up that opportunity. Like you have to be able to trade that opportunity towards something. And that's the one piece we were all missing. So I figured Akoin can be that piece. Not only is it in a position to where it can be of value for whatever they consider to have value and be able to trade with it, but it also creates the platform in which that trade can happen. you know, and that was the reason why we created that platform with so many apps and dApps that creates, you know, the partnership with those facilities or those ideas or that particular product that gives it the, you know, the validity that it needs to be able to trade within the platform itself.
So whereabouts are you now with the Akoin project? I mean, I've been reading, you know, a lot of news about Akoin recently. I know you've been sharing a lot of that blog down. And of course, you just announced your IEO on Bitfinex, so congratulations.
Thank you.
What's next for Akoin?
Oh, I mean, what happens next is the utilization. Now we're going to actually start announcing all the partnerships with all the dApps and, you know, the apps that we have that will create those services. And then we'll also be in, like, specifically within the African continent, utilizing all those tokens towards things that's going to be of good for people on an everyday basis. You know, within the city itself, Akon City, that will be the official currency that people will be able to, you know, spend within it. The Mwale City, that's in Kenya, you'll be able to utilize that for the medical city and all your medical bills and resources and open ideas of what that will need to cost. You can be able to use Akoin as a way of currency to, you know, to pay for those services that's being, you know, given in the Mwale Medical Center in Kenya. And then we're going to span within the, you know, the rims of the continent itself, and anything that has a value that works within the continent that allows you to live a basic, comfortable, you know, life, we'll be able to use the currency to be able to, you know, to pay for that service. And that's the goal. The goal is for it to be an alternative to the you know, the currency that's actually existing there, but I'll, you know, give you that option digitally and from a crypto world to be able to utilize that coin to be able to just spend. And that will, as we spend and as we create more utilizational tools, the currency itself will have a lot more value, but also to be more embedded within the lifestyle of everyday spending within the continent. And that's the goal for us.
Yeah, 100%. I think something that I found very fascinating really is the fact that, you know, with Akoin, I mean, you've already managed to get utility for the token. You know, like, for example, in Mwale City in Kenya, which you announced recently, you know, you'll be able to use the token on a daily basis for, you know, daily activities, and obviously for Akon City and elsewhere. So the fact that you've managed to get this utility so early in the project is brilliant. I mean, you know, some of the top 10 blockchain projects right now are still looking for that adoption. So I think it really shows, you know, your influence as a leader and how you can really help, you know, drive that project forward.
No, I mean, it's important, you know, and we're really excited because the whole idea is from the city, we're actually, you know, merge into other countries that's actually not currently related to Akon City, but we want to be able to take Akon City and franchise it throughout all of Africa. Every major country will have an Akon City eventually. And then from there, we implement and copy and paste that same plan, that same digital structure, that same crypto structure within those cities there. And eventually it will just branch out of the Akon City and also be utilized the same way within the city that Akon City resides in.
So I know that driving Akoin forward is this Akoin dApp ecosystem, which is kind of like an Apple Store style concept, giving the tools and services to African entrepreneurs. And I just really wanted to talk about, you know, how that works with your dApp partners and why you think that model will work in Africa.
Well, one of the main reasons why I know for sure it's going to work is because Africans are just super creative. And then don't forget, we have over 1.4 billion people in Africa as we speak today. And within the next 5 years, they're estimating it to be close to 2 billion people. So we're going to have not only the population, the services too, but we'll also be in a position to be able to expose these tools that they will need. Because the one thing that one thing to have is an idea, right? But just, if you don't have the tools to make or allow that idea to manifest, it just stays an idea in your head. And we want to be able to give those tools and provide those tools to all those people that have amazing entrepreneurial ideas to be able to finesse that idea into something tangible and be able to create that service within it to be able to expose it to all the people within the platform itself. We felt that the Apple Store type concept was the best and the, you know, available thing at this moment in time until something better comes along is the best way to expose everything. And not only that, but to allow every partner to be able to network within itself on the dApp itself, on the platform itself. And normally when you can create that networking tool, it allows everything to grow faster, because one piece that you may be missing or you may be weak at, this DApp or app may have that same tool that will make your system a lot more stronger and be able to, move in a more sufficient way. And the whole idea is to allow every system to be able to go within its systems and figure out which pieces work better within it that strengthens your system. And I think when you collaborate like that, it goes right back to my concept of just collaborating in general to strengthen your brand or strengthen your platform to make it a better place or tool for people to be able to utilize.
Yeah, I think the Apple Store style concept is, really, really huge, because I mean, something that everyone's used to using is really accessible. We know that the smartphone usage in Africa is so high. It's not going to be too different really for people to use that. So I think that's a really good move on the Akoin part. And look, I just wanted to now move into Akon City, because I know this is something that's got so many people are excited, and rightly so.
Yep.
So I really just wanted to kind of ask you, when did it come to the point where you went, do you know what, guys, let's build Akon City?
Well, I mean, one of the biggest inspirations was to get people to come to Africa. I really wanted more people to not be afraid to come to the continent, ultimately because of history and a lot of, scary stories and documentaries. In America, the way they, depict Africa is just so sad, because it makes it so unattractive to want to go there, unless you are just a really disruptive, daring person that just want to just take this, jump out the window to go see what all the big fuss is about. But I really want people to sit in a position where this is more of a vacational spot on an annual basis, some place you can actually feel that or see yourself living and creating your own world and generate a whole new life for you and your family there. A place where you can actually go to explore, adventure, and more than anything, be able to do real business. And because the opportunities there from a business standpoint is huge. But ultimately, in order to do that, I have to shape a vision of something that is going to attract you there, or a vision that you feel that you can relate to, or something that you want to be closer to and want to be a part of. So Akon City was designed specifically for that, and more so than anything for the younger generation that really understands what the future needs to look and feel like. So I wanted to build that in Africa, and Africa was the one place that actually I was able to accomplish to build there, because all the resources that I need are not only sitting there, but the open space to be able to explore and create something that's never been seen before in this world can be done right there in the continent. And that was one of the biggest reasons and motivations for Akon City.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's super exciting. I mean, I've seen some images online, and I know that everyone's desperate to see what's coming next.
Oh, no. I'm telling you, it's mind-blowing. And literally within the next week and a half, 2 weeks, I'll be able to finally expose the actual city before full construction on how it's going to look and feel before it's even up. So we're looking forward to that, how we launch that as well too.
Yeah, no, it sounds amazing. I mean, I can't wait for that. And the thing is with Akon City is, people are saying, oh, it's a long vision, or it's so far away. Actually, it's 2020 now. In 2023, the first phase of the project is going to be done, right?
Oh, no. Yeah, it's right around the corner. And it's right around the corner. Right. I mean, first 5 years. Yeah, the first phase will be done and complete in 5 years. I mean, the full phases, all 3 phases, we're looking at 10-year deadline. So believe me, within this lifetime, I'll be able to see, enjoy, and live in that city.
So just walk me through Akon City. So let's say I wake up one day in Akon City. What would my life be like there?
Oh no, the light you won't be able to leave. You're not going to want to leave. Everything that you want is going to be there, all the way from the entertainment, all the way down to the medical facilities, the educational facilities. I mean, the tech facilities. It's everything you want within the city, but it's all futuristic, new inventions, obvious things that correlate with everything that you see the future to be. But it's going to be a place that you actually can be able to foresee. Like once you go there, you won't be able to go anywhere else and compare it. It's going to be one of those cities. But I want it to be in a position where once I'm there, I don't feel like I have to go anywhere else to be entertained or anywhere else to be educated, anywhere else to be, taken care of from a medical standpoint. I want it to be the most, I just want it to be the best in in everything anywhere in the world. And that's the goal. So that's why we're meeting and partnering with the best in the world in every sector, you know, from everywhere, all the way from infrastructure, all the way to education, all the way down to, you know, the tech world and all the biggest companies from Amazon to Google to Apple. I want all of them to have their own bases there and be able to, you know, create a hub there for all of Africa, to where that could be their home base and things of that nature. So, and all the way down to to Teslas. I want the Tesla automatic driving vehicles to be there. You don't even have to touch the steering wheel. Like, it's that. Like, just imagine coming to a place where it's everything you ever wanted and more, and then continues to grow as technology grows with it.
Well, you just sold it to me. I'm going to pack my bags right now. I'm not going to wait until 2023. Right. Can people actually do that? Can people like save their spots like in Akon City for, you know, when the first phase opens?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The goal is I want people to reserve their spot now. I don't want them to wait till it's up, because once you wait, it's going to be way too late. Like, so the whole idea of when we launch the virtual video, we'll be able to show all the business, you know, concepts, all the residential areas, all the entertainment spots, you know, from the big high-rise condos that'll be for sale, lease, rent, all the way down to the business complexes that'll also be for sale, lease, and rent, and things of that nature. So you can lock your spots in now. So that way, by the time, you can also even watch your spot being constructed and help even to design your own, condo or your own penthouse or your own, business, quarters. Like, it's going to be very reactive. So now, as you do it, you don't just go and purchase your unit. You can actually now design your unit to how you want it to be with our techs or your own personals. Like, we want to be really flexible to where people can be a part of the growth of this whole city, and they actually design it according to how it's set up on the specs there.
Yeah, totally. And that's the thing, right? It's not just about cryptocurrency and Akoin. I believe Akon City is also going to be like only the second city to be a leader in energy and environmental design.
Right. Yeah, it will. But we might be the first that's officially up and operating on that scale, because everyone else is still pulling theirs together as well, too.
So, I mean, why stop at Akon City? Like, do you see like Akon City potentially to be a blueprint for other cities in Africa and across the world?
Yeah, well, I see it as being a blueprint for Africa's new architectural designs. I think in the way of designing even Akon City, I wanted every building to look like an African sculpture. That was the idea. Like, I want Africa to really be present when you literally fly in. You can see that, okay, this is Africa. It's not, like Dubai is different. It's very, obviously very rich and looks very luxurious, but these are all concepts that's been grabbed from other places, like from London or Germany or China. You can see all of that mixed into that. There's not, it doesn't look Middle Eastern. You understand? Or UAE. It just looks rich and very upper class and chic and elite. Whereas Akon City is going to look African, and all the above that you heard me just say is going to look really African. So you're going to know that you're in Africa when you're there. You're not going to be competing with Malaysia or competing with Dubai or competing with anywhere. You're going to know that, man, this is African culture, but in a presented very chic and very, exclusive way. But at the same time, you understand what that looks like for the future of all of the continent.
Epic. Well, I can't wait to see what it's like in a few weeks' time.
Wait, send it to you guys.
So I wish we had more time to chat, Akon. It's been really, really great so far. I just wanted us to close on really, what does the ultimate success look like for Akoin and Akon City?
Well, the ultimate success is for it to be, one of the leading destinations around the world. I want people, the moment they say Akon City, like, man, I got to get there, or I got to go back. So I want the experience to just be so exciting and so is anticipated. That's the key word. I want the anticipation to be so high that the moment we unlock that door, or we open up the airport for you to land there, it's going to be an experience you'll never forget.
Awesome. Well, Akon, again, thanks so much for your time. It was a real pleasure speaking to you today. For everyone at Unitize, we're just going to take a short break, and we'll both be back for the next session.
You got
All right, hey guys, welcome back. Thanks so much for coming back. We had a great fireside chat just now with Akon, and this is the next half of the Akoin segment. And I'm delighted to have Chris Dawe with us, the founder of Effect AI, along with the amazing Akoin team. So Chris, it's great to have you back with us now with the shoes on the other foot, me moderating you. So welcome.
Yes, thank you very much, Erhan. It is very nice to be on the other side of the coin here. So yeah, thank you for having me.
Akon, you need no introduction, of course. We've already had an amazing fireside chat, but thanks again for your time today. And we have the other two co-founders of Akoin, Lynn, Liss, and John Karras. Welcome, guys.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to talk about the Effect AI hubs. In fact, we just made an announcement today, I believe, that you're going to, launch the first AI hub in Kenya, I believe. So I'd love to delve into that and what that actually means. So, Chris, what's happened since Blockdown 2.0? I mean, this was just a few weeks ago. I think you've made even more progress since then.
This is a very interesting and very cool thing. So just to rewind, even before Blockdown 2.0, there was Blockdown 2020, which was a few months ago. And that's where I was hosting the event and had to introduce all the guests. That's where I had to introduce Lynn and John and Akon, of course. And I obviously know who Akon is. I've been listening to the guys for a very long time as a musician. I really love some of his tracks. So what happened is I had to research and study each of the people to kind of introduce them. And when I started to dig into what Akon was actually doing in the space that I have come to love, right before I started doing my research, I thought, another guy trying to get the limelight in the crypto space. But then when I started to figure out who Akon is away from the music side of things, it absolutely blew my mind. And that's where I was like, I need to somehow figure out how I can be part of this. So I started to read his white paper and read all of the different elements of his project. And one of them was really this tech for good, creating opportunities for people. And all of a sudden a light bulb went off. I said, that's what I'm doing already, So this sounds like it could be great. So I introduced them in the hopes that I might be able to get a foot in the door. And so after that conference, usually with cryptocurrency conferences, I'll go out for a couple of drinks and get the introductions in person. This one I had to call you and say, hey, listen, do you have some contacts for Akoin? And they also did a call out for people to contact them in regards to their project. So I did that immediately. The very next night I was on the phone with Lynn. The next night after that with John and Lynn, and then the whole Akoin team. And just I told them what I was doing and how we were doing it. And that's kind of how this came to be. So things are rapidly moving forward with our initiative. And the initiative is very simple. These are physical locations to create opportunities for people that really need the opportunities and that are open for the opportunities. So we'll get into some more of the particulars, but it's the most exciting thing I've been involved in.
And for us, we couldn't be more excited to be aligning with you, Chris. The mere concept of doing Akoin Effect Opportunity Hubs, starting in Kenya, moving across the continent into a whole bunch of other rising economies in India, Southeast Asia, across Latin America, as the world goes. Chris has started to see how excited we are. And with excitement, we've brought a bunch of ideas and team to bear. And Chris is a very enthusiastic gentleman, as we learned from our introductions, which frankly is the most important catalyst for us. When we see somebody innovative and brilliant who's also excited, fantastic.
Absolutely. That makes it all just that much better, right?
We Chris fans, and we are going a long way together. So excited to share it on this panel.
Yeah, maybe Lynn, you could tell us more about the different learning and earning opportunities and what type of core visions using these centers.
You just said two of my favorite words: learning, earning, spending,
earning, and learning.
But this was when Chris reached out. It was perfect timing because we've done a lot of great announcement tools and services onboarding through the Akoin platform in Africa, but we wanted to really start focusing on the latter part. Learning and earning is so important, and we saw what Chris had done already in the country of Georgia. And when we looked at the type of tasks, micro tasks, as John likes to call them, that were being educated to the people that come into these centers. We thought, we're ready to go. We can blow this out throughout Africa so easily, sort of the copy and paste model that Akon speaks about. So in this case, what's really cool is the first center we're looking at the Opportunity Hub, Akoin Effect Opportunity Hub in Wale, where we already have an established city relationship, Akoin being the primary currency there. They have medical centers, right? So to spark your imagination, just if the medical center is the first client and you think about the type of tasks that can be educated and provided, sort of out-tasked to these centers, it's things like medical record translations, graphical annotations on different images, whether that's x-rays. It's the cool thing is, and working with Chris to go into these clients, so Wale Medical Center being one, but starting to look at other clients that say, oh, we do a lot of this within our company. That's a digital task. It's deep learning. It's a coveted skill set. So this is not boring work. And it creates this earning opportunity, which is sustainability. So we are so excited to start doing those trainings and setting up the center. John will describe we're in early stages in terms of picking the location specifically in the city, but it's those earning opportunities that get me excited. Like I'd take those jobs. I mean, it's cool stuff and really technified for that user base. So we're over the moon.
And I'll just jump in. I'll jump in just really quick to put a little bit of context on exactly what Effect.ai brings with the earning capabilities. Like Lynn was saying, she was talking about data annotations and image labeling. What we have created at Effect.ai is a platform that's built on top of the blockchain that allows thousands of individuals all over the globe to help data scientists and AI developers and just companies structure vast quantities of data in a micro-tasking type of way, which is a very much AI type of way to structure data, just quickly tagging and labeling little bits of data. So that's what we've created. And yeah, we're looking forward to bringing that into a 3-pillar kind of approach where people can earn money immediately. And then with the network of Akon and Akoin, we're going to have tons of clients, like Lynn said, with the medical centers there. Doing these data annotations for medical documents is one of the greatest use cases of AI ever. So far, already AI is better at identifying cancer markers than humans are, and by far, by miles already. So to bring this kind of technology to Africa, have Africans working on this technology and structuring this data and creating this for themselves, that's the first pillar, kind of that earning model. But then the second model is teaching them exactly what's behind what they're doing, the labeling of data, teach them about deep learning, blockchain and cryptocurrencies, teach them programming. Programming is the language of the future. Reading and writing, very important, but programming, incredibly important. And that's really the backbone of this whole initiative, is to give everybody the opportunity to be able to learn and earn and just grow this out. And then the third pillar is just business development, so it's self-sustaining. If we teach the members of these hubs how to sell this to the governments, the organizations and companies within Africa, then it's just a full circle. We can go in, set it up, then we can go walk into the next place and set up the next one. It's self-sustaining, and that's the deal.
It also helps to educate so many people across not only the continent, but wherever these centers are open. So creating that learning opportunity in both blockchain and AI, it can drive greater understanding, and from there, greater utilization. Takes the fear of the unknown completely out of the mix. So Chris, good on you for creating this. Really smart.
Right, absolutely.
I was just saying, like, perhaps you can explain why you think having these type of educational and learning opportunities are important for Africa as a continent.
No, it's super, super important. Africa is one of the few places that takes education extremely serious. I mean, I remember when we was putting up lights in those villages, you had kids that would be walking 4 or 5 miles just to go to school. I don't know, no American kids is willing to do that. We're trying to find ways to cut school. So, but the beauty of it is that they're already motivated to learn. They want to learn. They just need more viable facilities and opportunities to be able to be in a position to learn. So this opportunity couldn't be no better. And then when you align it to what we already have, that teaches you how to move forward with it. And, you know, like Chris said, you know, programming is the key. You know, when you're looking at a digital future, programming is going to be the key to everything, you know. So that right there is going to be like the nucleus of what's happening for what our future will dictate it to be for Africans. So I think the importance of that is just, it's honestly, it's one of those things where you can't even describe how important that is. It's self-explanatory, really.
Yeah, and it's my understanding, Chris, that you're already actually doing this with the United Nations in Georgia with Effect AI. Is that right?
So yes, this is why the light bulb went out when I started to read about this project. We had already planned on making similar places all over the world. And we already had Kenya on the map, we had Uganda on the map, and a couple other African countries on the map, including, also across the globe, Pakistan and everything else. And so when we built this platform and we had thousands of people from 95 different countries come onto this platform and start earning cryptocurrencies, we've already paid out 7 million EFX, which is our cryptocurrency, there's been 7 million transactions. Once I realized that we can transcend borders and really get this technology to anybody in the world as long as they have a Wi-Fi signal, I started to think, let's go into places where we can make physical, safe, great locations and breed this style of new education and online learning and earning opportunities. So I got the opportunity to fly over to the country of Georgia to go to a conference to speak there. I immediately fell in love with the country, but also saw that the opportunities were very sparse. There was not so much opportunity going on there. I'm very suppressed from, Soviet rule back in the day, and just positioned in the world that it's not such an opportunity-rich place. I looked at the economy and I looked at the government, and we kind of tried to look for places that are viable, that there's some kind of, government rest and things are good. So I immediately got a meeting with the vice president of the country, which in these countries isn't as hard as like maybe the United States or somewhere else. So I got talking to him, and he introduced me to the UN. He said, we need you here. If what you're saying is true, we need you. And we started to work with the UN, did a pilot program over in Georgia where we took 12 youth and we put them on our platform, teaching them data labeling and all kinds of different translation annotations and how to use the platform and what it was. And the UN said within 6 months, they said, this is the fastest private-public deal we've ever done with any company ever. Wow. And you're the most controversial because you're using crypto and blockchain, but we can see the benefits. Let's move forward. So we made a partnership right there on the spot, and we built out our first hub, which is located in Rustavi, which is about 45 minutes outside the capital. Very, very poverty. It's a very poor place, but we put our center right in the middle of the center of Rustavi, and we aim to grow out this motivation of a new technical digital world with our members and continue to grow that, and then bring that to Africa. That's what we're doing next, and we're doing it soon.
That's amazing, man.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Beautiful.
Perhaps Lynn, you can mention why you think these Akon Effect Hubs are so important and integral to Akoin's vision.
Yeah, we mentioned the last panel, just using our ambassador network in and of itself, they already are wondering where they're going to be, where they can sign up, because what's really cool and how it fits into our ecosystem, it's yes, about creating community, on the ground, centers for education, learning, and earning opportunities. But what Chris mentioned, and this blew our mind, right? He said millions of transactions, 95 countries. People are already doing this. Even if they're not at a center, they're also able to come in through the app. So if you imagine in our world, we have centers across Akoin, Effect Opportunity Hubs. Look for them because the branding will be everywhere. Across Africa, if you want to go in and learn the type of educations that we spoke about, if you're not going to the centers, you can also go online to the Effect AI app or DApp on our platform and start doing those learning and earning opportunities online. So it's both. And then the third prong of that is you're able to take the currency that Chris mentioned that is already established and people are earning through Effect AI and bring it into Akoin, right? And this is Akoin for Africa. This is utility for the coin on our platform and in the local community. So you can change into Akoin, you can go out and buy local groceries or pay your utility bill. That interoperability is really important, and that's our entire model in terms of the DApp ecosystem. So there's a reason why we're putting a lot of attention to this partnership, and you're going to see, again, a lot of the rollouts, a lot of the announcements, a lot of the branding coming to you soon.
Bang, let's
It's also,
go. I'm
it's
ready.
also
Let's
really
go.
borderless. It's also borderless in the way that people can do cash in, cash out.
Amazing. So perhaps, Chris, to close, how soon do you think we're going to be able to see these opportunity hubs in action? And what type of partnerships are you looking for? Like people, to reach out to you that might be watching this session.
All right. Yeah. So it's going to happen soon because that's the only way I know how to work. So if you know me, when I'm passionate about something, then I go after it. I have a very, very great team here in Amsterdam who I leave behind often to go gallivanting and trying to make change in the world. So when we started talking about this, we were talking about next year sometime. And I was like, no, there's no next year for me. It doesn't even exist in my world. It's right now. So we're aiming for Q4, but there's absolutely no reason why I can't be on the ground there way sooner and get this thing off. But the goal is Q4. I like to deliver, I like to deliver much sooner than promised. So Q4, you can guarantee that these places will be opened. The first one will be opened in Kenya, I believe. We're looking for a couple different locations, but that's not the hard part. The hard part is building it. And I don't like to leave it in the hands of anybody but myself. So I'll go there. We'll compile a team with Akon and the Akoin team, and we'll build this thing out. And yeah, you guys will be able to view it all the way through the construction of it. And it doesn't need to actually have construction. We can pick a physical location that's already established, unlike our other one. But yeah, I'll be doing video blogs over there, and you can all come along for the journey. Yeah, and what I want to do is build this really fast, so then me and Akon can like jam out some jams real quick. I can show them my bass guitar licks because I know there's one cryptocurrency guy, I think his name was Ian Bellina, who made this like hip hop rap song. It's the worst thing I ever saw. So I think me and Akon need to just do this justice and give the whole entire crypto space something fresh and something new that's not that. So yeah, I'm very, very excited. I think this is going to be an absolutely phenomenal thing. Akon has done so much. His network is very big. So to finish this off, we're looking for anybody in Africa or globally that wants to put their data onto a fair platform that's going to pay people fair prices to do this work that's incredibly important. And specifically anybody in Kenya, Senegal, Uganda, anywhere in Africa, if you need some data structured, then we have the first hub being opened, and we'd love to work on your stuff.
Amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go, go, go.
Let's go.
Let's go, Daddy.
I'm really, really excited to see these Akon Effect hubs in action. Hopefully I can come join you at some point, Chris. Yeah, watch this space, guys. I think there's so much more to come. So it's just great to see a collaboration that's happened at Blockdown come to fruition so quickly after meeting in April, I think it was. So well done, guys. Great job. And so excited to see what the future brings.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. And thank you, Erhan, for making the network connection. You're exactly right. Origin stories are important, and we wouldn't have made this connection and this beautiful partnership without you. So thank you.
And we will pay it forward in making sure that we ultimately open one or more hubs in Turkey, starting with Istanbul.
Hey.
So there we go.
Commitment
yeah,
made.
absolutely. And Chris, man, it's an honor to have you a part of the team, man. You're doing great work. And when the guys presented it to me, I was super excited about this partnership. So
yeah, man, I'm excited too, man. Yeah, it's a pleasure and an honor to be able to do this. Yeah, my sister is a massive fan, so she thinks I'm the coolest dude ever speaking with you.
That's what's up.
With you, so yeah, but really excited. And honestly, so just to follow up on that, I know we're at the end, but I will be on the first plane that I can possibly be on over to Kenya to just get the party started. So yeah, we'll see.
All right, that sounds good. That sounds good.
Happening now. Thank you, Unitize. Thank you, Erhan.
Thanks, guys.
Unitize.
Awesome.
See you guys.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
And I'm back, everybody. For those of you who just joined us, welcome to day one of the Global Leaders Asia edition of Unitize. Unitize is essentially an online conference, an online platform built or created by two of what I would call as enablers of the blockchain industry, which is Blockshow, which is who I represent, as well as the iconic guys from the San Francisco Blockchain Week. We're almost halfway through the Asia edition, and don't forget, about a few hours' time, actually more than a few hours, about 10 hours' time, we'll be doing the US edition. We have more information on that. If not, go check out the agenda, which is available online, or if you're watching this umbrella, it's also available on the tab on my left. All right. I think we've had a conversation already about, obviously, the landscape. We talked about regulatory frameworks. We talked about innovation. I think Akon's talked a lot. Akon and his team has talked a lot about what they're doing, the city, etc., etc. I think one of the biggest things that actually grows, the industry, we go back to what Veronica said about the ecosystem. And building an ecosystem is one thing. There's always a lot of people who want to do this community building work and everything as well. However, the hardest part with building an ecosystem, it's actually not building it, it's actually sustaining it. And to sustain a ecosystem, you need to have proper values. And to join us right now are two people, or rather say three people, who probably need no introduction. First and foremost, we obviously have the founder and the boss man himself from Binance, which is CZ. CZ is joined by Viktor from Trust Wallet. For those of you who don't know, right? Everybody knows about his investments in Toko Crypto, into his acquisition of CoinMarketCap, etc. But the one that really started this flow or this whole momentum of acquisition in the blockchain space is actually Viktor's Trust Wallet that happened in 2018. And to actually share a little bit more about this, we also have Jay Casano, who is from our very own, the chief editor of Cointelegraph. So to have a conversation about the values of building a ecosystem, sustainable ecosystem, if I can say so, please join us in welcoming these three gentlemen live right now.
Thanks, guys, for joining. It's really great to get to chat with you both right now. I think to start out, I actually want to ask Viktor, having joined the Binance family in August 2018, what advice do you have for the newest members of the Binance ecosystem, like CoinMarketCap and Toko Crypto?
That's a good question. So I think, we're probably, interesting use case as a team where we're like the first acquisition for Binance. And, like when I met CC for the first time, in the first 30 minutes, we pretty much made a deal. And so one of the things we discussed is that we want to be autonomous as a team. We want to have all the independence. And so for us, it worked out really well for the past, 2 years that we've been working together. So I think it's all about being autonomous as a team, because if you want to make good progress, you want to stay as lean as possible and to have smaller teams, iterate really quick, and try to focus on the main use cases that you're trying to achieve. So my advice would be just focus on your team. Don't try to get really distracted, and try to keep independence as much as you can.
And for both of you, what's been the best part of being part of Binance for you, Viktor, and for CZ for having Trust Wallet join your ecosystem? What's been the best part of that relationship, and what's been the hardest part of that kind of expansion?
Yeah, I think for me specifically, I would say that just being focused on building a product is the most rewarding thing for me, because one of the things that I was struggling before is that okay, we need to run the business. So it means we need to have HR, we need to run marketing, we need to run finances, we need to raise capital. So those kind of things are very destructive to a business. And if you want to keep lean and just building a product, you need to make sure that you have a really good team behind you who can help you move forward. And so for me, that kind of worked really well. And I'm a developer myself. I spend most of my time coding. So this is kind of what I love to do the most, and really good for me.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, we don't really know how to do wallets. So having somebody who's really product focused and a strong entrepreneur really helps. So for us, basically for us to have a wallet, we have to do that. We can't develop that product ourselves. So we have to merge a team in. And I think Viktor is very strong, is a strong entrepreneur and leading a team. So it was a no-brainer. And also, I think for me, the key thing is that Viktor's vision and missions and values align with Binance quite well. So we so far have had very little conflicts of friction. And Viktor maintains a higher degree of independence or autonomity, atomicity for his team. So they execute, and I just look at the numbers every once in a while. And Viktor and I don't actually talk that much. We talk once like every couple of months or so. So yeah, things, the numbers are going up. So things are working out pretty well.
So it's true anyway in crypto. Number go up, it's a good thing. So you alluded to the values that you guys share. Can you be a little more specific about, when you think about Binance as an ecosystem, how do you define that, and what are the values that you're looking for that make, in this case, the relationship with Trust Wallet so productive?
Yeah, I think the number one value we in our service, either the exchange or the wallet, is we want to protect users. So even though Trust Wallet is a non-custodian wallet, but it's still in infrastructure where people use to manage their money or crypto, right? So manage their assets. And security is really important. And whatever we do, we want to protect the users' funds, etc. So so I think that's the most important key. And I think Viktor works very diligently, and Viktor shares this value very strongly. And we're always the target of hackers, all kind of hackers, even decentralized wallets. There are hacking attempts, etc. And we also want to promote the freedom of money, which we strongly believe. I think we both believe very strongly that crypto is the solution to that. So, and this is something that we feel is very meaningful to push. So I think having shared those values, the other stuff is quite relatively easy to sort of cooperate, and if there's any difficulties, quite easy to overcome.
Viktor, would you say that there are any values or approaches or anything along those lines that you've picked up in your time that you've been working with Binance, something that maybe you learned from them and working with their team?
Yeah, totally. I mean, we learn a lot from each other in terms of like different aspects. Our goal is like always protect the users. And, even if you talk about like non-custodial wallets, as CZ mentioned, it sounds kind of funny to say this, but I feel that majority of people still would rather use centralized solutions just because not everyone is able to do really good security on their funds. So our mission is also to educate all the users on how to manage their money. That's very tricky because technology in non-custodial wallet space is not being developed that well. So we need to make sure that people know how to handle it. What the recovery phrase is, how do you keep it secure? How do you make sure you don't fall for like phishing attacks and just social hacking? So I think those are kind of important ones. But at the same time, we share the same values in terms of being open, transparent, and try to focus on building open source and give all the developers tooling for building more functionality on top of it.
Does it ever feel like you're, pulling in slightly different directions with, on the one hand being a non-custodial wallet and on the other hand users, possibly keeping their funds in a hot wallet on an exchange? Are those sort of opposing goals in some cases?
I think our goal is just to give freedom and have ability to pick whichever format you like. There are some people who prefer to have it on centralized solutions, or if you want to have access on your phone, you can have that. So I think it's all about the options that users have. And this is up to them to choose whichever picks, more security for them.
So I think that's the best part of having Trust Wallet in our ecosystem is we give users the choice. So when the users want to hold their coins on their own, I encourage it. So look, if you know how to do it, if you want to do it, please do. And we have a product for you. So I always promote Trust Wallet to users who wants to do that. So now we can let people stay in the ecosystem. So it's not a competition. It's not, okay, no, we're just promoting one way or another. No, we promote both ways. And I think the users are very different, right? So the guys who wants the ease of use of using an email and password to log in and have their funds there and being able to reset their password, forget their passwords, etc. Those users want to use centralized exchanges, and the heavy traders want to use centralized exchanges. The sort of OGs or the pure crypto guys, they want to hold their own keys. They want to do their secure backups. Oh, please use Trust Wallet. So we really see there's really no conflict. And so I never really convince people to change their behavior. So we want to promote. We want to give them the options. So that's the best thing about Well, that's one of the things I thought we had to have a decentralized wallet in our ecosystem. It's very key.
So zooming out a little bit, when did you first start even thinking of Binance as an ecosystem and not just an exchange?
To be honest, even after the Trust Wallet acquisition, I didn't think of Binance as an ecosystem. It was just a exchange, custodial exchange plus a non-custodial wallet, which is really, and plus a ERC20 wallet at the time of the acquisition or the merge. So at the time, it was I think Trust Wallet was advertised as the Ethereum wallet, and it's just a really good UI, a really good interface. And I learned about Trust Wallet on WeChat, actually. One of the Chinese guys posted, said this is the best wallet there is. And I said, well, and this is an OG in the industry. So I was like, well, if that guy said that, I should look into it. I tried it. It's really good. So at the beginning, it was just sort of having a response to people saying, not your keys, not your coins. So we want to say, look, we have a solution for that as well. And I know wallets is always a very key part of this industry. So having a wallet, decentralized wallet, is really important. A lot of dApps, wallets are like browsers to the dApps, so they're kind of the entry points for cryptocurrencies. So the idea of ecosystem came much later when we did a few acquisitions later. We said, well, we kind of had an ecosystem already. It wasn't by design. So, but at the time when we were discussing when I was discussing with Viktor, it was really good product, already have user traction, already have users, and when I spoke to Viktor, it was quite easy to reach a deal. We both we found a very good complementary match, whereas we could provide the marketing support, the HR, the sort of finance, and everything else, and he's a really good tech product guy. So let him build the technology and the product. Yeah.
So Viktor, in the Binance announcement 2 years ago, or a little less, I guess, but almost 2 years now, about acquiring Trust Wallet, Binance highlighted both Trust Wallet's technology, the security, as well as its user adoption. Do you think it was your tech or your user base that contributed more to Binance wanting to acquire Trust Wallet?
I think having user base is just a validation that you have a product, right? So you probably know that users want to use it. But at the same time, I think it's always a little bit of both. You want to make sure that there's a product, there's a good use case, there's traction. Make sure we have all the right technology behind it. At the same time, we have a team behind it, because team is what is going to drive it for the next years forward. So I think it's a combination of both things.
So, CZ, in a purely hypothetical scenario in which you had two competing products being considered for inclusion in your ecosystem, would you choose the one that was much better technologically or had much stronger user adoption?
I think it depends. To be honest, it depends a little bit. Having users is always stronger, typically. But if there's a newer product that's less proven on the market, but just because it's newer, and but it does clearly show product superiority. But I think both of those are actually not as important as the founder culture. So like you got to look at the team and the person. I mean, basically, the product and users validates what they can build, validates their abilities. But in order to be able to get along for the longer term, I think it's the people that you have to deal with, you have to interact with and work with. So talking with Viktor, he's a serial entrepreneur. This is not his first startup, and he's a strong technologist, and he's very focused on product. And he was so there's a very strong sort of common values and common sort of logical, common even just shared common sense. So I think that's also the team. So once we know the product works, there is a product, there is users, the team aspect is also quite important. Just because it's a long term, it's kind of to be honest, merging two teams is probably stronger than a marriage. You gotta stay together for a while. I mean, people do break up as well, but it's to know that you will be able to get along.
Yeah, in many cases, a merger is probably more permanent than a marriage. So
yeah.
So let's dive into the nitty gritty a little bit of how this relationship works between you guys and sort of post merger acquisition. As you're no doubt aware, both of you, there's been a little controversy this year as to the independence of entities that are acquired by Binance. For example, with CoinMarketCap's rating system after the acquisition. Can you just give us a little insight into how exactly portfolio companies operate within Binance? How independent do they remain? What functions do you share? You talked about HR and finance before. How does it all work? Enlighten us.
Sure. I'll say a little bit, and Viktor can validate that or not. So I think but not every portfolio company works the same way. But typically, Binance is a fairly strong financial engine. So Binance is one of the sort of exchanges, one of the sort of profit-generating businesses. And Binance typically fund the other developments. So the exchange typically funds some of the other developments. So from a funding perspective, from a finance perspective, it's generally more centralized controlled. So we kind of, because the Binance engine funds everything, it's more centralized. Like all the admin sort of back office. So the way I view businesses are, there's really three sort of bigger departments. One is what I call getting users, so either marketing or sales. So that those are the guys getting users in or getting businesses in. And the other one is execution. So if you're a traditional business, you would typically be the project execution team. In our case, it's a product and service team. So building products, product guys, technology guys, QAs, customer support, product and services is a big one. Other than those two big groups, everything else is what I call back office. So back office includes HR, finance, admin, all this other, so the back office people service the other people in the other two groups that typically not external facing, so including legal, etc. So typically, depending on the portfolio company, if the portfolio company, typically they will rely to a very relatively large degree on the sort of back office features of the Binance ecosystem. Typically, founders, entrepreneurs don't really want to deal with, legal, finance, all this other stuff. So we provide the financial support for most developments to now, and this is why we can keep a lot of the products free. And free is one of the best ways to increase user adoption. So, and on the products and on the product service and even marketing, we give some support as well because Binance has a pretty strong marketing engine and the brand recognition. But on the product tech side, most teams are very independent, and Trust Wallet is super independent. And different from the CoinMarketCap, Trust Wallet has no other sort of say conflict of interest issues. So they support a very large number of blockchains. They support a large number of coins. They're pretty independent anyway. CoinMarketCap is a little bit different because it deals with other exchanges. And that, of course, have an overlap with Binance.com, the exchange. But the team and the team still operate relatively independently. But I do talk to them often, especially right after the acquisition. So we want to make sure the team actually gel together. So it's a little bit different, I think. But Trust Wallet is very, very independent, in my opinion.
Would you agree with that, Viktor?
Yeah, totally. There's lots of different use cases I can just show in terms of how we try to build our own use cases. So, we have our own, tools for communication internally, using Slack, for example, right? So it just makes it easier for us to communicate with the teams. We have all the integration inside, and it's not something, Binance itself uses. And at the same time, we try to hire people on our team, from help from HR. And then we have, one or two people on each side. So we have one person who does the customer support. At the same time, they can get help from Binance teams, but we try to have one marketing person who can also interact with the, outside of the Binance teams, etc. So in this case, we just try to be independent as much as we can. And, I think it works both ways. So if we're independent, it means we can produce more results in the end. So we also focus a lot on the open source. So we do open source, lots of libraries that allows other developers to build things on top. And, if you think about just, team management projection, then you'll see that the less friction we have just managing our finance, marketing, back office in total, then the better we could do on the product side. So, the more Binance can help on that, the better for me specifically, just because I want my team to be focused on coding, building products, shipping things every day. And so I think that's the only way to go.
And just to follow up quickly, Victor, on and then I'll jump back to you, CZ. I'm just curious, when you talk about open sourcing libraries, there's often a lot of, crypto is a little bit of an exceptional industry, but a lot of big companies don't necessarily support open source directly themselves. Was that something you were doing before the acquisition, or is it something that's been encouraged by Binance?
It was both. I think, we have ability to do it, and we were doing since the beginning. There's a couple of things that we had to, close source, as our mobile app. And I think it was the Binance decision was before we even got acquired. So, but overall, we try to look from the perspective is that we don't want to open source our product, but we want to think about modules that we can build for people to build stuff on top of it. So that's why I want to make sure people can easily build wallets, but not the interfaces. So they can build interfaces themselves. So in that case, we just focus on okay, let's just give all this utilities for other blockchains out there so they can integrate all these blockchains for Trust Wallet. At the same time, anyone could use that benefit altogether.
And CZ, you were going to say something before I cut you off.
That's okay. Yeah, I think so. Basically, for example, the which components to open source or not is totally Victor's and his team's decision. So I don't even really know. I think it was mentioned to me, but it wasn't like a deep discussion with me. And I don't even use Slack. So they each team use their own communication tools. So I think that's a pretty big telltale sign of how independent teams are.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, that raises a question for me, which Victor, CZ said before that you guys only talk, maybe every month or every other month. Do you ever talk to the other members of the ecosystem, or do you ever have reason to talk to, Travala or Toko Crypto or any of those folks?
I think that's for Victor.
Sorry, that was for you, Victor.
Oh,
I was curious if there's cross-pollination between the portfolio companies at all.
There is a couple of things I do for my personal growth in general on how I want to develop myself and learn from other people. The way I actually structure it, I don't think I heard from anyone else this, but I have 3 people that I have one-on-ones across different teams. So I just basically reached out to people that I want to learn from, and I said, can we have one-on-ones every couple of months? And here's a list of questions that I will have for you, and we'll just discuss over, and I'll want to share your perspective from different departments. So it's very easy to do it for me, and everyone is just open for sharing knowledge. And I personally think that this is everyone else should be encouraging in different teams, just to have one-on-ones with people you don't even interact usually on basis. So in this case, you can learn quickly, and then you can learn from other teams to see their best practices.
Yeah, and I can comment a little bit on that. I think basically Victor do work pretty closely with, for example, the Binance Chain team. We have a DEX, which Trust Wallet supports as well. So Victor's works more on the blockchain. So basically, if there's interactions or if there's meaningful collaborations to be had, they're free to talk to each other. Most of them do talk to other portfolio or ecosystem teams in Binance to some degree. And I don't really get involved in those conversations, to be honest. They talk one-to-one usually. Yeah.
Are there different ways, and I assume there must be, but are there different ways that you guys think about adoption throughout your ecosystem? I can imagine, within the cryptocurrency communities and the blockchain communities, there's already some distinctions about how they think about adoption. But what does that look like within Binance and across the ecosystem?
So Victor and I do talk about this. So how do we increase adoption? How do we get the next million, 10 million, 100 million users? So and I think for different products it works slightly differently. So for Trust Wallet, for example, is how do you securely keep your backup and how do you securely manage your mobile wallet, which is a little bit different from, say, an exchange. So we do share different ideas, but I think in each of our respective areas, I would respect Victor on the wallet adoption, different mechanisms or different experiments we try. So I'm typically fairly hands-off in terms of those approaches. Victor can probably add a bit more
Yeah, I think in terms of adoption, it's all about let's find good use cases that work for people, right? How can we help to do better finance for people who don't have access to decentralized finance at the moment? And so, when you think about adoption, is that like, how do you think about like different services that's around it? So I want to make sure we build all this infrastructure, because without infrastructure, there is no developers who can build easy to use products on top of it. Like if you look back, 2010, then to use Bitcoin, it was quite difficult. You would need to run our nodes. You need to run a computer altogether. So it's just quite difficult. But once we get to 2020, we see that everything kind of on mobile now. So you can create a wallet in pretty much like a minute, and you have access to Bitcoin, Ethereum altogether. And so when we think about adoption, we think, how can we make it like super easy for anyone to use? At the same time, it needs to be secure, so that like people have the belief that this works, right? This will take years until we do that type of education. We iterate on the product to make sure we understand how people behave, how do they use those products. In terms of adoption, it will definitely take years to make this happen, but we need to be really focused on getting those users to use it.
So, Viktor, in an interview at the end of 2019, you said that you'll be focusing on further implementing staking and DeFi within Trust Wallet. First, what progress have you made on that front, halfway through 2020? And then I'm also curious, why you see DeFi as driving more further adoption of cryptocurrency.
Yeah, so we think about staking as the way for people to be participants in blockchain. So it means that if you stake, you delegate your coins to other validators on the chain. So there's a kind of governance already, because you can pick who you want to be validating the network. So in the past, 6 months, we did integrate a couple of the blockchains. It's Tezos, Cosmos, Tron, Kava, and a few others that allows you to do staking. And so our goal is just give more options for people to utilize their coins, make sure they're involved in a blockchain development. And at the same time, we provide access to all the DeFi applications, like Compound. And then there's so many different applications that have been built. And, there is lots of functionality that could be injected into like a dev browser. This is kind of the simplest way to interact with dApps at the moment. And so our goal is to see like what kind of use cases out there being used very often by people, and how can we bring that to the native interfaces to build on mobile. Yeah, I think we're making a good progress just by adding all this functionality. But at the same time, we're trying to think like how can we build other tooling for developers, and we build our own like SDK that allows us to interact with Trust Wallet natively on the phone. So it means that more developers who knows how to build on mobile can come in and just start building applications without worrying about like private keys, because it will be handled by the wallet itself.
Yeah, actually, Viktor was one of the early guys who told me that we should do more staking. So, and they were already doing staking in Trust Wallet. And even before that, we were doing the Neo gas distributions, which is kind of like staking, but not exactly called staking. But after when Trust Wallet was adding more and more staking support, I realized, well, we got to add that on the centralized exchange as well. So we provide both. So one actually helps the other to sort of learn about the industry, to like measure where the adoption is, etc. So
yeah, it sounds like a perfect confluence there.
Yeah.
So as we come to the close of our session, I want to zoom out a little bit from ecosystem maybe to community, and the sort of broader crypto community. So CZ, your counterpart at Coinbase, Brian Armstrong, wrote a tweet last month that most execs and CEOs don't want to speak with mainstream media as much as they did even a few years ago. Our customers are on social media, not mainstream media, and companies want to be able to control their own distribution channels. And he followed up, publishing to our own blog, Twitter, YouTube lets us say what is on our mind and talk to our customers, not get one quote in an otherwise balanced article. Do you share Brian's view that it's preferred for CEOs to go directly to their audience and customers on social media rather than communicate through the press? Or, being a journalist myself, I'm curious what you see as the role of journalists in the media and crypto community.
Yeah, so I typically take a view where it's not black and white. So a lot of people have I don't think Brian Armstrong has a black and white view on it, but people may misinterpret his post like that. But they're good journalists, and they're good mainstream media, and they're bad journalists, and they're bad media even in the crypto industry. And sometimes within the one new magazine or news outlet, the different editors or even the same editor or same journalist sometimes writes a good article, sometimes writes a bad article. It just, people have off days. And sometimes it's really annoying from a founder perspective when there's a really negative and not so truthful article. Sometimes the journalist could misinterpret something and then they write a sort of a clickbait headline. So we had guys writing, well, obviously we had guys writing like police raids on Binance offices. Actually, when that article came out, within 12 hours, the BNB market share dropped from 2.6 billion to 2.2 billion. So we actually lost $400 million of market cap in 12 hours just from a fake article. So there are some real damages those bad articles do inflict. But from my perspective, I try not to be black and white. I mean, sometimes people have an off day. Sometimes people just write something. It happens to everyone. Some people are just always negative, and which I try to avoid. And some magazines are always negative, which I try to avoid. I think historically, a lot of the mainstream media has always been negative, more or less negative, towards crypto. So that's probably why. But I mean, for myself, I try to interact with anybody who really wants to interact with us. As long as they are not consistently negative, we try to interact with them. And I think talking with mainstream media, sort of the traditional media, is actually quite important because a lot of our users, the new users, are in those camps. So I do try to talk to everybody the best I can, but sometimes I fall into the same feeling where I'm really annoyed with some really clickbait article, but it is what it is. Yeah, it just happens.
Yeah, I can imagine. So I think we probably have time for one more question. And on the theme of community and a little bit of the finance side of things, I'm curious how you guys, both of you, think about the role of whales in the crypto community. With the questions around liquidity and derivatives and market manipulation, do you think that whales are more harmful to the community, or do they play an important role still? How do you think about it internally at Binance even?
Sure, I'll take a crack at it first. I think it's neither good or bad. Again, I don't think there's a black and white view of it, but there's a few different things. How you define well is a gradient scale, right? For a guy who's like, I don't know, whose income, like say in a less developed country, whose income is only like $100 a month, any person in a developed country is a whale. Like if you have $1,000, you're a big whale for them. And so, for example, when we set a Launchpad participation limit of $1,000, we thought that was pretty normal. But a lot of less developed countries complain about it, saying, "Oh, we're getting only towards whales." And for guys in a developed country, then yeah, if you have $1,000, you're a normal guy. I mean, if you have $2 million or $10 million, then you're a whale. For the guys who have $10 million, the guy who has $1 billion is a whale. So there's different aspects of it. More fundamentally, though, in a decentralized environment, in a decentralized world, you can't control what other people do. Like, if a guy has like $100 million and just want to buy Bitcoin and he just put market orders in all the time, yes, you're gonna see like really big spikes, right? So, but do we want to limit them? Do we want to control them? Do we want to exclude them from our community? That's not what decentralization is about. So I think the more fundamental thing is, I think we just got to realize how the world works and deal with it and accept it and move on from there. So I think whales, there will always be a bigger whale for most guys, unless you're Jeff Bezos. So I think basically you just gotta deal with it and operate, change your mindset so that you work within this. You can thrive in this environment. There's always most likely somebody who's bigger than, have more cash than you, and they may do some crazy things. They may buy more aggressively than you do. They may want to move the market even. But it's from an exchange perspective, it's very hard to say the guy with $100 million and they're just buying and they're causing the price to go up. Is that manipulation or not? It's really hard to tell, to be honest. Like it's just one guy buying a lot of something. Is it bad or good? Is it good or bad? I mean, some small fish may like it, right? Because they see the price go up. But if the guy who just sold at the bottom, they'll hate it. So it is what it is. So I think basically there's no right and wrong. There's no black and white, right and wrong. There are some really clear sort of common sense manipulative behaviors which we try to prevent. But by and large, it's a gradient scale where we just have to find some balance somewhere.
Victor, I don't know if it's a topic you have a strong opinion on, but you get to have the last word on it. Crypto whales and their role in the ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky question, you know, like what a whale is, right? Like people who joined Bitcoin back in 2010, 12, like, are they the whales because they joined early? I think if they had a belief, then, you know, they joined and they got their reward back. So there's those kind of people. And then there's also like distribution of finance in general in the world. You know, if you live in a country like United States, then everything, you know, it's capitalist, right? So lots of people have tons of money and, you know, lots of people who don't have money. But if you look at a country like Norway, where everything is distributed kind of evenly. So it's kind of hard to tell because of the cultures of different countries and how the funds are distributed. And so, you know, the good thing about like finance in crypto is that, you know, it's not up to us to control them and not to, you know, take their money. Because, you know, I come from background in Ukraine where someone would run a business, you know, they make money and then government come in and shut them down. So this is kind of the cases I wouldn't want to happen in crypto. And, you know, like it's good that we have that option now to protect our own funds.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you both for making time for this chat. It's been really provocative and enlightening. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay, for having us.
Thanks so much, Jay.
Take care.
We're back. All right, moving it on. Just a couple of announcements. If you join me once again, for anyone who's just joined us, welcome to Unitize. We are just barely into day 1 of 5, essentially. Quick announcements again for all of you who've just joined us. If you're on the Brella platform or if you're actually watching us from Facebook or YouTube via the Cointelegraph channel, please try and join us at Brella because besides viewing the content, there are many amazing things going on. You're able to network with people, you're able to connect, set up meetings. Most importantly, right, you can come and check out some of the cornerstones or some of the heavyweights essentially in the blockchain industry that have all come out to support our efforts to create Unitize, which is essentially a platform where we gather the decentralized community all over the space, right? If you actually go to the left again, and if you look at the exhibition and rewards tab, you will actually stand a chance to win a pair of AirPods Pro daily. At the same time, if you've got any questions, please visit us at unitize.online/rewards for more details. Moving along with the content. So we talked about the values of the ecosystem. That's by CZ and Victor, hosted by Jay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, what exactly are we building on the blockchain, right? And I think the words we hear a lot about, protocols, staking, etc. And one other thing is we hear a lot about is the word fabric, right? And what exactly does that mean? And to share a little bit more, especially sharing a bit more about his dream and vision about what Web 3.0 is, I'd like to invite actually one of our sponsors as well as a longtime supporter again of Block Show and some of our co-hosts, which is essentially one of the first protocols that came out of China. I'm talking about no other than Dawe Hongfei together with Neo, and he's here to present his latest keynote and findings about the next generation of the internet. Once again, this is brought to you by Neo, Hongfei, Yuan, and the guys. Thank you so much for your support. Enjoy.
Hello everyone, I'm Dawe Hongfei. I'm the founder of Neo. Thank you for joining this online and joint force event of Unitize. I'm very happy to be invited to share some of my thoughts with the new community, the blockchain industry, and maybe even broader audience, including people that are interested in those cutting-edge new technologies and how these technologies will change our future. So today I'm going to cover 3 topics. First, I'm going to discuss a little bit about the current situations that we're facing, the problems in the world. Secondly, I'm gonna discuss why the next generation internet will be the solution to the problems we're facing, and how blockchain is the fabric of next generation internet. And last but not least, I'm going to look into 4 different sectors in the blockchain industry that are full of business opportunities. So let's get started. I'm sitting in Niu's office in Shanghai now. The life here are mostly getting back to normal. Business are running and people are going to restaurants. But I know there are still many countries and areas are experiencing the COVID-19 pandemic. Besides the pandemic, there are many other problems that the world is facing. If I have to pick the most serious one, the biggest one that will have the biggest impact on the human development for the next decade, I would say it's deglobalization. We're seeing many signs that are the evidence of the deglobalization trend. Especially from the Chinese perspective, the trade war between US and China for the last few years, the recent conflict between India and China over the distributed border, and how India responded by delisting dozens of Chinese linked app on their app stores, are the evidence that we're probably seeing a pause of the globalization process. The idea of an interconnected global shared community is not that popular recently. But this is not the first time that we've seen this kind of stagnation. If we look back into history, we will see that we have experienced similar situations before. From this graph, you will see that we have already gone through different cycles of growth and stagnation. So with the invention of new technologies like steam engine, like electrification, like automobile transportation and computer internet, these new technologies will bring a very fast growth to the human. But then inevitably, some serious conflicts popped up, like the First and Second World War, the collapse, the Cold War between US and Soviet Union, and more recently, the global financial crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic. So the very natural question will be where we are, which direction are we going to? Are we seeing for the next decade, are we gonna stay at where we are? Or are we in the dawn of a new cycle, a new growing cycle? My answer is the latter one. I believe with the invention of new technologies, those new game-changing technologies like blockchain, like AI, like human-computer interface, we are in the dawn of a new cycle of very fast growth. And I would like to call this cycle the digital economy cycle. And this digital economy will be running on top of the so-called next generation internet. It's not just a optimized version of current internet. It will be a completely different new internet, which is not just a technological technology, which is also an institutional technology. So people may ask, why don't we just build on top of today's internet? What's the problem with today's internet? I think there are two major problems with current internet, a horizontal one and a vertical one. So let's look at the horizontal one first. I call it horizontal isolation. So as you can see from the slide, there are 4 major internet companies: Facebook, Tencent, Alibaba, and Twitter. They have their own apps: WhatsApp, WeChat, Alipay, Weibo, Twitter. If you are a user of these apps, you will notice some strange things. For example, if you are a WhatsApp user, you cannot send message to WeChat user. If you are a WeChat Pay user, you cannot transfer money to Alipay users. And you cannot share information between Weibo and Twitter. So these are data silos that are maintained, that are intentionally maintained by these internet giants. And then they use those data silos to form monopolies, to impede competition. Sometimes they even abuse the privacy of their users for commercial and even for political agendas. The second issue of today's internet is what I call vertical friction. So current internet is designed as an information exchange network. It's good at delivering information globally, but it is really bad at transmitting value. It's bad at creating trust, let alone reflecting physical real-world activities on the internet. For the digital economy, we need to have a network that can combine, reflect all the flows, including the data flow, the money flow, and the physical flow together. Today's internet also, because it is not designed as a value network, it also lack of internationally accepted protocols and standards to connect the biological and physical layer to the digital layer, to extract and elevate information from the biological and physical to the digital realm. So we will need a new kind of internet that will be user-centric, that will be open, and that will be designed with a goal that it will be the foundation for the digital economy in mind. And the new kind of internet should have the following attributes. It should be modular, so everyone can build a part of it, and then different parts can be integrated together to become a bigger application. And also it should be opt-in, so user should freely choose different applications to use and obey different rules when they are doing business. It should also be interoperable, so different systems applications on top of the new kind of internet can talk to each other, can interact with each other. It should also be permissionless, so innovation can happen freely on the network without any approval. And it also should be adaptable, so the network can evolve over time. Let's look at the building blocks of the next generation internet, how it will look like. So first, we shouldn't build it from scratch. We should utilize the current infrastructure of current internet. So the next generation internet will be built on top of today's internet. There will be 2 layers: layer 1, the state layer, and layer 2, transaction layer. And user applications will be built on top of layer 2. At state layer, there will be different protocols focusing on different aspects. For example, digital assets will probably become the biggest sector of layer 1 state, the global state. For example, NEO is a digital asset protocol. Ethereum is also focusing a lot on digital asset, and Tezos, they're doing security token offerings. And then we need protocols for digital identity and data sharing. Ontology is a protocol designed to bring real-world identity onto the blockchain, and also to have different protocols for people, for entities to share and exchange their data asset. And similar projects are Sovereign Ocean Protocol. Storage is also a key element of the next generation internet. The storage protocol for next generation internet should be decentralized or distributed, and also it should be content addressed by content, not by URI. The most famous project is IPFS, and my company OnChain had been incubating a new project called DSP for about a year. And now they have finished the protocol, and they're looking for a community team to build an actual blockchain like Filecoin on top of the protocol itself. So with all these different protocols, blockchains like digital asset, digital identity, distributed storage, we need to have a so-called cross-chain or interoperability protocol to link them together, to form a bigger network. With the interoperability protocol, we can have smart contracts living on different protocols, interacting with each other. We will have atomic transactions over different blockchains. So it will be a larger global state layer. And on top of the global state layer is the layer 2, the transaction layer. Most transactions on public blockchains will happen at state channel in the future with ZK rollup technologies, Lightning Network, and similar layer 2 solutions. And also permissioned blockchains or consulting blockchains are also on the transaction layer. They probably were anchored to a public blockchain to solidate their state. And also centralized local ledgers like different payment systems are part of the transaction layer. And then on top of transaction layer is the interface that applications are at this on top of layer 2. So this is a maybe overly simplified version of the tech stack of the next generation internet. As you can tell, the technology are still immature. The infrastructures are not fully developed. So that means there are still many business opportunities waiting for us. This is also the topic of my last slide. I categorize these business opportunities into 3 groups. The first one is infrastructure, the second, enterprise adoption, and the third, digital finance. For infrastructure, I believe for the next maybe 2 years, most of the development will be focusing on several points. First, scalability, how to improve transaction per second, how to improve its storage. The second will be privacy, how to preserve privacy on public blockchains. It's always a hot topic. So the second category is what I call enterprise adoption. There are many use cases, but I think there's only one business logic behind it, the data as an asset or data as one of the means of production. If business and government can use blockchain technology to preserve their data of business or governance activities, then they can prove to their consumers about the traceability of their product. They can get loans from banks. They can exchange data from each other. So almost all business adoption applications can be abstracted as a application on top of data asset. So if you are trying to work on this direction, I think you can think about this in this way, in a data asset way. And the third category is digital finance, and this category is probably the most interesting and also most profitable category. I think the logic behind digital finance is also very simple. If you are a traditional financial institution, you want to set up a payment network, exchange or other financial services, you need to hire maybe a few hundreds of people with lawyers, with accountants, with other professionals. And then you need to pay a lot of money on security, on compliance. But if you are a blockchain entrepreneur, a digital finance entrepreneur, you probably only need 1 or 2 developers, and then you can create a crypto financial service in days. You only need to. The cost is maybe 1% of traditional financial services cost, and the efficiency may be 10 times higher than the traditional ones. So the logic is not that things come out of thin air. It is because blockchain is a decentralized system. For example, the security cost of the network is subsidized by all the token holders. It's not paid by you, by the blockchain startup. And also the security of individual accounts, the burden of AML, KYC, and other compliance costs are distributed to different individuals. So that's the logic behind digital finance or decentralized digital finance. No wonder we saw a boom recently with DeFi on the Ethereum platform. There are two directions that I'm really interested in, and I think it will be very lucrative. They are tokenization and crypto fiat gateway. Tokenization startups are acting as a channel to connect traditional financial system or financial assets and also physical assets with the blockchain asset. So there will be a very important bridge to connect these two different systems, and I think they have huge potential. And the second direction is a fiat crypto gateway. Although you can build a crypto payment system in days, but you still have to, not everyone is using crypto payment. You still have to pay, let's say, your employee in fiat. In most cases, you still have to buy coffee in fiat. So we need a fast, compliant, and convenient way to ramp on and ramp off the crypto highway. So I also believe crypto fiat gateway will be a very lucrative business in the future. So folks, this is my thoughts about where we are, what the future of internet will look like, and also what are the business opportunities in this domain. It's still in the first few days of the second half of 2020. I hope you guys like what I shared, and I wish you guys a fruitful second half of 2020. Thank you.
And we're back again. As Hongfei has just now talked about, adoption. He's talked about interoperability, etc., etc., etc. I think one of the most important things, and I think the last part to sum it up, he also said that one of the things that he feels that has a lot of business opportunities is the crypto to fiat gateway, right? I think all of this is great, and I think a lot of the progress from an innovation and technological aspect has been going on very well, especially over the last 6 months. The question here, though, is how do we get people on these various platforms or technologies, etc., etc.? And I think one of the things that's very, very important, it's always about customer confidence and customer trust. And with regards to customer confidence and customer trust, one thing we have to note is how do we build that? And that's fundamentally important. Even 10 years ago, in Asia, where the whole startup boom was happening, right, and getting people to trust e-commerce platforms, especially in Southeast Asia, that's always a discussion. And one person who I feel can best explain and share his thoughts on that is none other than Zhao, who is the CEO of OKEX. A lot of people know OKEX as just an exchange, but they're actually more than that. And one of the key things that Jay has been tasked with over the last 6 to 9 months is to try and build up that customer confidence. One thing he's always said, if you look at his Twitter, he always says this: customer is number one. Customer is the most important thing. Nothing else matters. Customer first. He has participated in many AMAs. He's participated as well in many Twitter kind of Q&As, etc., etc. And on that note, I would like to welcome Jay, and he will be interviewed again by Cointelegraph, this time by one of the editors at Cointelegraph, Jeffery Liu. And gentlemen, please take it away.
Hi, Jay. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for being here. Excited to speak with you today. So I thought we could start off just by talking a little bit about your background. What did you do before you became part of the blockchain space?
Well, I was in semiconductor industry for about 20 years, more than 20 years. And basically it's about like software and hardware design chips, and also managing a large group of people. And later on, I moved to the video streaming and start my own company. And that's so yeah, it's a lot of fun. Actually, it's a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
Cool. Do you remember what year you first heard about Bitcoin and/or blockchain?
Well, I heard about it about 7 years ago, 6 or 7 years ago, and blockchain. I think it's very fascinating. It's like it's like magic. So that after my semiconductor and video streaming ventures, I found my passion in blockchain. So that's why.
Very cool. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I bought my first BTC about 6 years ago. Yeah, it was quite a long ago. It was not much. It's just.
Do you remember the price when the first one you bought?
It's I think it's about $50-something.
Yeah, that would have been a while ago, huh? Wow. So do you feel like your former life in the semiconductor world prepared you for blockchain? Do you and I guess in what ways?
Well, yeah, that's a very good question. It's because in semiconductor industry we have to be very cautious and meticulous on our design, and if there's one fumble, that's cost millions of dollars loss. So we don't want that, and we do a lot of regression tests and do a lot of for every bug we found, we have to do the start regression test and all that. And so for the also for the software and the hardware design, we have to basically realize an idea. We have to realize the idea and make it a concrete, solid product for it. So it's like innovation and creation.
So you're definitely like a product guy then, yeah?
Sorry?
You're definitely like a product guy.
Yes, that's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Cool. So 2020 has been a little strange. I think we can all agree. How has the COVID-19 pandemic affected your goals that you might have set out for OKX at the start of the year?
Well, my pandemic, it's very sad. I think it's far from over, but it would definitely steer the work models from the office working to remote working, working from home, and also I think my goals before I joined OKEX is more of like promote the products, roll out more products as much as possible, but with the good products, safe and sound. And at the same time, we trying to promote the customer services, and also the innovations and creativities, and among others. Also, we want to basically provide a services to the unbanked, so they don't have access to traditional financial services. So with the pandemic come across, and we are more like it's, and like I said before, it's a very sad story, but it's we kind of want to make sure employees feel safe, and we will give them positive energy to them, because I'm a very positive guy, and I always stay positive. I try to tell them, everything will be okay, and we are going to be fine with all this, and with all it's going to be over. But I want to make sure they are feeling okay, come to work. If you don't feel safe, they can stay at home and work from home. Yeah.
Do you feel like that's a bit of an unorthodox role you've had to take on as leader in this industry? Is suddenly taking care of managing the health and wellness of your employees in an unexpected way? And how have you been dealing with that?
Well, I would put it this way. As I mentioned before, the management and coaching and mentorship and all that, I really enjoy doing this, and especially about something about blockchain, and I just love it. And so for whatever the reason, I would definitely want to promote this idea and more, and put a positive spin on it, and I share with my employees, so they can feel, more confident and more trust on me. And same with the customers and trust on OKEX. Basically, same analogy.
Sure. Wow. You had mentioned a few minutes ago that in a normal year, you probably be focusing a little more on putting out more products and focusing on things like that. So I wanted to talk a little bit about OK Chain and the OKX DEX, if we could, a little bit. I think these are really, really exciting projects you guys are working on. There was a period of time when decentralized services were perceived as more of a competitive threat rather than maybe innovation to embrace. What do you think led to the shift from you guys and from a lot of people in this industry to more embracing these decentralized aspects of the technology?
Could you rephrase in a different way? Could you just say it in a different way so I can better understand your question?
Sure. So I'm interested in OK Chain and everything you guys are working on with the OKX DEX. and I'm interested in what is leading so many exchanges to focusing on building their own blockchains and focusing more on decentralized services rather than maybe a custodial exchange.
Okay, if I get your question right, I think with OK Chain, it's our first public chain. And so before, like OKB, it's based on the ETH. And now we migrated to OK. And it's basically, it's a part of the ecosystem, OKEX ecosystem. And I would say we promote the basically customer relations, and we trying to start with, and secondly, we're trying to promote the ecosystem as collectively, and so this way with the OKDEX and all that, it's first step on the OK chain. So it's I think it's we will have more and more DApp rolling out pretty soon.
Cool. Okay. So any updates you can share that we can expect in the next half a year or so on the OKDEX side, OKXDEX rather?
Well, I would say we are now basically more focusing on the products like options and futures and perpetual swaps, and we're looking for we also trying to promote the fiat gateway, fiat to crypto gateway, all that. So you guys can welcome the post the comments on the Twitter, so we can understand the needs better.
Cool. Customer experience, user feedback seems really important to you. I know you've mentioned it a couple times that you're very focused. Do you think that that's something that's missing in this space a lot, that people don't focus on it enough?
I think definitely customer service is crucially important, and because after all, customer is king, and without customers' feedback or suggestions or anything like that, we would miss a lot of things. So we kind of, it's like we are building something in our own garage, not knowing what's going on outside the world. So we definitely want customers to come on and build on the trust of the bonding between the OKEX and the customer, and that's a very good way to engage, I think.
Cool. I guess in the same vein, what could we be doing more as a community to humanize blockchain for people that are not necessarily tech savvy? Is there more that we could be doing?
Oh, that's why we have the Beacon program, OKX Beacon program. And it started with Europe, and later on we're going to move on to different continents or countries. And at the same time, we also have OKX Academy, and that definitely helps with the beginners. And also we have like such as options and USDT's options, and those are for beginners as well. Just kind of digress a little bit.
No, that's actually is very, very neat. Do you think that leads to more customers in terms of spending time focusing on both user experience and education?
Well, we're trying to basically convert traditional financial service players to the crypto side. That's why we need to, trying to educate them. And I totally believe there will be coexistence between the crypto side and the traditional financial market. Cool. So So that's why I think it's very, very important.
Mm-hmm. I saw your Father's Day video. I thought that was really, really neat. Where you explained blockchain to your daughter. Is that correct?
Well, yes, that's right.
Okay. What kind of role do you think kids and young adults play in the space? Is it important to talk to a younger generation?
Well, I do think so. Nowadays, the kids are learning very fast. It's like riding a bike or learning a new language or something. So when they learn fast, they can catch the, the creativities, imaginations much faster than adults. And they're very creative themselves. So this way, by educating them earlier, and they can actually get a grasp of, get a grip of what's going to happen in the future. I think the blockchain, like I said, I couldn't stress enough. I truly believe there's coexistence of the crypto side and the traditional market, financial market. So say 10 years from now, 20 years from now, there will be a lot of things about the cryptos. And so I advocate the teaching young kids early age. They know things about the cryptos and blockchains. So in the future, when they encounter something, when they so they're not, it's not magic anymore.
Yeah.
It's
mm-hmm. Do you think it's important to talk to kids differently than adults, or do you think that people don't give kids enough credit, that kids can follow the same thing at an adult level? Or do you think it needs to be communicated in a different way?
Yeah, we have to use some like analogy or metaphor to tell them exactly, explain to them in a different way. So they can imprint this into their brain much better than adults. They have their own interpretation on the story we tell them. So I do believe a simplified and metaphoric speaking and putting out in a way which is makes sense and make it interesting, and instead of just bore them to another direction. That's not good. That's not good.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, get a little too technically minded, and sometimes kids drift off a little bit, huh?
Yes, that's right.
So Bitcoin recently had its third block halving. In the past two halvings, we've always had, the halvings have always preceded a tremendous era of growth, not just in terms of the price, but also in terms of the general innovation in the ecosystem. What do you see for our industry in the next 4 years? When we get to the next block halving, where are we going to be? What do you think the industry will look like?
Well, I'm still holding my Bitcoin, so I'm not trading anymore because I don't have much of a time. But I do think in the long run, say 5 years or 10 years from now, it's just still worth holding. It's I think it will bring good returns in the future. But before the next halving, I would say we still see right now still see a selling pressure, and will fluctuate a little bit. But eventually, we'll come back up, and I have total confidence on it.
Do you think it'll stay up this time, or do you think we'll have another crash?
Well, I cannot say. I mean, I cannot say this for definite answer. And if it's not, I don't see it's going to be crash plunge very deeply, or. But I will say, if at the end of the day, it will come back up, and always come back up.
Mm-hmm. So you really believe in it as a store of value and as something that is going to be a legacy asset, maybe similar to gold then?
Yeah, I would say it's a digital gold and a haven for alternative solution for asset management. Yeah.
Absolutely. What do you think of... Sorry, go ahead.
A lot of institution player already, dive into this Bitcoin and the crypto side. So.
Sure. So do you think that larger governmental influence and larger institutional involvement is definitely going to play a role in the next phase of Bitcoin's development?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Can you elaborate on maybe some of the ways you think we're going to see that play out?
I think the institution players and the government, I'm not sure how openly they do this, but they definitely, I think they have plans for the Bitcoins and the other major coins, and because they see this. Well, I'll give you an example. China is doing a lot of things with the blockchain, and same with America. And so what I'm trying to say is it's like catching the newest technology. That's the government knows about it. Everybody knows about it. They need to be the pioneer in this new technology, just like internet before. And that's why I think American government or any other European countries, and they all want to get in and jump in and get a first bite on it. And it doesn't matter if it's going to work for the best or for the worst or something. They trying to make sure they have this technology, understand it quite thoroughly, and use it for the human's well-being. That's what they're trying to do, I think.
There's definitely certain technologies, machine learning comes to mind, artificial intelligence, blockchain, where people have been saying for years that the countries that are smart enough to embrace these technologies now are going to control the future. It sounds like you agree with that statement then, that the countries that embrace blockchain today are going to be much more powerful tomorrow.
Well, in a sense, I would say I wouldn't completely agree with that because nothing is for certain. But definitely, blockchain will be the newest one. The new way represents the new era, and so whoever controls blockchain, of course, has a better edge to the future, and that's why Asian countries like Japan and Korea, they were trying to catch up. Because like such as Japan, they definitely want to get into this arena and flex their muscles, and it's the same ideas.
So we have 6 months left in this year. As we said before, it's been a bit of a crazy one. But in terms of the remainder of the year, what kind of roadmap can we expect from OKX? What are you working on for the rest of 2020?
Okay, that's a very good question, and I keep my goals like the goals I set before I went OKX. Trying to live up the goals, and also so that's the rolling out the products, be more innovative, and basically building the trust between customers and OKEX, because we are one big family. I promote this. I constantly emphasize the one big family we are, and customers, and it's like they're all part of the family. everybody is part of our family. We're building an ecosystem. So that's why. And also we have a lot of things trying to offer. And besides the products, we have like we trying to promote the education and to the beginners, the crypto beginners, and also we trying to promote the actually not promote and create a more fiat to crypto gateways at the same time.
I love how focused on community you are. It really shows. I know that your whole team is passionate about this. I guess on a slightly different note, but do you have any secret projects you'd like to share? Anything in the works that maybe people don't know about yet?
Well, if there's anything secret, we would actually put out on the social network, and we're very open to outside world. So it's like I say, we're trying to learn from our players, and also we're trying to defeat ourselves. So I would say, we're open. We're not afraid of the secrecy.
Okay, right on. So you guys are a powerhouse. You're already doing amazing work. What do you think it's going to take for OKX to be the #1 crypto exchange in the world, and to maintain that title in the long run?
Okay. Well, I would say to do that, and we, besides the products and the customer service, we are offering much more than that. We're basically in the derivative arena. We surpassed BMX a few months back, and so we want to keep on that path for the rest of the year and for the coming many years to come. And at the same time, we want to. Our numbers shows that our not only the trading volumes, and we are the biggest Bitcoin futures in this arena in the whole wide world. And we also we trying to become a top tier exchange in a way, not only in the crypto market but also in the traditional financial market. So we offer full spectrum of the products, so everybody can get access to their counterpart from their traditional market, financial market. So whatever the suggestions they have, they're welcome to talk, leave the message and comment on the social network, and we're trying to just roll it out as quickly as possible. So that's OKEX speed. We want to do it very fast, but make sure we make sure we did enough regression tests and for any minor changes.
Very cool. Zhao, thank you very much. This has been a wonderful conversation. I very much enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
COVID-19, also called as coronavirus, also called as the pandemic, has essentially changed the world we know as over the last 6 to 9 months. The question is, what are the negative changes? I think a lot of people have spoken about it. how about the positive changes? What has, I wouldn't say, okay, maybe positive is not really the right word, but what benefits and innovations and evolution has come out of this situation? And right now, we have Charanya from PayPal, who essentially will be sharing some findings of data about the evolution of payments, of e-commerce, etc., and how exactly it affects the US versus the rest of Asia. Everybody, please welcome Charanya.
Hello, I'm Charanya. I have about 10 years of experience working on strategy, the last couple of years, particularly in the payment space. And I'm excited to walk you through the landscape that we've seen, particularly after the onset of COVID. So what are consumers thinking about cash? What are consumers thinking about crypto after COVID-19 happened to the world? So it's very evident that COVID has impacted consumer sentiment globally. And this is the brief gist of what I will be walking you through over the next few minutes, with a lot of data to back up each of these statements. So COVID has impacted consumer sentiment globally. We do see that spending is shifting towards essential goods, which are mostly purchased through online methodologies using digital transactions. Obviously, cash is therefore becoming outdated, and digital transactions are gaining popularity. Bitcoin awareness and trust has been increasing, and more people are claiming to be crypto aficionados. So we see here that consumer optimism has decreased, and households are planning to decrease spending. We see a country-by-country view over here. If you look at most of the countries in the world, Korea, Australia, US, Mexico, Spain, UK, Italy, most of these countries are less optimistic after COVID-19 struck, and they plan to decrease household spending. There are a few exceptions to this. The first one obviously is Indonesia. They're somewhere in the middle of the spectrum when it comes to optimism. However, households are planning to increase spending. And we do see some countries like India and China, which are a little more optimistic about recovery. China definitely so, because they have been fairly successful at containing it early on. We see a few countries like Brazil and France, which have been impacted pretty strongly, yet households are not planning to decrease their spending as much. So very interesting consumer behavior and reactions to COVID that seems to vary across geographies. Well, when this onset happened, no one expected it was going to last this long. People were like, when things return to normal? But I guess now 4 months down the line, our sense of normalcy has been distorted. I think the expectation now is unless a vaccine comes our way, or unless the virus magically disappears, like how it happened in the historical evidences of when flu struck the world, we do see that C19 impact is here to stay for several months. So the blue boxes are where consumers feel the impact is going to stay for 2 or 3 months. The impact in terms of how it impacted their routines, and also how their household finance has been affected. The orange here is the percentage of consumers who feel that COVID is going to last for 4 months or more. So with spending, we're shifting towards essential goods, and purchases are now becoming more online and digital. Let's see how consumers in different countries are sort of, how the trend is progressing across different countries. So here we see, this is data from McKinsey, which tells us that, what's really happening to different categories of spend. So we see 3 different categories of spend here for each country. The blue circles are household essentials. The orange circles are discretionary purchases. And the green ones it's home entertainment, basically just Netflix and those. So here we do find that, and if you look at the quadrants, for the first graph particularly, I've labeled them as 1, 2, 3, and 4. So if you find something in the first quadrant, that typically means the spend has increased both in store and online. If you find something in the second quadrant, it means it's heavily in store. The online purchase has decreased. If you see something in quadrant 3, it means the overall purchase of that category has decreased. And if you see something in quadrant 4, it means it's moved to an entirely online space, and the in-store purchase of those goods has completely declined. So what we see in the US is pretty interesting. We see that household essentials are typically moving towards the online space, with groceries somewhat, there's still a certain extent of in-store purchases happening there. For discretionary items, particularly apparel, we see a complete decline in spend. For all the 4 countries, home entertainment is obviously digital. And then if we look at UK, it's somewhat similar to the US, where your essential purchases are moving online, with groceries somewhat straddling your online and in-store space. Discretionary spending has almost completely been cut in the UK. We see slightly differing trends in Germany and Italy. So if we look at Germany, for instance, we see that household essentials is still largely in store, which is a very interesting trend. But we still see that discretionary purchases have declined. And then in Italy, we also find that most of the household essentials are still, the in-store purchases are still happening. We see a similar trend like Germany and Italy in other parts of Europe, like Spain and France. So let's take a look at a few other countries moving to Asia. China. It's like almost all spending has moved to online, except consumer electronics. We don't see too much of a decline in spend. And this ties to the initial slide where I said the optimism has generally been pretty high in China. And even in India, the digital transformation has been pretty rapid in the last couple of years. And we find that we don't find a decrease in discretionary purchases like how we saw in some countries of the West. Discretionary purchases have now moved online in India. Japan is sort of similar to some countries of Europe, where we find that essentials are being purchased in store, and discretionary purchases have declined. In Indonesia, it's at a different scale altogether, where we find almost all categories are to the extreme right, where online behavior has completely taken off in Indonesia. So what happens? What happens when people's purchases of discretionary items is decreasing, when essential goods has moved to like online transactions and digital transactions? Even when people are buying these essentials in store in places like Germany and Italy, are they handing out cash, or are they using alternative digital forms of payment? Let's take a look. Yeah. Cash is getting outdated across the world. So this was some internal research we did, and we found that, so the way to interpret this graph is all the dark blue dots represent cash, and the y-axis represent a decline. So the survey, we asked consumers were, which of these are you doing more and which of these are you doing less? And the dots here show you like the aggregate differences between more versus less. So if you look at cash, the dark blue dots, it's completely and clearly negative across all countries of the world. If you look at the light green dots, which is online payments through digital wallets, that has taken off. If you look at the gray dots, which is contactless phones, so using a digital mode of payment, but you're doing it in person in the store. Clearly, that has also taken off after COVID struck. What's interesting here is, like, let's take a look at the yellow dot, which is crypto or other blockchain currency for purchases. It has, people are claiming that it has declined a little bit. But the way to interpret this data is slightly different. It's like the number of people who are using this more versus the number of people who are using this lesser. We did find that for crypto, there was a huge volume of people who said there was not a change in their spending. So it means that they weren't using crypto as much to pay previously, and they aren't using crypto as much to pay right now. And we do find that Bitcoin awareness and trust has been on the rise. So the blue graphs represent consumer sentiment in 2017, and the orange is consumer sentiment in 2020. This was sourced from secondary research. So we do find that Bitcoin familiarity, if we look at the first graph, yes, the people who claim that they're owning Bitcoin, the people who are claiming they're familiar with Bitcoin has increased, and the people who are claiming they haven't heard of Bitcoin has declined in 2020. And what's happening to trust? So this was specifically done after the COVID outbreak. And it's very interesting here. Trust is shifting clearly from banks to Bitcoins. And if you look at the proportion, it sort of remains the same, 19 to 49% and 82% to 55%. So it's like largely you have this 30-ish% transfer from Bitcoin to banks. So what does awareness have to do? What about action? So we do find that the likelihood of buying Bitcoin has definitely increased in 2020. So the orange graph, it shows that the people who are very likely to buy Bitcoin and somewhat likely to buy Bitcoin is higher. And those who claim that they're not at all likely to buy has declined a little bit. And there is greater clarity on what to do with Bitcoin. So if you look at the second graph here, the number of people who say that they're not sure about what to do with Bitcoins, that has declined. And we see a greater proportion of people who are interested in holding on to Bitcoins or selling Bitcoins. Well, of course, I guess many of you here would be aware of this. Crypto is getting highly democratized with Bitcoin losing its share. So when we look at 2015, where the total market cap of crypto was around 7 billion. And as of today, it's around 250 billion, keeps swinging a little bit, but averages out here. We do find that Bitcoin had an 86% share in 2015. And that gradually declines 80%, 72% to around 50s in the 2018 and 2019. In 2020, it's around 66%. So yes, if we look at the overall trends, we do find that Bitcoin is losing trends and other players are gaining traction. Ethereum obviously has gained quite a bit of share. I think this 2020 data has only been in the last couple of months, so we'll have to wait towards the end of the year to understand what the overarching trend looks like for Bitcoin versus Ethereum. But overall, we do find this trend where some of these newer players are increasingly gaining more market share. And what's interesting is a lot of people are now claiming to be crypto aficionados. So we do know that the blockchain wallet users have steadily been on the rise since 2016 till right now. And this is interesting because we do see that in countries like Brazil, China, Japan, there are lots of people who see themselves as crypto aficionados. So the dark blue dots here are people who say they are Bitcoin aficionados. The orange ones are people who say, yes, I've sort of been thinking about Bitcoin, but I'm not really sure. The gray ones are people who are like, yes, I'm curious, but I haven't tried. And the yellow ones are like, leave me out of this. So clearly we do see that, blue and orange tends to ride higher than the yellow here, with Australia being a possible exception. So it's interesting that, the difference between people who are claiming they're crypto aficionados versus people who want to stick to old currency is very profound in places like Brazil, China, Japan. And that is quite an interesting trend because data here shows that most active traders are still in the US, Europe, and they're concentrated in Japan as well. So it's interesting because 1 out of 2 traders still use Coinbase to buy, sell, and manage portfolio. And so what's the difference between the previous chart and this? We do find that traders in this particular analysis was defined very specifically as those who use exchanges to trade cryptocurrency, whereas the general users in the previous slide are people who sort of like have some Bitcoin in their wallets and are dabbling with it. And the previous graph also shows a consumer's inclination towards the idea of cryptocurrency. So all those people who claim to be crypto aficionados might not be trading Bitcoins. They probably are just interested in understanding the space more or have been constantly reading up on the space. And to sort of conclude this here, so when we say the word blockchain, what truly are people thinking of in different countries? And we do see a bit of a variation here. So we look at Brazil. Risky is the first thing that comes to people's mind. And this is a country where, you know, the inclination towards Bitcoin is pretty high. And yet many people feel it is risky. Perhaps that explains some of the difference between, you know, why there's a difference between, you know, the traders still being concentrated in the US and the West and Japan, versus there being a lot of enthusiasm in Brazil, but still reluctance to actually trade with this. The word trustworthy comes to their mind, and Ethereum. If we look at some other associations here, for instance, China. For China, the top association with blockchain is very evidently like Bitcoins or cryptocurrency. And that's somewhat similar to the US, where again in the US, blockchain is highly associated with the application of cryptocurrency and Bitcoins. We see a lot of trustworthy there. So Brazil, China, India, France, they all feel Bitcoin is pretty trustworthy. Secure is another word that's on top of people's mind when they hear the word blockchain. India, Mexico, Germany, Australia, UK, all of these countries feel like blockchain is fairly secure. Japan and Mexico get a little technical here, where they associate blockchain with distributed ledger technology, not so much in other countries. And it's interesting because India and Germany also see blockchain as distribution of power, which enables co-creation. So with this, we come to the end of this presentation.
No sound. Oh, streaming. Thank you once again, Charanya, for sharing your thoughts and your insights from all over the world. So once again, everybody, welcome back. And maybe a curious thought for everybody. So Charanya represents PayPal, and she was just talking about the movement of crypto, the sentiment of wallets, etc., etc. And you know, like maybe a week ago in the news, there was this rumor going about PayPal's maybe exploring accepting kind of like crypto transfers and crypto payments in the space. I think a couple of our news outlets media outlets have actually covered it. Convenience? Coincidence? Maybe. Not very sure. Anyway, ponder about that, please. Anyway, since we're talking about like sentiments, we're talking about markets, I think one particular area in the world that everybody tends to talk about when it comes to the progress of blockchain, one that a lot of people and observers have actually said that, hey, there's a lot of potential, there's a lot we can potentially do in this space, is Southeast Asia. Right? What people tend to not realize is that Southeast Asia, it's a very fragmented market. Although it's always seen as a whole piece, as if it's a continent by itself, it not really is. Southeast Asia is made up of 13 different countries. What happens in Indonesia and how its innovation grows compared to Singapore versus the Philippines, Philippines versus Vietnam, tends to be a little bit different. And how you actually set a business up, or how do you actually scale a business, especially in the blockchain space, tends to be very different, city to city, country to country, literally. And for the next session, I would like to actually invite three gentlemen who spend a lot of time from very different backgrounds to join us in this particular space. They are Alexandre Kech, who's been in Singapore for 8 years, formerly from Swift. We've got Xue Kai, or whatever we call him Kai. Kai is actually Singaporean, but he chose to start a crypto exchange actually in Indonesia as a Singaporean. And he's also recently he's regulated as of December last year, and also invested by Binance. Last but not least, we've got Jeffery. Jeffery is the founder of Zenpool, which essentially is the kind of like a middleman platform that allows you to buy cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, Ethereum via a banking platform which you use depending on where in Southeast Asia or Asia you are. Moderating them and doing the interview is actually a very familiar face, yours truly. And right now, I will jump over to our panelists.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. We are on day one. In fact, we are on the Global Leaders session. This is the Asia edition of the Global Leaders edition for Unitize. Unitize, just in case for those of you who have just joined us, Unitize is a co-collaboration between a little bunch of co-hosts, but driven predominantly by Blockshow, who is in Asia, and I'm in Singapore actually. In fact, I think some of you who have watched other sessions would have realized that by now. And at the same time, San Francisco Blockchain Week, they run the largest blockchain week that side of the world, basically. So we are running Global Leaders on day one. Basically, it's Asia time, which you guys are seeing right now. And we're also going to be running something about 8-10 hours from now, which is the US time. You can find it all in the agenda umbrella, which you're probably seeing this session right now. The session right now we're going to be talking about is Southeast Asia stories, Southeast Asia startup stories actually. It is going to be, and with me are three fine gentlemen who've spent a lot of time. In one of their cases, they've actually been born here, but are no longer in Singapore. We've got Alexandra from On-Chain Custodian. We've got Jeff. He's from Zenpool, and we have Kai, or Xue Kai, who's from Toko Crypto, right? These three gentlemen have, over the last couple of years, started what I would call a blockchain startup. Obviously, in some cases, they have evolved beyond just a startup. They have all become proper businesses and everything like that. Obviously, a lot of what they do is also very much in the startup culture. There's been a lot of curiosity, if I can say so, about what exactly it takes to enter this market. It also is a lot can be said about the challenges or the differences in this market. One of the things people don't realize is that Southeast Asia is always clustered as a region. People don't understand it's 13 different countries, 13 different languages, God knows how many different cultures and everything. And Kai can tell you like there's probably like literally 500 ways of speaking Bahasa Indonesia, for example, like literally, right? And it's just very, very different. And I think we need to kind of address that as well. But before that, I would like to go a little bit more in depth, and I'll hand over the times to my panelists as well. And very quickly, Alex, tell us a little bit about on-chain custodian and what you guys been up to, very quickly.
So sure, I'm Alex, CEO of On-Chain Custodian. So On-Chain Custodian is a digital asset custody and open finance service provider out of Singapore. So for the last 18 months, a bit more than 18 months, we've been building a custody platform that does not only give a single window access to the assets for our customers, but also to financial services. So they can, for example, lend their assets out, they can buy and sell, they can invest their crypto into investment products that partners of us are offering. So in other words, we're helping them through a single window access, get in touch with crypto, buy crypto, and invest those crypto.
Jeff?
All right, so hi guys, I'm Jeff from Zanpool, and we are an automated peer-to-peer marketplace. So what I mean by peer-to-peer marketplace, that's automated. At the core of our technology, we essentially build software that allows individuals to automate functions in their local bank accounts or their local payment methods. So let's say you are an individual or a business in any region. You can essentially plug an excess bank account into our software, put some liquidity on that bank account, and now that bank account is going to be used to on and off board people from and into on and off from crypto to local currency. And in return, you get yield from this. So the reason for doing this is because this gives you the ability to help someone else to on and off board in a non-custodial manner that is also instant. So far, there are about 200 or so individuals and businesses across the regions that are doing this. And we're hoping, of course, to keep expanding our infrastructure to be able to expand this method of doing automated peer-to-peer to the rest of the world as well.
Thank you. Kai, go ahead.
Okay. Hi guys. Hi wherever you are. This is Kai from Toko Crypto, currently in Jakarta, Indonesia. First and foremost, thanks Gabriel for having us on this show. Now, Toko Crypto is a fiat to crypto exchange that's based in Jakarta, Indonesia. Our headquarters is in Jakarta. We were established in late 2017 and have been the first fiat to crypto exchange that's regulated by the commodities and derivatives regulators in Indonesia. Since then, we have also been invested by Binance and have since started to expand and grow largely throughout Indonesia.
Thank you. All right. I'm just going to jump in very quickly, and Alex, I'll come to you right after this. Kai, when you say expand throughout Indonesia, right? You're talking about God knows how many islands and everything. What exactly? It's like, okay, look, whenever anybody says expand through Indonesia, expand through Singapore is very easy, right? Singapore, you want to expand through Singapore is, I don't know, you start at Bishan, you end in Jurong or something like that. So everything's 30 minutes away. When you say expand through Indonesia, can you elaborate a little bit about that? Are you targeting the top 5 key cities?
Right. Yeah, Gabriel, as you mentioned, Indonesia is a very, very large country, and it's one of the world's most populous countries in the world, with close to 273 million people. From a recent study that we have did, we come out to be that there is about close to 2 million people in Indonesia that are inside crypto communities. And this is in stark contrast to the total number of population in Singapore, which is about 5 million plus people. So there is a very large number of people in Indonesia, and there is a large number of people that are interested in cryptocurrencies in Indonesia. So when you mention about wanting to expand in Indonesia, we're definitely targeting the top 5 cities: Jakarta, Surabaya, Medan. These are the cities which are most populous and which we feel are the has the greatest uptake in terms of cryptocurrencies in Indonesia.
All right, got it. Interesting. All right, Alex, very quickly. So after everything that Kai has said and after everybody's introductions, right? How things going on your end? I believe this 6 months in general has been a little bit interesting. Challenging would be probably the politically correct word to say for all of us for the last 6 months, especially in this part of the world. What have you guys been up to? And I believe you guys have also collaborated with some charitable initiatives as well. Maybe you can talk a little bit about it because it's on crypto as well, which is actually quite in line with what On Custodian does.
Yeah, sure. So I'll start by that. So we've been working with a company called Rapid Ward. So what are they? They are not-for-profits, who is actually helping sourcing equipment that hospitals and countries need in the crisis of COVID-19, such as masks, such as tests, and so on and so forth. And they send those equipments to those countries at cost. So the objective is not to make money out of it. It's really to help in a market that is very tense. Those countries and those hospitals getting the right material they need as quickly as possible. So what we've been doing for them is actually opening them wallets to enable donations, crypto donations. So if you go on their website, rapidward.com/crypto, you will see a series of wallets that end up at on-chain custodian when donations are made. And pro bono, we will convert those assets into fiat currency, whatever the currency they need, for them to use and finance their operations.
Ah, interesting. All right. And how long has this collaboration been going on? Is it a recent thing or something? And how did it come about in the first place?
Well, I first came about them, I think it was on LinkedIn or some articles that I read. I contacted them to see whether they wanted some help in terms of collecting donations. They said yes. We did a proper KYC onboarding of the entity. Obviously, we didn't want to contribute to any fraudulent activities in that space, as you know that exists. And after that KYC process, we onboarded them as a customer, really, pro bono. And now we're collecting the donations. Very transparent, obviously, because it's all on blockchain and can be verified by going on a blockchain observer or scanner.
Interesting. All right. Thank you for sharing, right? And for guys, for any of you who would like to find out more, if I'm not wrong, if my guy set it up correctly as well, the information is actually going to come out right below us right now. You can find out more as well. I think one of the things, in fact, I was just sharing with the panel before we started, is that as an event, whether it's physical or online or offline and all that, I think it's also as a platform we're enablers. We're always looking to see what kind of initiatives we can look to support and everything like that as well. We just want to carry on a little bit since we're talking about charitable organization. Jeff, I think Zenpool is, can I say, rather new. Has it been a year since Zenpool started? It's been about there, right?
Started, yeah. Me and my co-founder, we built an MVP last year in February. Started to get some traction, and then we officially incorporated in March. So
it's more than a year. It's slightly more than a year. How's it been? Like the last 6 months in this part of the world because of COVID-19 has been a little bit challenging, I would say. I don't think, if we all go back to January and March, I don't think any of us expected it to last as long as it did, right? But it has. And in fact, only up to last weekend, Singapore was in, total, they call it circuit breaker. Lockdown's a lockdown. I'm not going to mince my words here. How's that affected you? As a new business, as a new startup, you're obviously offering a service. How's that affected you in the last 6 months?
So the thing is of creating a B2C company in Singapore is that if you aim to make it large and valuable, you can't just stay in Singapore. You practically have to jump into the neighboring countries on the first quarter that you're operating, so that you can show a large enough market size to actually warrant growth capital, so to speak. So this COVID thing definitely made a lot of things weird for us. In the beginning, I didn't really take the virus that seriously. So I was still traveling for work everywhere until one day I essentially got an email saying that my flight schedule got changed. And this is the first time in my life that I ever got a flight schedule changed on me. I didn't know that an airline was allowed to do that. So that was very eye-opening. And I guess just like they say, not your keys, not your coins, not your airplane, not your travel schedule, I guess. So adopting to the travel restrictions was the hardest part. It forced us to do a lot of deals online, which felt really strange, and it still does. So let's say if we were in a group chatting together, I would be looking at you guys making eye contact individually, periodically. But now I'm just systematically just looking at each of your avatars when I'm talking. But it doesn't have the same effect. So it definitely is weird. This whole pandemic, I guess, has made me a lot more conservative in my planning, especially because I think the pandemic itself and some of the ensuing financial instability may not be over just yet. So right now for us, it's really about sitting tight, planning conservatively, and also growing sustainably.
Understand. And Kai, like since you're the Singaporean representative, so to speak, in Indonesia, how would things? I mean, it's like I think the last time we met each other was probably literally last year. I think, right? And in that time, before the Binance investment and everything came in, congrats by the way. You guys will always still remember, right? That you guys were fighting, that opportunity to be regulated, to be legal, basically, right? And you guys have been officially legal for how many months already? Remind me, 4?
Since November 2019.
Oh,
so that's coming on 7 months. Yeah.
Okay, so that exactly. So how has that affected plans? How has COVID-19 affected plans? Because November, I'm assuming December, you guys had this. You guys just did Indonesia blockchain week. You guys had that whole entire roadmap and everything planned out, and then boom, this thing happened. How's that affected plans and everything?
Right. I guess my sentiments would be along the same lines as what Jeffrey has shared. Definitely, we're taking a bit more of a conservative foothold here because due to the current volatility and kind of unsure of the market conditions and the current financial conditions, we are definitely taking a more conservative step, being sure that we can ensure that our business lasts throughout this COVID situation. Now, however, with that being said, a lot of our business and a lot of our user acquisitions and our expansion plans are all run digitally. So yes, we are really looking to have. I mean, in fact, just last week we had numerous webinars with other organizations, and we are looking to carry on this effort, same like the one we have right now with Unitize. There's a big movement and there's a big push for these business expansion in terms of webinars, online events to help push out business agendas. I think that ultimately could be the new normal for all of us right here with the current restrictions on traveling. We can't get flights. I can't get flights back to Singapore right now because if I do go back, I need to be quarantined for 2 weeks. So I haven't been back since the whole COVID situation has started. But I think for us right now, we're still looking to expand on our online presence. Definitely, we are taking a step back on our expansion plan in terms of our offline presence. But that's something that we are. I mean, while the offline we're taking a step back, we're pushing out more on the online efforts in terms of user acquisition, in terms of sharing of knowledge, in terms of sharing of news. We're progressing towards more of that.
So you're using the opportunity to take a more educational marketing approach during this period of time.
Exactly. I think people are currently, a lot of people are at home, have a lot of time on their hands, and they do tend to, I mean, if you look at stocks trading, if you look at trading in other forms of instruments, there has been an uptick. And definitely, I think people in Indonesia are looking for, during this, especially so during this period whereby jobs are affected, unemployment is on the rise, people are looking for ways whereby they can hopefully make some returns on their trading and investments.
Got it. Actually, so Alex, question for you. I think you're a little bit different from what Kai and Jeff is doing. I think to a certain extent, they're obviously very B2C. How has this affected plans for you for the next 6 months? Are you doing the same things that Kai mentioned? Like more the educational stuff and everything. Like how, I think we've spent a good 8 minutes or so talking about how the last 6 months has affected everybody and everything. But I'd like to hear from you. What's the plan for the rest of the year? Not just in Singapore, but maybe for the region as well.
Sure. So on our side, we had to also deal with operations, obviously, as we have an enterprise-grade operational and technological environment that we need to maintain, even if we can't work from the office. So that was the first challenge that we overcome and successfully. And I guess that's the advantage of blockchain companies or startup companies, that working remotely is not really a challenge. It's just the usual way of working. So that was easy. And for the future, I guess what we've been doing to keep being visible, that's really the purpose really for the next 6 months as a B2B business, has been to organize webinars, to organize interviews, to be as much present as possible on those platforms like you offering us today, to be able to pass the message that we have upgraded our platform, that we now offer open finance services, that we have a new partner. So being visible and being informative vis-a-vis our potential customers has been and it will be the priority for the next 6 months. I guess the chance we had was that we had a good pipeline of customers, or prospects rather, to use when the crisis started, in the sense that we had about 80 to 100 people that we had already, and companies that we had already reached out to before. And during that crisis, people were reachable, actually. They were not like traveling around like you were explaining earlier on. They were stuck at home. So finding decision makers was easier. And we did sign quite a few very interesting contracts during that period, actually. But what, in terms of the next 6 months, our challenge in our case will be to continue prospecting despite the fact that we can't meet people. So being visible online. And at the same time, as we are going through investment rounds at this stage, trying to find investments in a very difficult economical situation. Not that we need that investment soon, but we want to make sure that we will be able to get that funding to exponentially grow our business as we have planned.
Okay, all right. I think I'm going to ask a very direct question, and Jeff's been quiet for like 5 minutes, so I'm going to be the first one, and I'm going to ask the rest of you two gentlemen as well. For context, whenever anybody listens to one of these panels and everything, it's actually a question everybody thinks, but somehow rather nobody asks, or they never get a straight answer. So I'm just going to ask it anyway and see whether I get a politically or a direct answer from you guys. How much money do you guys make? Like as from a business perspective, Jeff, like is there even something that you guys, I mean, just give me a range or something. Like people are listening to us, they want to be like, why should I listen to these three guys, right? So it's like, we've got to give them some context. Like how are you guys doing, like volume wise and everything?
Sure. In terms of just excess capital that we're accumulating, so we earn all our fees in crypto, tethers or BTC. We're making a good few Bitcoin a month at the moment. So that's where we're at the moment, if you really need to know. As for how much it is in fiat, I'm not too sure.
How many users do you guys have right now?
Example, transacting customers over 30K across the 8 regions or so.
Okay, so it's like Hong Kong all the way down to Singapore.
Correct, yeah.
If I see, yeah. And Kai, how about you guys? Like, I'll be okay for Kai. I'll be a little bit more specific, right? Did that Binance investment, like when you look at your user acquisition graph, did it like go up, or it just like stayed the same?
I would definitely say that it kind of shoot up through the moon after the whole Binance investment came in. Definitely, this has put confidence in Toko Crypto in Indonesia, and not only that. During this whole COVID period, we also managed to switch our technology From previously, we were on Toko Crypto 1.0, and we managed to switch it into Toko Crypto 2.0, which is now powered by Binance Cloud. And it basically expands a whole suite of tools and products that is now available to our customers, and basically more token listings that we can facilitate right now. We've had BIDR, which is Binance IDR, which is being launched right now, which has been launched, sorry. And basically users can now go onto Toko Crypto and convert BIDR, or basically they can deposit IDR, get instantly BIDR, Binance IDR, and convert it instantly to USD tokens. And I would say this fiat to crypto exchange kind of has been leading the volumes for our exchange so far. Because right now, although people can't move, but I guess money in a way it's being enabled to move around through all these mechanisms that we have. So we kind of see this flow of money moving around kind of a little bit more. So in terms of volume and in terms of user acquisitions, it's definitely has spiked up. Or probably because
you gotta give us numbers. There's no point. It's just a typical blockchain problem. Everybody's like, users have gone up, and nobody gives any numbers. You gotta give us some numbers, man.
Right. So I just say from the time we have launched Binance Cloud, so Toko Crypto 2.0 powered by Binance Cloud, within 2 days we've had close to 13,000 new registered users just within 2 days of the launch itself. And volumes have been, well, because it's new and we just newly launched, it's not fantastic volumes yet, but we have great plans for it. We're seeing about close to 200 to 300K USD types of volumes on daily average on our exchange right now.
Interesting. All right. Thank you very much. Alex, so I'm going to twist your question a little bit, right? Since you're the B2B guy. Everything that's been happening in the US, and you hear people like your Anthony Pomplianos and all this, they are like, yeah, but don't put money in banks, put your money somewhere else, in custody, put it in exchanges, put it in crypto and everything like that, right? Oh, the US is printing too much money. I think we've gotten a lot of that. So question for you, has there been an increase in that kind of volume from your side? Or basically, has that result? Because there's a lot of people, they just go on Twitter, right? And they say, oh yes, more people, I know more people are using it, right? But there's no numbers or anything. What do you see?
So we don't see increase in volumes right now. We see increase in interests. So we've been talking to family offices, for example, that we had tried to reach out to before and were not interested. And now they are interested. They do see that central banks keep printing money forever and ever and ever again. And they are worried about the value of the cash that they have in the bank. And they're looking at ways of diversifying their investments through alternative investments, as they call them, through crypto. So that's definitely a change. What we do see as well is banks contacting us to see how can we potentially work together to offer that to our own customers. Private bank, licensed trustees, for example. And that's an interesting move.
Wait, we're in Singapore. When you say banks, I know you're not going to say the name.
I'm not going to be able to say the names, but it's
okay. Local. It's local banks.
One local bank, one international bank, one Swiss private bank, and trustees as well. So that's an interesting development, because yes, we were talking to these guys before, and they were interested more as an education tool, to be honest, knowing and understanding how it works. Now they're interested to do something, or at least to explore doing something. That's what we will be doing in the next 3 months, is really exploring with them how we can help them as a sub-custodian, for example, supporting their own customers that they keep fronting while having the know-how, the technology, and the operational environment that we've built at the back.
And I guess it's also, just very quickly, so I also guess it's also because of MES's initiative. I think the narrative has changed a little bit. I mean, for anybody watching who's not from Singapore, it's very easy. MES is the Monetary Authority of Singapore. They are, if compared to the US, they are the FSA, the OCC, and whatever it is, all come together. We call them the God of money, basically, in Singapore. I don't think there's any other way to call them that. And so there's been interesting, so key interest. So will we see anything? So Alex, just to wrap up that point. So are we going to see you working with a local bank in the next maybe, couple of months, 3 months, maybe? Like what's the end result? What's the potential end result of such
To be honest,
you're hoping?
banks are too slow to do that in 2 months. So if it's a 6-month story for sure, at the minimum. But what you will see, and we will be able to announce very soon, is we've been able to capture as customers entities that are looking to get a Payment Service Act license or have a Payment Service Act license and wants to use a custodian for the third-party safekeeping of the digital payment tokens, as MAS call them, that they manage for their own customers. So that we will be able to announce probably in July. It's going to be an interesting news.
Interesting. All right. Yeah. Thank you very much, Jeff. So we have kind of deviated into one of my points I've written down. Everybody talks about blockchain adoption, especially in this part of the world. Everybody talks about blockchain is important. And I think it's become a little bit of a bad word to talk about crypto adoption. A lot of us in the industry still feel the shadow or the judgment we get, especially a lot of people are still, it's 2017 ICO craze and all that kind of things that happen, still very fresh in our heads and everything. And nobody really talks about crypto adoption. But, as a guy that's your B2C example, how do you see crypto adoption in the region? How do you see it evolving specifically, let's say, compared to literally a year ago compared to now?
Okay, so I do want to push back a little bit on the question. When you mentioned that crypto adoption has gotten a bad name, well, maybe that's in your circles. In my circles, blockchain adoption has gotten the bad name, right? And I mean, I guess the general sentiment in the circles that I hang around with is that blockchain, it turns out, can be used for a lot, right? There are traditional technologies that very easily can just do what blockchain is supposed to do, especially in the way a lot of these corporates are implementing it. Take one example. Look at AWS, right? They ain't using blockchain themselves, but they will sell you a blockchain solution for your company. But they themselves, as the tech giant, they're not using it in any of their infrastructure. They're just building something on the AWS market that they sell you, right? That sell the people that go after that blockchain thing. Now, Zenpool happens to be a company that does crypto, but not blockchain. So we run completely on AWS, primarily because it's fast, it's efficient, and it's useful. Now, your specific question about the adoption in the ecosystem, or crypto adoption in the region. I think when it comes to Southeast Asia, cryptocurrency will continue to see very rapid adoption. Reason for this is because institutional trust tends to be very low in a lot of these regions. For cultural and historical reasons, people prefer cash over leaving their money with an institution, which means that they do see the value of a bearer asset. And to me, and to a lot of people in this industry, crypto is the king of all bearer assets. It's the easiest and cheapest to transport, and it's the most difficult to seize. So I do want to clarify that I said crypto adoption, and to be specific, I personally believe it will be stablecoin adoption, mainly USD-pegged stablecoins like Tether, that take a lot of the use cases, so to speak. No doubt, Bitcoin and Ethereum will definitely also see adoption in terms of speculative value, but USD stablecoins, I believe, will take the bulk of the commerce value. That's it for me.
You had some, Alex, go ahead.
And I was going to add, and financial value as well. So when you look at what you can get as lending, well, interests for lending USDT, for example, to Celsius Network, which is our partner, you get 8% or 9% in some case. If you lend it to market makers, you can go up to 12% on a yearly basis. So this is something that the real US dollar is not giving anymore from any banks in the world. So we do see corporates, for example, and we're actually helping corporates moving US dollar into USDT and then getting those interests from lending platform like Celsius Network or Bubble Finance because they finally get something for the money they have instead of their money sitting at the bank and not being able to earn it or to yield anything. So I agree with you. I mean, stablecoins, at least for now, is definitely the killer app for finance as well as transacting.
Is this the same in Indonesia, Kai, or things slightly different?
Right.
Is it the same in?
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think I would have to agree with both Jeffrey and Alex on this. One thing to note is that Dawe recently came in to reduce the interest rates for rupiah recently. So they reduced the interest rates in Indonesia for the rupiah dollar. So I would agree with Alex and I would agree with Jeffrey, and we do have data to show that lately there has been interests, especially so from family offices, from institutions, from individuals with money whereby it just sits in the bank and they do not know what to do with it. Typically, the interest that you're getting for rupiah sitting in the bank is about 5 to 6%. Now, and not only that, you have to take on the risk of IDR. The IDR has been devaluating against the dollar, yes, exactly, for the past couple of years. You have to take on that risk. So yes, we do see this flow of capital from IDR into USDT or BUSD, and we have seen a lot of interests and a lot of uptake of this savings plan or savings or lending plan for BUSD, for USDT. And yeah, I think definitely as an instrument, as for in terms of financial gains, it's definitely something that has been picking up in Indonesia, and I think it's definitely something that Indonesians are looking towards to, starting to explore more on, and definitely will be seeing more and more uptake.
Okay, interesting. Right. I think we've got time for just a couple more questions. I'm just going to ask one. It wasn't part of my plan to ask this question, but I was just talking to some friends, non-crypto friends actually, about it yesterday night. So I'm just going to ask all of you. I'm going to ask Alex, because you're the ex-Swift guy, right? Just for this part of the world, maybe for Singapore. So it's a comment one of my friends made, and just to clarify, his family office, right? Sorry.
Wait, you cut completely, so you have to start again your question. We can't hear you.
Oh, okay. So what I wanted to ask was that it's a comment made by some family office friends, personal friends of mine, yesterday night. And I found it very interesting to ask all of you. And maybe I'm taking it out of context. Will crypto adoption skyrocket in this part of the world, right, if the price cuts by half tomorrow?
You mean if Bitcoin, for example, lose 50%?
If Bitcoin becomes 5,000?
I know what I will do is buy more, for sure, because I know it's going to go back to 10 or 15 in the medium run. Whether people will think like me, I don't know. It's really depending on how comfortable you are with this instrument, if you want to call it this way, at this stage, and and certainly also how much you have to invest. I always tell my friends that obviously you shouldn't invest all your life savings into cryptocurrencies or digital assets like you wouldn't invest all your savings in anything. You have to diversify by definition. And what I like about digital assets is that progressively it will allow investors or people, or even with a little bit of savings, to be able to diversify their savings. Let me explain. One of our coins that we support is called Cash, and it's a gold-backed token. So it allows you to buy 1 gram of gold in a tokenized form. That's something you can't really do if you are someone in a village with a little savings. Yes, you can go and buy some real gold, but then you have to hide it somewhere. And I think digital assets and tokenization will help not only to invest in cryptocurrencies, but also in underlying assets in an easier way and in a fragmented way, opening up more opportunity for savings and diversification of savings. And that's what I'm telling my friends all the time.
Jeff, you look like you had something to say.
Is the question still if Bitcoin drops by half, or?
I guess everything.
Yeah. The question is still if Bitcoin drops by half, because just to give you some context, right? This is the exact comment. So these bunch of friends I was talking to yesterday, that's what they literally said. If Bitcoin drops to 5K, like I'm buying shitloads. And these are people that probably only have 200 Singapore dollars, not even USD, 200 Singapore dollars worth of Bitcoin right now. And these are the people that are saying that.
Well, first of all, I think that's highly unlikely at this point that it'll drop by another half. So if it definitely drops, you bet your ass I'm going to long it. I'm going to buy it spot. I'm going to buy it futures. I'm going to buy options. So you can really lock all that in. I'm going to take on a lot of margin to do that if it drops to 5K. I do want to comment, though, that like oftentimes when you experience those kind of flash drops, it doesn't mean that you can actually buy spot product at that price. So, just an example, when the price went to 3.8K or so, it dropped a quarter, just in the last quarter. It did a flash crash where it spent a day trading under 5K, I believe. And at that moment, right, even though the price is, 4K, if you actually want to amass Bitcoin at that price, one, there's no liquidity because no one is selling. So you're buying it from OTC at like 5% to 10% premium. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, I think your friends who have a couple $100 in Bitcoin are right that if it goes down, you should all in.
All right, got it. Interesting. Yeah, just a fun question. All right, I'm gonna ask one last question. I think we've got about barely 5 minutes left, so I hope to keep the answer short. Kai, I'm gonna come to you. So you were recently regulated, obviously, as November. I think it's a question just a business question to ask everybody, and I'd like to hear everybody's opinion and probably just keep it to a short, concise answer. What if one day traditional players flip the switch? In Indonesia, in Singapore. When I say flip the switch, meaning that what if, I think was it yesterday or 2 days ago, where there's this rumor coming out that PayPal are gonna one day allow people to buy and sell cryptocurrencies and everything. So Kai, just talk from you from the exchange perspective. What's gonna happen to people like you? Should you be concerned that one day if a bank like BNI or something like that in Indonesia decides to flip the switch, what happens to you guys?
I think, in a sense, for us for our positioning definitely in Indonesia as being regulated, should the traditional players flip the switch? I think instead of being, afraid of what's going to happen to us, I think the potential upside is definitely larger than, let's say, if a bank like BNI or BCA or Bank BCA flips the switch and starts, openly accepting crypto and starts openly backing crypto. I think it lends a lot of weight into the industry. It gives the amount of confidence whereby, so right now I say that there's about 2 million people in Indonesia who are inside crypto community. The amount of adults in Indonesia is about 40%. So that means that this 40% of the 273 million people are going to have that level of confidence in crypto and want to start looking for ways to come in. Yes, a bulk of them might go to BNI or BCA, but you still have close to 10, 20 million people that are looking for ways that we being regulated right now, being positioned as the way we are right now, I think we would be able to cumulatively as an industry be able to grow together. And I think there's more upside rather than downside on this, definitely. I'm looking forward to that, hopefully.
I fully agree. I think I only see positives if it becomes really mainstream. That's what we're talking about right here. It's going to be positive in terms of market cap, for sure. It's going to exponentially grow in terms of usage. And as far as I'm concerned as a company, being early in a way in that area, I'm pretty sure we will be very attractive to banking players for acquisition, for example, or partnerships, because they are nowhere, I can tell you, and they are exploring, but their compliance department is so slow. their knowledge of how to do it, their wish to go beyond Bitcoin, because that's generally what they look at today and nothing else, will still leave a place for us to serve customers that don't want to work with banks, for example, or prefer or have a wider requirement in terms of offering than banks will be able to offer them.
Jeff, what if PayPal decides to one day set up that shop in Singapore? You know, everybody's got a PayPal account. You know, like
I agree. I agree with both Kai and Alex. If traditional incumbents wanted to come in, they would have to pretty much go on a very heavy acqui-hiring spree in order to stay competitive. And I think that is something that you can play off against traditional companies themselves. Also, if they don't do that, then I see it as just free marketing for the rest of us. So that's my short position on it.
Interesting. All right. So basically, in conclusion, anybody in the US or whatever it is that wants to come to this part of the world and they want to try and dominate the market, or if you're a local bank, which I'm going to mirror Alex, not name any names, it's probably better to book with you guys than to try and take you guys on. I think that's a conclusion, right? All right, we're almost at the end of the session. I've got literally 2 minutes left. So, gentlemen, I want to play a very interesting game. And I'll try not to ask, you can ask each other for your opinions after this. But I just wanted to ask. So I'm going to name a few statements and companies, and I'm just going to ask you a very simple question. Overrated or underrated? All right? Kai, I'm going to start with you. All right? GrabPay.
Underrated.
Underrated. Alex?
What company? Sorry, I didn't hear.
GrabPay. Or Gojek Pay. GrabPay.
Underrated as well, yeah.
Jeff, you agree?
Underrated in terms of potential, overrated in terms of valuation.
All right. Since you're talking about valuations, Libra, Jeff.
Crypto LARPing. That's underrated. I mean, they're overrated. They're overrated.
Gentlemen, Alex?
I disagree. I think it's underrated. I think if they effectively do what they say they want to do, that's potentially the true mainstream adoption that some countries will see happening. Like in countries where actually internet is Facebook, and that's the only thing they know in many countries. If they do put their act together and do that properly and in an open way, I think it can be a killer app.
Fully agree. I fully agree with Alex. In Indonesia, the percentage of penetration of Facebook/Instagram is tremendous. And if they do the things that they promise that they are able to do, I think the value and the value proposition that they bring to the table is so huge.
Okay. Just a couple more very quickly. Online conferences. Jeff again?
Overrated. I don't like him. I prefer to be face to face with people.
I don't disagree actually with you, Alex.
Overrated as well. I'm desperately looking to have a drink with you guys instead of seeing you on the screen.
I do. Yeah, I do agree. Actually, Alex. You know, when we're almost out of phase 2 into phase 3, we should actually look for Jeff and find his crypto adoption friends and have a little chat with them.
Absolutely.
I think that would probably be interesting. Yeah.
Definitely overrated. Same thing. I'm looking to try to head back to Singapore real soon, man.
Yeah, man. But what if Indonesia Blockchain Week for end of the year? What if it needs to be online? Would you say
definitely. Well, the plan that we have right now for Indonesian Blockchain Week is definitely looking to host it online. I think given the current circumstances and scenario, it's not feasible to have a physical presence event. Like same like they're gonna not allow in the general elections in Singapore. It's gonna be all done. The rallies are all gonna be done online as well. So if the Singapore government says online, I think we should follow lah.
Yeah, just so says the Singaporean Indonesia. All right, okay.
You know that's a
okay, gentlemen.
Sorry, that's a
Sorry,
so
go
that's a
ahead.
stark contrast of what's happening in Indonesia right now. It's everyone's coming out. The malls are packed. The roads are packed. I don't know what's it's going to be interesting to see what happens in Indonesia in the next couple of months. Yeah, in terms of because everyone's coming out.
Yeah. Well, you know, I guess in conclusion, I think all of us has to continue to be safe. You know, social distancing and all that kind of things. We're not out of it yet. It's good to hear that everybody is kind of still doing well. Hopefully, when we have this conversation again 6 months time from now, we've got even better news. Maybe this time around, Alex can also share the name of the bank or banks he's talking to by then. That'll be interesting. I guess, gentlemen, thank you for your time. We've come to the end of it, and I really appreciate everything. And to everybody else, thank you for your time. And the next session will also start shortly. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Once again, my name is Gabriel. I'm from Block Show, and this is Unitize. We are on day 1 of Global Leaders. Joining me today are two gentlemen who I call friends. Two of them are also, one of them is probably one of my longest friends in Hong Kong. His name is Roland. I also know him as the guy who finds me the best beef noodles in Hong Kong, right? The other person is also one of my best friends in blockchain. His name is Clement. I think most of you know him because he only wears this color t-shirt with this logo, better known as Genesis Block. They are the largest. So I just found this out 10 minutes ago. He's actually the largest Bitcoin ATM provider in Asia, but they're also very famous as being a OTC and a pop desk and based out of Hong Kong. If you ask me and anybody who's been around the block in Asia, you'll definitely heard. If you actually don't know what Clement looks like, you know, everybody has definitely heard of Clement. I would definitely say that. Gentlemen, it's been great. It's been great for you to join us today. Hope everything is going okay. I'm just going to jump straight into it. And
thanks for having us.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Oh yeah, by the way, everybody, Roland's also one of the key so-called investors and driving forces behind the startup ecosystem in Hong Kong as well. He's part of Cocoon Impact Ventures, where they're based near Causeway Bay. I can't remember the office address because I can't pronounce it. In Hong Kong, my Cantonese is terrible. And also, obviously, he also is an active investor in the tech scene as well. So, gentlemen, thank you again for joining me. Very first question, just want to know how you guys are doing. What's the, and Clement, we'll just start off with you as well on that note. What's the lay of the land in Hong Kong today? How's business and how's 2020 treating you so far?
Yeah, thanks for having us both on Unitize. So with Hong Kong, a lot has happened in 2020 has just gone past so quickly. I think most of you guys probably know that end of 2019, we've had this political movement that's been going on, a lot of vandalizing, a lot of people have been on the streets, and a lot of businesses, especially retail, has really been suffering. Same with hotels. We've had tourism has decreased. I think for the last 6 months, and then the coronavirus happened. I think Hong Kong is one of the Hong Kong being there's no tax for goods. A lot of tourists come in. A lot of businesses have been affected. And recently, what happened in Hong Kong is there's this new national security law that just got put in place a couple of days ago on the 1st of July. I think we're still digesting. There's still a group of people that don't really like it. And we'll see how it plays out. So for us, we're seeing more interest in people understanding Bitcoin. They're looking to move their money out of Hong Kong. Small group of people, but for us, since we're in the digital asset space, like we've been doing pretty well so far, luckily.
When you say well, how well is that compared to, say, previous years and everything? And also maybe as a follow-up, Roland, you could probably add in as to like in comparison, how are things doing for, I would say, the more traditional, it's a bit weird calling tech investments traditional now in today's world, but in comparison, the new Econet, is it still something that's going on in Hong Kong?
Yeah, well, thank you again, Gabriel, for having me join. Great to see you. Great to see Clement. I echo a lot of what Emmett, I think Clement nicely summarized, obviously a lot of the issues that the city has faced. But as a venture capital investor, I mean, I think the context and the lens through which we look at things is quite important. So I would say kind of to look at what the opportunities are and how Hong Kong is doing, the perspective and lens I use is kind of a bit more higher level. I look at, well, what exactly is this kind of global struggle or tension? Where is that going? Why is that happening? And on a macro level, what are the dynamics that are creating a lot of these tensions? And so, in that kind of context, you get that narrative of, the rise of China, the rise of Asia, as an economy, as a population, as a lot of the citizens in various parts of Asia do come into the solid middle class, and that has a very, very big impact on the global economy. And what I'm saying here is we're seeing kind of what people sometimes call a paradigm shift or a systemic shift in kind of where the economy and money flow is going. So kind of in that context, without going to the individual details and individual small time frames, what we're seeing is a lot of new opportunities happening here. And because of new opportunities, a lot of them will have a technology element to it. But it's not just purely because of technology that makes these opportunities great. It's just it's more of a macro movement. Countries and a lot of these different places in Asia, are really getting their footing now and having the sufficient resources and good kind of incentives and sometimes some good government structure to ensure that this momentum continues for Asia. So with that, with that context, things in the VC space, anyone investing in kind of new opportunities, ultimately to improve the lives of the billions of people that live in this region, as long as you're betting on things that are useful, that are solving real problems, you will be doing well now and continue to do well, I think, for years to come, simply because of that momentum of this rising population.
Okay, so would you say that, and going back to Clement, would you say that even though there's been obviously a lot of trouble, or rather say excitement in Hong Kong, the last 6 months for you guys have been good, or has it been like normal where people just keep your head over it?
Yeah, so I mean, we started in 2017, and at the very beginning, we wanted to do 3 things, and we pivoted once actually. So at the very beginning, we only did OTC, we only ran ATMs, we actually started as a co-working space, just thinking, we want to build a community, we want to do events, but during the day, we've got so much space, why don't we sell some desk space? But within 2 months, we realized we don't know how to run this thing. So we just gave that up, and instead we started a prop desk instead, and that's actually taken over everything else. Prop for us is 80% of the revenue, and luckily, this is the interesting part about Bitcoin, right? When there is volatility, there's opportunity. And Q1, we actually had one of the best quarters, actually the best quarter. And we have a strategic investor come in, invested in us in March. So Q1 was like one of our best quarter. And I think moving forward, what Roland said was spot on. We've been very bricks and mortar. We've been using spreadsheets. We've been we're trying to automate a lot of the trade flow as much as we can. So part of our investor is like very strong at tech, and they're going to be helping us out with creating. So what we've launched recently is our RFQ platform. And when it comes to like managing our own books, like more automation will come into place. The goal really is to scale, and you know, for the end of this year, or this year's plan is to grow the community, grow user base. Like we've got 2,000 clients already, and the way how we did business before having our strategic investor, we realized like it's going to be very difficult to scale. So I'm not sure if anyone knows, like people that haven't done OTC or crypto OTC, how it works is people trade on chat. So you do all that onboarding, KYC, and then you get put in a group chat. And whenever you want to quote, you're actually in a group chat of like 15 people. That includes our team, our traders, and it's very, very manual. Like, and imagine having like 100 clients pinging you at the same time. You just cannot serve all of them. So the technology side is something that we want to spend more resources and money on, and so that's like we'll be able to scale through that way.
What I'm actually curious about though is this idea of causation and correlation, especially when we talk about the momentum shifting to Bitcoin, as you mentioned, and to me that's not surprising. Exactly like you say, in times of adversity or uncertainty, alternatives away from mainstream, where there could be a lot of presumptions or assumptions about what could happen to those mainstream assets. You would kind of from a mitigating risk perspective, you want to diversify. But I also wonder, Bitcoin is an option for diversification, but is it concentrated enough? Are people looking at that kind of like gold, your usual kind of safe havens of gold and Japanese yen, for example? It's a question of percentage exposure. So as people are looking into Bitcoin as alternative, and I think that narrative and that fact, it is happening. But to then say that it's correlated to being a safe, place as gold and as everything else, I'm not sure if that is stretching, that narrative a bit too far. Love to hear your views on that, because as a traditionalist, you can see the alternative, but you also look a lot at the concentration. Yeah.
So I mean, so for the last 3 years, what we've seen is before 2017, people. So in Asia, so one step back, in Asia, there's a lot of countries that have capital control. China is one of them. Thailand has capital control. Korea has capital control. What that means is individuals or entities cannot send money out of their country. There's a limitation on that. And before crypto, there's these underground money exchange that will facilitate that. That then moved to people discovered Bitcoin, how they can just buy Bitcoin with renminbi, buy Bitcoin with Korean won, and the Bitcoin can be sent anywhere in the world, sold for another type of currency, such as US dollar in the States or Australian dollars in Australia. And most of these people that introduce the end users are brokers. They used to run money exchanges or underground exchanges, very gray area, or possibly like not even legal. But they've discovered crypto, and they've been really educating the end users on this. And 2018, 19, instead of using Bitcoin, because it's so volatile, back then people could lose 5, 10%, or even 20% just because Bitcoin moved within the space of 30 minutes. We saw in March 12 where Bitcoin actually took a 30, 40% dip just in the space of a day, and it is still volatile. But these brokers grew, and they start using stablecoin, in particular USDT. What we're also seeing now since 2019 is these brokers actually trust stablecoins, which is backed by US dollar, on a particular blockchain. It can be Bitcoin, it can be Ethereum, it could be Tron. They trust that more than their bank. I don't know if when you see USDT right now is at a $9 billion market cap. It doubled this year. Part of the reason is internet banking in China now doesn't use tokens, it's all Face ID. So I think a lot of the people that have been trying to move money or parking assets in banks are now trying to get the money out into stablecoins, and they trust their wallets more, or they trust their brokers more. That's why there's like such a big demand in stablecoins. Now, I think in the next few months, what we're going to see is now the thing is, like, a lot of people know that it's still a company that are managing these stable coins, and right now the US doesn't have their own stable coin. With China, they're issuing DCEP, which is their own currency on the blockchain. My big question, my big fear is at what point will the government step in and tell these issuers that hey, you're not allowed to do this, because they can. I mean, I don't know how it's going to play out, but right now, stablecoin is easily, US dollar stablecoin is easily 10 billion. Will they step in when it's 15, 20? I'm sure they will at some point. Then there will be a big scare on stablecoin, and then where is all this stablecoin going to go? A lot of people haven't. A lot of people that are holding stablecoin right now don't have that experience. So we've had that experience in 2018, 2019, where there's some negative news on USDT, and people that were holding USDT, what they did was sell that into another type of stablecoin that was more regulated, such as Paxos. They're regulated by the NYDFS, or they would just buy Bitcoin and just get out of their stablecoin position. So now that there's like 10 billion of that, which is like significantly higher, I think there's definitely a group of users that are holding this that haven't experienced that moment, and I think that could be a big catalyst to push Bitcoin and other crypto assets up. But to answer your question, like, is Bitcoin a safe haven? I think the adoption curve, like, there's still a lot of people that don't know how to use it. It's still very difficult to use. I mean, and it doesn't help when people tell you, oh, don't store your coins on the exchange. Make sure you have your own wallet, store your seed, get a hardware wallet. I mean, it's a lot of work, initial work to do in order to. I mean, it's quite scary if you hear about, like, someone telling you, oh, if you lose your seed, if your seed gets hacked or your phone gets hacked, it's gonna be gone. It's gone. Like, until you really spend time on cybersecurity, on your own email, on even on your computer and your phone, you're not going to be comfortable like holding millions of dollars of assets yourself. I think I personally obviously think it's a safe haven. I'm extremely bullish on Bitcoin in the next couple of years, due to the economic macro environment. It has set Bitcoin up very nicely for the next couple of years.
And it just reminded me, and sorry, Gabriel, I had one more kind of very curious thing. Clement just mentioned something, and it got me thinking. Do you think, if I understand correctly, at least a lot of the Bitcoin wallets now and correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of Chinese citizens or Chinese people have a big exposure to Bitcoin one way or another. And I wonder, so I'm not sure if that's still the case today, but if that still is the case today, I wonder if the geopolitical tension, especially still the use of US dollar needed to purchase Bitcoin will, if supposedly, these tensions increase and there starts to be limitations on the on the use of USD or the ability for the government to have jurisdiction on certain uses of US dollar, which will affect, therefore, the purchase of Bitcoin. I wonder if there's discussion happening or consideration between these Chinese holders of Bitcoin and how they would be affected, if on the currency side, certain tensions start escalating.
So I'm not sure. I would probably say more people in China know what or own. Again, I'm not sure, but I would say Tether is USDT or stablecoin has gotten a more adoption than Bitcoin itself. Just the fact that it's stable, so your question was what was your question?
For example, if the majority of the Bitcoin out there, or a good significant portion of the Bitcoin out there is held in wallets that ultimately belong to Chinese citizens, then would there be a case where their Bitcoin could be deemed, I don't know, illegal or inappropriate in any way because they're using US dollar to go ahead and trade for those, and you might get into theoretical money laundering issues. In essence, you're within the jurisdiction of the United States government because it's using USD and therefore affects Bitcoin.
So, I mean, that boils down to, obviously, your question is sort of like, will the government start cracking down and declare it illegal to own Bitcoin, that sort of thing. So I think, again, this is not confirmed, but I think we're moving towards the whole space, including China, including US and everywhere in the world. I mean, at some point, I remember India also banned Bitcoin outright, but now they're moving towards a direction where you can trade. In Hong Kong, I think the regulators are actively trying to understand what this is all about, and they want to choose to. They definitely want to choose and regulate this whole space rather than ban it outright. Because the thing is, they also know that they can't just stop this movement going on. It's exactly like they've back in the 90s, they tried to stop people downloading music, which is a peer-to-peer. I think back then it was Kazaa and right now LimeWire. Yes, I think they understand well enough that even if they ban this thing, it will only cause more people getting interested in it, and most importantly is that they can still transact because they can't just shut down the network. So and it's a clear sign that at least with Hong Kong and Thailand, what they're doing is there's some initiative with a digital currency as well. And then we're seeing China with DCEP. They definitely want to be using blockchain. And right now, the situation is they're not banning people from buying digital assets, whether it's Bitcoin or USDT. You just need, exchanges in China, you cannot deposit renminbi or the Chinese yuan directly to the exchange. Crypto to crypto is perfectly fine. You can also do peer-to-peer transactions, which the top two exchanges in China are 4B and OKEX. They have a C2C or P2P. Essentially, is a marketplace where the exchanges don't take any fee. And if you're a seller of coins, you can post your order there, and another client, another user, can just take that offer and buy it. And the funds go from the client to the other client. So the exchange doesn't take the funds at all. And I think at some point, we need to see what's going to happen. But I mean, rumors saying that after DCEP launches, there's going to be licenses for certain exchange where they can deposit DCEP, withdraw DCEP, or essentially just accept fiat money. Then they can know. So the issue with like how to get the Bitcoin out, or like capital control, I think they know that like it happens. Like people are using Tether to move money out. So one of the rumors that's been saying is like possibly is you can invest in Bitcoins, but you won't be able to withdraw it out of the exchange. So you want to invest in other types of digital assets, that's fine, but it has to stay within the exchange. So I'm not sure. Again, this is just a rumor. I think this year will be extremely interesting to watch what actually happens in the space, in the regulatory space. Another interesting,
So I want to bring things a little bit back closer to home for both of you. I want to talk a little bit more about Hong Kong. So and I do not want to get into the political side of things, but now given like what Clement you just mentioned 2 days ago, the new national security law and everything like that, do you see that movement of people? So we spoke about safe haven. Obviously I think we've got a little bit of contrasting views, but I think the point here is that given what's happened in the last couple of days and probably the last 1 month, are people in Hong Kong going to start reacting to digital assets like the way you just mentioned in China? Do people will people basically, or really your peers, your clients, especially those who are based in Hong Kong, who are like, okay, I need to look at this. I need to find a way to store, especially that, and correct me if I'm wrong, because of no capital gains, if I put it into Bitcoin, Ethereum or something like that, like some of my money is safer, that this is a plan B, or in certain cases, even a plan C, I would say, for that. Is that the same for Hong Kong?
I'll start off by saying like, before the national security law, I mean, there has been both sides, whether they're, pro-China or pro, in Hong Kong, there's like the yellow people, there's the blue people, basically it's anti or pro-government. I think both sides were worried about Hong Kong, and both sides think about how to get the money out. Not necessarily Bitcoin or digital asset. I think that's the first step. Is like, okay, Hong Kong is not a safe place to live. I want to move out. And the good thing about Hong Kong, a positive thing, is like there's no capital control. Like you can literally take all your money out and wire it
go somewhere
anywhere
else
in the world. Yeah. You can even take cash out from the bank, put it in your suitcase, declare it when you get out the border, and leave like that. There's no control. Like as long as you declare it and you can prove that, oh, I took it out from my bank and I'm leaving, you can do that. Like there's no restrictions whatsoever. As opposed to places like Thailand or Korea, like you declare it, you're not allowed to bring out more than X amount. So I think with this national security law in place, I think the people that the pro-China people obviously are very happy about this, and I would say they're not looking to. I think that has stopped, and what we're seeing is some of the the pro they want like more freedom. They want the other side of the those people that want to leave. They can. I mean, they can leave. Are interested in moving their money out and looking into various ways to. But a lot of the fact is like they just don't know that, oh, you can just carry that money out, no problem. I think the worst type of people are the ones that only have a Hong Kong passport and don't have any other offshore bank accounts. They're the ones that are yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of discussions on forums where, you know, how to open, for example, TransferWise account, being a Hong Kong citizen. So some people are just buying SIM cards from the UK and then using some of their friends' addresses, because all you need is a UK number, which you can get them here, and you just need email, you need a UK number, and then you can get a debit card. And a TransferWise account is actually pretty amazing, how you can just get a US dollar, Australian dollar, Singaporean account, and yeah, and you just make the transfer directly from your Hong Kong bank, and then you get it. So I mean, options are there, but some people are looking into, you know, Bitcoin as well.
Yeah, Roland, you have something to say?
Interesting. Yeah, what's also interesting though is, you know, I do see the same news, you know, what Clement mentioned, that, you know, there is that sentiment of worry, uncertainty that has led to some people looking at alternative options. But we also see, you know, over the last month, there has been a massive influx or interest in buying the Hong Kong dollar, to the point where the Hong Kong Monetary Authority had to go and purchase a lot of US dollars in order to maintain the fixed exchange rate. I mean, just for reference, the Hong Kong dollar and US dollar is has been agreed by policy to fit within an exchange rate band. And so every time, because of currency demand, if the demand for one currency exceeds that band, then there is a policy to purchase the other currency to make sure the float stays within this band. So it's interesting as an observation to see that while there is certainly inquiries and people looking to move money out, there is also is significant in the billions of dollars of Hong Kong dollar purchases. The most obvious reason that I could think of, you know, based on just what we see in the news, is that with the US discouraging or actively trying to take certain Chinese companies off their stock exchanges, it has kind of created an open invitation for a lot of Chinese tech companies that would otherwise or traditionally listed on the Dow Jones or NASDAQ are now coming to Hong Kong. The latest example being JD.com. So they just did a secondary listing, I believe last week, if not this week. So I think there is an interesting kind of in parallel movement of money. And back to the question of, you know, ultimately what does that mean for the city? I think in terms of as a place for opportunity and a city that manages capital, manages money for an international audience, I have confidence that will remain. This, you know, the infrastructure here and the way in which people do business, just the culture and the mindset and just the way things work, you know, it's very hard to replicate elsewhere. But what may change is the mix. It's the mix of who is contributing to this capital pool. Traditionally, you know, they call this an international financial center because the assumption is you have a very balanced or a good mix with all sorts of, you know, money from all around the world. And, you know, because of certain geopolitical tensions, you know, we may be seeing a shift in that mix to perhaps a more Chinese or Asia demographic or source of asset being managed in Hong Kong, and maybe less of, you know, European or US assets. That could be the possibility, but ultimately in terms of the net amount or the opportunities, I think they'll just continue growing as opposed to decreasing. And so as a business environment, I think there's every reason to be bullish, but we just have to reckon with the change in who the counterparts are in doing deals in the city.
Okay. We're almost out of time. So based on everything Roland said, right, Clement, we'll give you the chance to wrap things up here. So what's it gonna look like for the next 6 months? I would say for Hong Kong, because I think just now we were very broad stroke about the industry. Right. What do you think will happen in Hong Kong in the next 6 months?
That's interesting because I think China is not going to let Hong Kong die. I think people that are not happy will really take this seriously and look for somewhere else. we are seeing that, especially the activists that have been at the forefront, politicians now. I mean, part of the law is like, you know, if you have, like from the 1st of July, if you've done anything that pretty much is harmful to the country, again, it's not very specific, but you know, people need to watch what they say on the streets, and you cannot say, you know, Hong Kong independence, that sort of stuff. Otherwise, like, you will have to go to court and, you know, face justice. I think more of those people will have to figure out a way either to move out of Hong Kong, but ultimately, I think Hong Kong will continue to operate. I think protests will definitely be suppressed. In terms of business-wise, like, we're extremely bullish on, you know, this whole space. We think people will care more about privacy. And when it comes to privacy, like, very naturally you get into understand more about security, privacy, and you look at very, very naturally you'll become interested into like these digital assets that, I mean, a lot of people are doing very cool projects that that allow users to have more control. So I think in general, I'm extremely bullish about this space, and we'll see what happens in Hong Kong. But generally, I think everything will be fine in Hong Kong.
I don't disagree. I think just to wrap up, and thank you, gentlemen, for the thoughts. Even though I'm doing this conversation from Singapore, and you know, Roland and I, and even Joseph and Clement, we make a lot of Singapore versus Hong Kong jokes and everything. But I don't disagree. I think Hong Kong people are persistent. There's a certain stubbornness they have in them, and I'll be very interesting to see what happens, not just in Hong Kong, but I think in the space we're in, both in the investment and digital asset space. I think the next 6 months, in conclusion, will be very, very interesting. And one should not, no matter under any circumstance, ignore what can be done in Hong Kong, not just from a potential, but what is already there already. And to wrap it up, thank you very much, gentlemen. Hope you enjoy the rest of the event. And for everybody there, we'll be right back right after this. Thank you very much. Thank you, Roland. Once again, thank you, Clement, again. Always very insightful. I think in conclusion, everybody, you know that Hong Kong's going to be fine, right? But since we're talking about Hong Kong, we're going to move northeast a little bit. And we're going to be talking about China, which is actually led by a good friend of mine, Michael Gu, who is the founder and the man in front of the camera, or behind, I would say, Boxmining. Boxmining is a YouTube channel. He's also a well-renowned crypto commentator and blockchain commentator as well. In fact, when China first launched or made the announcement of DCEP this year,
here. If you actually go to his YouTube page, Boxmining, he was one of the first commentators and the first person to actually cover DCEP, digital Chinese currency, in quite a bit of detail. So to talk about, and I've kind of invited him to carry on that theme. And instead of just being boring and talking about DCEP, which I think 3,000 different people have done since him, we're going to have a conversation now. It's about, it's going to be quite thought-provoking. How can DCEP, or will DCEP one day ever overtake Bitcoin? And to join him, it's another person who's actually the head trader in Genesis block, Charles Yang. And joining him will be Matthew Graham from Sino Global Capital. Right? Thank you, gentlemen. Please take it away.
Hey everyone, I'm Michael, the founder and creator of the popular channel Boxmining. Today, in this session, we'll talk about central bank digital currencies. In particular, if DCEP, the currency created by the central government of China, if this will overtake Bitcoin to become a dominant currency in this world. After news broke out that China is creating a central bank digital currency, a lot of countries have jumped on the bandwagon and reacted into trying to create their own CBDC as well. This is why it's important to look at this in the context of global currencies and also in the context of cryptocurrencies too. Because with cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, there's an alternative that is being provided for decentralized currencies as well. In this session, we have two panelists with us. One, the head trader of Genesis Block, Charles, and we also have Matthew Graham, who is the CEO of Sino Global Capital. With these panelists, we'll explore what DCEP, digital currency electronic payment, actually is, what has been announced so far, so in terms of the details of the plan to launch it, and how it's going to be launched, where it's going to be launched, and how the infrastructure for that works. We'll also talk about the strategy here. What's China's overall reaching goal strategy to launch the first national digital currency? This is definitely a giant step for China, and there's a lot of risk, a lot at stake here, but they have a lot to gain as well. So exactly what can they gain from launching DCEP, and what are the risks, and maybe some of the precautions that they're taking as well. We'll also introduce the trading aspect, because the digital currency trading scene will drastically be impacted by DCEP. We've already seen a minor crackdown in China in terms of bank accounts related to cryptocurrencies. And with Charles from the head trader of Genesis Block, we explore the digital currency scene and what could be impacted when DCEP fully launches. Now, I'll just get this out there. Obviously, these panelists aren't here with me in person, but what I have done is I've done pre-recorded sessions with these panelists and try to get that information to you guys directly in this video. We'll start off with a mini introduction of what DCEP is, and I'll go cover that. Then we'll jump into the objectives and motivations of Matthew Graham, and then we'll jump into the trading implications with Charles from Genesis Block. Starting off with an introduction, what is DCEP? So DCEP stands for Digital Currency Electronic Payment, and it's the first national digital currency issued in the world. So it's actually essentially it's the Chinese renminbi, and it has a value of exactly 1 yuan, 1 renminbi. Yeah, so hard to do it on a camera by yourself, of course. So let's start off with an introduction. What is DCEP? So DCEP stands for Digital Currency Electronic Payment, and it's the first central bank issued digital currency. It's 1-to-1 ratio with the renminbi, the national currency of China, and it's meant as a direct equivalent / replacement for that currency. Now, it's important to remember this is issued by the People's Bank of China, so the highest governing Bank of China, and has all the properties of a national currency as well. This means that it's issued by the government and also has the properties of a renminbi, a physical note of renminbi as well. Now, this is very interesting because it's the first time the world has ever seen a central bank issued digital currency. And in many ways, it's a tester, it's a trial run A lot of this is uncharted territory, and hence, this is why when information is released about DCEP, it comes in little chunks, and also the technical details of it is quite vague at this current point. What we do know is that China has been developing this concept for the past 5 years. And in fact, it's well matured and quite tested. In terms of release, it is stated to release sometime this year, with initial tests being limited to a first few banks. And we'll talk about some of the structure as well in this session. Something that's also very interesting in terms of the technical details is that they borrowed a lot of technology from blockchain technology, and they use some concepts like UTXO. So in terms of unspent transactions and how particular transactions are tracked, they borrow some of these concepts, but it's important to remember that it is not a blockchain. It doesn't fully follow all the rules, and in fact, it's not public either. The central bank has the authority and the control over the currency, just like how the central bank has control over issuance and the destruction even of regular renminbi. Huang Qifan, the chairman of the China International Economic and Exchange Center, said that DCEP can achieve real-time collection of data related to money creation, bookkeeping, and providing a useful reference for the provision of money and implementation of monetary policies. And this really gives you an idea of the purpose, the original intention behind DCEP. Let's break down the intents and purposes of the creation of DCEP, starting with number 1. It's going to replace the reserve money system in China. It's going to cut down the friction of communicating transfers between banks and make it very, very transparent what is going on between bank transfers. Currently speaking, there is no good unified modern way of communicating transfers between banks. Surprisingly, it just relies on age-old systems. So DCEP will bring this into the modern age and allow a transparent way to view how money is transferred between banks. It's going to drastically cut down the cost and the friction of banks transferring funds to each other. And also it's going to bring more security for the banks as well. Because after all, moving physical notes is rather difficult. And by having a digital version of that, transfers can take place efficiently and also with a lot of transparency and tracking options available. Second of all, it has to do with international transfers too. So not only local transfers of currency, but this will allow Chinese banks to transfer and communicate internationally at much less friction and also less dependent on the SWIFT system too. The SWIFT system has been around for a relatively long time, but with China moving to DCEP, this will allow a way for money transfers to be communicated and to be transferred without the need of using US-based or Western entities. This gives China more control over what can be transferred and also more transparency into what is being transferred to. This gives a lot more control in terms of the central government, in terms of what their monetary policies are. They've also added the ability for parties that control and hold DCEP on behalf of customers, basically the operating banks at this current point, to have control over where money can and cannot go as well. So there's that additional layer of security for the Chinese government there as well. Lastly, DCEP will also be for peer-to-peer use within people as well. So it's designed to be a currency that can be in small amounts kept in people's wallets, in apps that are issued and sanctioned by the banks. Now, what's kind of interesting and special is that there is an ability for NFC payment as well. So this is a method that can make DCEP function like a normal regular currency. By tapping two phones together, you can transfer DCEP offline without having connection to the internet. This is very important because other means of payment transfer, such as WeChat Pay and Alipay, which are very prevalent in China, they require full use of the internet to facilitate this transaction. With DCEP, This means that rural farmers who don't have internet access to an internet connection can directly transfer DCEP to each other without the need of holding physical nodes and, well, all that complicated stuff. So they're envisioning a digital future where citizens are migrating to a cashless system into a digital cash system as well. To find out more about the role of DCEP, we talked to Matthew Graham, the CEO of Sino Global Capital based in China. Their team has worked a lot on clarifying what is happening with DCEP and how it could potentially impact this change. So let's go to this interview.
Hi, how are you? This is Matthew Graham from Sino Global Capital. Cheers from China. The four things specifically that we look to cover today are, first of all, understanding exactly what DCEP is. And I think that's very important, especially for crypto and blockchain audiences, because if you're approaching DCEP from a crypto or blockchain framework, I think you're going to really have a hard time understanding what it is and why it's so important. The second thing is we're hoping to put DCEP in context in terms of China consumer habits and the digital payment ecosystem. And then the last two things are we're hoping to understand some of the objectives for DCEP, specifically with regards to monetary policy and the internationalization of the renminbi. Let's talk about how this relates to China's very vibrant digital currency ecosystem. So you need to understand, especially for me as an American, there are huge differences between the American ecosystem and the China ecosystem in terms of digital payments. When I'm here in China, I have not carried a wallet for more than probably even almost 3 years now in terms of just walking around. Why would I need to? More than 99% of my non-crypto daily transactions, everyday transactions like for getting a cab or for getting a cup of coffee or whatever, these are all using either Alipay or Tencent's WeChat Pay. I almost never use cash, or checks or cards. Everything is on my phone. So that's fundamentally something that is very different than we see in the United States, right? And certainly many other countries too. You have a duopoly, Alipay and WeChat Pay, that in terms of the daily transactions that people are making as they go about their life. That leads us to the first big challenge for DCEP then. DCEP will not likely, at least at first, be integrated into Alipay or Tencent's WeChat Pay, which means that there's an adoption challenge. Even though DCEP is fundamentally different on the back end, from the perspective of the consumer, it will look very similar to these other apps that are used in people's daily life. And so the question would then be, well, why would I, if it's the same thing, from my perspective as a consumer, if it's the same thing as what I already use, you don't get it. Why would I want to do this? So the Chinese government for sure will have to be very creative in terms of adopting incentives for consumers to choose DCEP in lieu of Alipay or Tencent's WeChat Pay until such time as potentially it could be integrated into these alternative existing payment rails, which would undoubtedly be a huge integration challenge. We shouldn't anticipate that would happen anytime soon. Now, China does have a history of being very creative about these types of incentives, and to give an example, in China there's an official receipt. It's called a fapiao. And it's not like your regular receipt that you get in the United States. You have your coffee, they give you a piece of paper. It's not like that. It's a official receipt, and it's used for tax collection purposes. And this is because China, historically, and certainly before this incentive was implemented, China has had some severe tax collection problems. So here's what they did with the official receipt. There's actually a scratch-off lottery on the receipt. such that when you're incentivized to insist that when you make a transaction that you get an official receipt, which people would perhaps otherwise be and even still are a little unwilling to give you. But you insist because on the receipt, there's literally a scratch-off thing, and you can win a lot of small little prizes, but also some larger things too. I think we've, in my household here in China, we've won, I think, the China equivalent of a Roomba. Some kind of air conditioning thing is on the way, various types of lotions and things like that. You can win all kinds of prizes. So this came at a cost, but it also delivered dramatically improved compliance in terms of the tax system here in China. So they had a small cost and a big increase in tax revenue. There's a history of the Chinese government being able to incentivize different things, but they certainly will have to do that for DCEP as well in order to make sense from a consumer perspective for people to start using DCEP in lieu of or in addition to things that they're already used to, such as Alipay and Tencent's WeChat Pay. So then the next thing, I think we should talk about how this could be used for monetary policy. Just very briefly discuss that. And so again, this is different from just having a list on a database somewhere on a mainframe, in a database on a mainframe of how much money you have in what bank and things like that, various mainframes, right? This is actual digital cash. This is not just a record of how much money you have in the bank. So this is M0, not M2. And thus, it opens up a lot of abilities for monetary policy. In fact, it could be very useful for implementing a negative interest rates, which has been a very important topic and a very important discussion that started out very theoretical among economists, but is getting increasingly important for real world implementation. So that's the first thing. So also brief mention, it opens up a lot of capabilities in terms of AI, in terms of machine learning, both of those for fraud detection and different things. There's potential programmability aspects as well. And also then we mentioned that we would discuss internationalization of the renminbi. So I think this is a super important topic, and you need to understand that this is for sure an objective of DCEP. So this is a tough objective. It's tough to accomplish because China has a very strict currency control regime. There's offshore renminbi, there's onshore renminbi. This is all not freely convertible. There's a very strict system for moving money in and out of the country, right? So in that sense, it's very, very difficult to internationalize the renminbi. However, there is an opportunity, and the opportunity is this. Currently, USD has hegemony in terms of international transactions, USD dollar hegemony, and much of the financial plumbing, the nuts and bolts behind the scenes, are USD centric. And so we have all these technologies, such as SWIFT, such as chips, such as Fedwire, but they're old, they're antiquated, they're expensive, they're slow. It's 2020 and we have transactions that take 3 days to clear and that are far more expensive than they should be. So all of these technologies that underpin much of the USD centric global economy are really showing their age. That's a big opportunity. If you have these 30, 40, 50-year-old technologies, there's a leapfrog opportunity. And DCEP for sure is trying to target Fedwire, chips, SWIFT. It's not about Bitcoin. It's about these kinds of technologies and potentially internationalizing the RMB, at least to some extent. And so what we can expect is that this will be super difficult, but China's playing the long game. They're looking to chip away at USD dollar hegemony over a period of many, many years. And potentially what we could see is that this could start in the OBOR countries. OBOR countries is one belt, one road. This is neighboring countries that are very intertwined with China on trade and that frequently have contracts that are already denominated in renminbi and that require centralized settlement. These for sure could be a target for DCEP, and DCEP could step by step around the edges in a very small way at first, but possibly getting some momentum. And again, they're playing the long game here. DCEP could potentially be a leapfrog technology to target SWIFT and these other parts of our international financial infrastructure and further internationalize the renminbi. So hopefully this helped us better understand DCEP, what it is, what it's not, and also kind of how it fits into the context of China daily life, and potentially what some of the important features and opportunities and also risks are as we go forward. Thank you very much. Cheers from China.
Now that we found out more about what is happening with the deployment of DCEP and the opportunities for China to deploy this, we talk more into the more practical elements and find out more about digital asset trading and what's currently going on with the trading of digital assets with head trader Charles from Genesis Block. So to find out a little bit more about how DCEP can be traded and what the current scene for digital asset trading is like currently in Asia, we have Charles, the head trader of Genesis Block here. I mean, Genesis Block, you guys trade currencies in Southeast Asia a lot. You've got pub in Hong Kong, Taiwan, also in Bangkok, Asia, and you have mainland Chinese clients as well. So Charles, you want to give a small introduction?
Yeah, thank you, Michael, for having me on. My name's Charles. I'm running the trading at Genesis Block, and we were originally founded in Hong Kong. But over the 2 years, I guess 3 years now, we've expanded into many new markets, and we're actually trading in Korea, in Thailand, China, and actually quite a few more currencies. And our goal is to keep expanding these on and off ramps to try and give Asia full access, and even people outside of Asia that need to make payments and so on. We want this all to be connected, and we want to be that niche kind of liquidity provider that can do this for all our clients.
Awesome. So obviously you've seen definitely the trading aspect of kind of evolve for cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and that changed throughout the years. And initially, I mean, prior to 2017, everyone was allowed to trade cryptocurrencies. I mean, cryptocurrency exchanges were all legal in China, and then it kind of changed. Do you see how is it changing right now?
Yeah, so it goes all the way back to, I guess, 2015, even before the bull market. There was lots of people moving money. They express it as moving bricks, where basically they were arbitraging. I think at the time China was probably at a significant premium. And then we got to the 2017 bull market where it became all about Korea, and there was a kimchi premium of 40 to 50% at one point.
Right.
And since then, it's been much more stable, where you don't see something so ridiculous anymore. Mostly because people aren't hyping into chasing crypto, and they've most of the mainstream have at least heard of Bitcoin now. So in general, when you look at different fiat currencies and where the kind of hype sits at, it's usually countries that haven't had the experience before. So we were betting on Thailand for a long time, and we just at the end of last year we set up Genesis Block Thailand. So we have an office in Bangkok. And we've been offering OTC services to these clients.
Right.
And Thailand is a very interesting market because there are exchanges, but people don't really want to use them. They feel very concerned about data privacy.
Okay.
And there's also an issue with regulatory lack of clarity in terms of, is it okay for me to trade crypto? If I cash out, what are the taxes that are going to be hit on me down the line? All of these things still seem to be quite unclear.
Right.
And that's why they look at more peer-to-peer or even OTC desk trading as well. Yeah.
That's interesting. So it's right now the climate in digital currency trading, and why we discuss this quite importantly, because DCEP wants to fulfill partially that role as well. So at the current stage, it's still kind of in the middle ground, but there's a need for that, right? Do you see a need? why are consumers getting into crypto right now? Is it to kind of, I would almost say, circumvent some financial controls as well? Is that part of the agenda, or is that, are there multiple reasons right now?
Yeah, so I think the first reason is always going to be speculation, especially in Asian markets where there's a big tendency for risk-taking and gambling. When you see that kind of volatility and explosive growth, that's always going to be probably the first factor that drives an average person to trade. And the second thing is going to be payments. So any country that has these capital constraints, Korea is a big one, China is obviously another major one. And people just don't have the, they can't go through regular banking channels to send money to a different country, for instance. Or they can, but they can only do it up to a certain limit. So, this is the major use case of crypto right now, probably the number one use case. And when you look at something centralized that's issued by a central bank, just say the DCEP, not really sure how the rules are going to change. I personally don't think it will change at all. And in terms of the utilization of blockchain, not really sure how it's going to work country to country. Because, for instance, if China launches DCEP on their blockchain and they want other countries to accept it, these new countries need access to that data as well.
Yes, exactly.
Right?
And China technically has centralized control over that. And I think what's kind of interesting is leading up to the launch of DCEP, obviously China had quite a long time to prepare for this. I mean, they said they've been working on it for 5 years. So do you think that in the preparation process and the time leading up to now, do you think they want to tighten the control on other digital currencies? Do you think that will be part of their agenda in any sort of way to kind of tighten it up on public blockchains and then push their own kind of private centralized version?
Yeah, so it seems the intention would be, people want to use crypto for whatever. Please use the crypto recommended by the government, and don't use these cryptos that are issued by random companies based in Tether is a country, I don't even know where they're set up, but somehow they drive the crypto market. They do billions of volume every day.
Right.
So obviously, from China's perspective, they would like to have the transparency to see what their, what their citizens are doing and where the money is moving. And I'm not sure, while that's the intention, I think it's very difficult to actually see that happen because they could have just said, don't use crypto, use the national currency, use renminbi.
Right.
And it's not going to work. I'm not really sure how they're going to enforce it. They could ban everything. Which is, China, given their history, I'm sure they're capable of it. But for other, more countries that are democracy-based kind of governments, it's not as easy for those kind of players to be don't use this. This is completely banned, right?
Well, do you see yourself adopting that as well? I mean, if customers come over here carrying DCEP or carrying some sort of asset, would you be willing to accept that? Would you perceive certain risks of doing so as well?
Yeah, so I think it's just the same as any other fiat currency. I would treat it more like a regular fiat currency than a crypto.
What would that be?
Well, you have to look at what technology they're going to use. If we don't support the wallet, then there's not a whole lot we can do. If it doesn't trade on regular crypto exchanges, there's not a whole lot we can do. So it's a question of, when it becomes a proper, government issued currency, are they even going to let it trade on Binance, for instance?
Correct.
Can you trade on OKX? All these Chinese, China-led exchanges. It's just, we have to wait and see.
So it's about how much access you have.
The liquidity is obviously,
and also they've been quite vague on how you can do it. There has been rumors and talks about Chinese bank accounts being closed down recently. Those are tied and related to cryptocurrencies. Do you think that they're using this as a way to kind of really restrict people's ability to transfer money outside the country and try to use DCEP to be the only one where they can track? Do you think that's one of the motivations behind it?
Yeah, so I think it's definitely an interesting coincidence that DCEP is being pushed this year while they crack down further on capital control and just in general tracking down dirty money or potential money laundering, anything suspicious. It might just be a coincidence, but the government is not stupid. They know how to find Huobi. They know USDT is trading in the millions or hundreds of millions actually every day in China. So they've been watching and they're just trying to formulate what is the best way to approach this. Where there's a lot of good information there. Like you can always with banking channels, you can kind of see, especially for politically important people or like very wealthy people, the government is interested in what they're doing. So DCEP ideally is another way to monitor such transactions. And of course, as soon as you issue issue any kind of token or currency, you want people to use it. You don't want to be like number 2 to some random coin called USDT, right? So I think that, if they're going to launch it, that's the intention. But I'm pretty sure there will be limitations as well in terms of.
It's kind of a balance, right? They're trying to find balance there. I mean, obviously, I think you brought up a good point there, which is about USDT. USDT is rapidly become heavily used by Chinese users as a form of stable currencies, as access to the US dollar. But obviously, the Chinese government doesn't want that, right? They don't want their own citizens holding USD. They want them to hold renminbi. They want them to be kind of, so it's give and take in that sense. And I think that's a challenge there. They definitely don't want.
So interesting point from some other trading desks is a lot of people ask about why Asians love USDT, or like a lot of Asian OTC traders, a lot of their volume is focused in USDT. And it really comes down to, it doesn't matter how much tether the company has in the bank. It's about, when I take this USDT, how confident am I to trade it and it doesn't lose value? So just say within a day, within a few hours. And the confidence is pretty much extremely high, right?
Right.
If you look at it the other way around, if there's something called DCEP, and I'm in Europe and I decide to take DCEP, how confident am I that I can offload this DCEP at fair value, right? So this is what people really care about when they're trading, rather than store value. Like this is not anything to do with store value. It's just a means of moving value, right?
So that's the most practical way that you can view it, right? So it's like, if you accept it, how quickly and how availably can you offload it without any sacrifices?
So in our case, if we're in Hong Kong, and DCEP is like a legitimate thing now, of course we would take it. I mean, Hong Kong, there's plenty of people that have like renminbi needs, and it should be quite liquid here. But countries over in like, East Europe, I don't know. Like there's got to be places where even the renminbi as it is, they don't want any exposure, right?
Yeah. So it really depends on exposure. Cool. Thank you, Charles, so much for coming on. And
Thanks,
I hope
Michael.
you guys can tell me if you guys accept DCEP in the future.
Thank you.
Cheers. Awesome. Cool. That's great. I mean, it's such a big topic too.
And that wraps up the panelist discussions. Overall, I just want to conclude with the initial title subject, which is, will China's central bank digital currency DCEP overtake Bitcoin? And one thing to establish here is that this currency is centralized and is designed as a direct replacement for the renminbi. It's a digital version of that red note that we know so well. But at the same time, Bitcoin has been on the other side of the spectrum, being a decentralized currency with no government issuance and no one to control it. So at the end of the day, we don't have that tiered structure where the People's Bank of China has control over everything that's going on with the currency. With Bitcoin, it's decentralized. So there's a big line and big divide in that section, and both has its uses. For one, if you want to interact with China, then DCEP is going to be rapidly on the agenda of something to be adopted and to be integrated into particular networks. We've seen that with foreign firms and companies like Starbucks and McDonald's already declaring their intent to accept DCEP in the regular stores. On the other hand, with Bitcoin, we can see the decentralized system also taking place, and we can potentially even expect some interoperability as well, some way to transfer between DCEP and with Bitcoin and other decentralized cryptocurrencies. So very much the current dynamic of this competition between decentralized and centralized currencies will remain. I hope you guys enjoyed this session. If you guys want to find out more about DCEP, I highly encourage you to check out my site, boxmining.com. We have and constantly update the latest information into our article about DCEP. And also, we have a lot of interviews on our channel about China's development into both blockchain and the central bank digital currency space. So make sure you check out the Boxmining YouTube channel for more information as such. And guys, thank you so much for attending our session. See you guys next time.
Thank you, Michael, from Boxmining, Charles, Matthew as well for sharing your thoughts. I guess, I kept saying this maybe earlier in the day. I think the next 6 months will indeed be very interesting, not just for what happens in the space, but what happens in the payment space, not just in China or Asia, but I'm very sure there are a lot of going to be ripple effects, pun very much intended, for the rest of the world. Talking about Ripple, probably, yes, you guys may know, a few years ago, Ripple is actually a very, very popular cryptocurrency in a market that is still very active in the blockchain and crypto space. None other than that, I talk about that in Asia, it's Korea. Korea is probably the heartbeat when it comes to blockchain innovation, adapting on blockchain, and even trading. I mean, some rumors go up to say that, about 30-40% of the entire trading volume in the world or something like that, comes from Korea. They're very actively investing and trading in a variety of cryptocurrencies. And at the same time, you've got companies like Engine, etc., that are, have wallets on Samsung, etc. There's just so much going on in Korea. However, there was actually honestly a very bullish outlook onto Korea's adoption of blockchain in 2020. But what exactly has happened in the last 6 months, given we keep mentioning it, the pandemic, the change in regulations and everything. But I think 3 individuals right now are actually going to be giving us their own perspectives right in the heart, literally Gangnam, who will be joining us to talking about this. None other than Sionik. Sionik is from FactBlock. He's also the founder and the creator of the infamous Korea Blockchain Week. Joining him is a gentleman that needs no introduction, whether you're in Korea or even all the way to San Francisco. Simon. He's from Hash. He's probably the one that put Korea on the map in the form of accelerator and investing, etc. And another lady that joins us, Songa, Sophie Kim, some people call her. She is the chair lady of the Korea Blockchain Association's exchange program, and she's driving a lot of this narrative forward on the regulation front as well. So join me as we now invite him to actually share about the pulse of Korea's blockchain ecosystem in 2020.
안녕하세요. 팩트블록 대표 전선익입니다. 2017년도부터 한국은 블록체인 시장의 중요한 부분을 차지해 오면서 단계적으로 발전하는 모습을 입증하고 있습니다. 특히 자금 세탁 방지를 중심으로 거래소들에 대한 조사나 규제 강화, 제세 논란에도 불구하고 가상자산 자체는 여전히 한국인들 사이에서 열정적으로 입에 오르내리고 있습니다. 전 세계까지는 아니지만 한국의 크립토 시장은 아시아에서 가장 큰 시장 중 하나라고 볼 수 있습니다. 오늘 저희가 모인 이유는 우리 블록체인 이슈가 한국에서는 어떻게 돌아가고 있는지, 그리고 또 앞으로 한국의 블록체인 업계로부터 어떤 것들을 기대해 볼 수 있는지, 우리는 어디까지 온 것인지 알아보는 시간을 가지려고 합니다. 동시에 한국은 왜 전 세계적 위기의 코로나19 팬데믹에도 불구하고 그 어느 때보다도 사업성이 높은지 궁금한데요. 여기 계신 해시드 김소준 대표님, 한빛코 김성아 대표님과 함께 얘기를 나눠보겠습니다. 우리가 얘기할 때 한국의 블록체인에 대해서 지금까지 정확하게 다뤄보지 못했던 얘기를 하면 좋을 것 같은데요. 3년 후에는 어떨 것이다, 5년 내에는 뭐가 가능해질 것이다, 이런 뜬구름 잡는 얘기가 아닌 현재, 오늘 지금 돌아가고 있는 상황과 현실에 대해서 얘기해보는 시간을 가지겠습니다. 예를 들어서 카카오 지갑이라던가 우리나라 최고의 기업인 삼성이 어떻게 움직이고 있는지, 새로운 규제 마련으로 인해 수많은 가능성이 있는 상황에서 우리 업계는 어떻게 과연 반응을 할지, 베이비 부머 세대와는 또 다른 시각으로 돈을 바라보면서 투자 재테크를 하는 한국의 밀레니얼 세대들에게 있어서 과연 크립토는 어떤 의미를 가지고 있을지에 대해서도 얘기해 보도록 하겠습니다. 한국의 블록체인 가상자산 시장의 전반적인 상황에 대해서 얘기해 보겠습니다. 근래 2, 3년 사이에서 많은 변화들이 있었는데요. 어떤 변화가 있었는지, 2020년 지금 또 무엇이 달라졌는지 김서준 대표님한테 짧고 간단하지만 구체적으로 정확하게 들어보겠습니다.
네, 2017년 이제 ICO 버블이 마치 IT 업계에 있었던 닷컴 버블과 비슷한 시기였죠. 그래서 굉장히 큰 거품이 일시적으로 생겼다가 또 심하게 꺼지면서 굉장히 많은 개인 투자자들이 빠른 시간 내에 시장에 유입됐다가 또 사라지기도 했고요. 마찬가지로 이제 ICO 붐을 타고서 굉장히 많은 프로젝트들이 일시적으로 생성이 되었다가 많이 시장에서 지금 퇴출되고 있는 그런 조정의 과정인데요. 특히 이제 메인넷을 만들던 많은 블록체인 프로젝트들은 국내에서 나왔던 프로젝트들은 상대적으로 좀 경쟁력이 많이 약해졌던 그런 과정이었고요. 근데 상대적으로 한국 프로젝트들이 잘하고 있는 건 이제 어플리케이션 섹터에 있는 프로젝트들이고 그 부분에 있어서는 굉장히 가능성이 앞으로도 많다라고 개인적으로 예상을 하고 있습니다. 한국 시장의 특징을 보면 한국 시장의 어떤 기회는 전 세계에서 가상자산, 디지털 자산의 가치를 가장 많이 이해하고 있고 이미 익숙한 대중들이 있고 그 대중을 상대로 확산할 수 있는 인프라가 제일 잘 깔리고 있는 시장이라고 생각을 하고요. 대표적으로는 이제 카카오톡이 클립이라고 하는 디지털 자산을 담을 수 있는 월렛을 카카오톡에 출시를 했고 하루 만에 불과 10만 명이 넘는 사람들이 이 디지털 자산 시장에 이제 로그인을 했을 정도로 이더리움을 비롯한 다른 이제 크립토 네이티브 플랫폼에서 이루지 못했던 대중 상대로의 어떤 그 지갑과 인프라들이 확산되고 있는 모습을 보이고 있고 또 하나의 좀 특징적인 프로젝트 하나를 말씀드리면 네, 대표적인 그런 프로젝트 동향 중에서는 그 카카오톡의 클립 이야기를 안 할 수가 없는 것 같아요. 그래서 카카오톡의 블록체인인 클레이튼을 기반으로 해서 이제 만들어진 클립이라고 하는 월렛에 출시 하루 만에 10만 명이 넘는 한국인들이 접속을 했고요. 이건 이제 이더리움을 비롯한 크립토 네이티브 프로젝트에서 보지 못했던 정도의 확산 속도라서 가능성을 많이 만드는 것 같고요. 또 이제 비트코인과 이더리움에 이어서 세 번째로 많은 수수료를 만들어내고 있는 블록체인 네트워크가 테라라고 하는 한국에서 이제 많이 유통되고 있는 스테이블 코인 네트워크인데 이 테라를 기반으로 한 그 간편 결제 서비스인 차이의 유저도 벌써 150만 명이 넘어갔거든요. 그러니까 이미 150만 명이 넘는 한국인들이 블록체인인지 상관도 하지 않고 간편 결제 서비스를 많이 사용하고 있는 그런 경제가 한국 시장에서 만들어지고 있다라고 하는 그런 인상적인 숫자들이 많이 나오고 있고요. 이제 이런 생태계 기반으로 점점 더 많은 어플리케이션 프로젝트들이 앞으로 나오게 되지 않을까 기대를 하고 있습니다.
그 미국 같은 시장에서도 이런 차이나 이런 테라나 아니면 카카오의 클레이튼 같은 서비스가 출시된 적이 있나요?
미국에서 그 카카오의 클레이튼에 비유될 수 있는 게 딱 리브라일 것 같아요. 근데 여러 가지로 마일스톤에서 한국이 빠르죠. 리브라 같은 경우는 여러 가지 뭐 정치적인 문제나 규제 문제로 아직까지 메인넷이 런칭되지도 못했고 또 런칭 되더라도 그게 페이스북이나 인스타그램의 월렛 형태로 탑재되는 거는 더 많은 시기가 아마 지나야 될 거다라고 예상을 하고 있는데 이미 카카오톡은 이제 그 클레이튼 메인넷 나오고 지갑까지 출시된 상황이니까 상대적으로 이제 어덥션에 있어서는 더 빠른 발전 속도를 보이고 있다라고 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다.
그렇군요. 네, 그래서 김소준 대표님한테 프로젝트랑 또 투자자의 관점에서 얘기를 들어볼 수 있었는데요. 이번에는 거래소 관점과 또 이런 법률적 관점 이런 부분을 김성환 대표님한테 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
네, 저는 거래소 관점에서 좀 이야기를 하고자 하면 사실 긍정적인 면만 얘기할 수는 없을 것 같아요. 그래서 지난 2년을 회상을 해보면 일단 좀 굉장히 좀 어려웠던 시기였고요. 이유는 아마 2018년 1월 이제 모두가 한국 투자자분들은 기억을 하실 텐데 이제 저희에게 트라우마가 있죠. 그래서 법무부 장관이 거래소를 폐쇄하겠다라는 이제 코멘트를 하게 되면서 저희가 보이지 않는 규제가 시작되게 됩니다. 그게 이제 2년째인데 법적으로 뭐 강제화되는 그런 법안은 아직 존재하지는 않았었지만 사업의 제한은 굉장히 있었던 상황이었어요. 그래서 그 2년 동안 사실 좀 정석으로 거래소를 운영하거나 프로젝트를 하려고 하는 팀들이 오히려 더 좀 어려움에 처한 뭐 이런 상황이었고요. 그 거래소 좀 더 구체적으로 포인트를 한 2개 정도 찝어서 얘기를 드리자면 일단 첫 번째로 원화 입출금 개정 논란이 있었어요. 그게 뭐냐면 아마 그 해외 분들은 들어보시지 못하셨을 텐데 금융위에서 2018년 초반에 거래소들은 암호 자산을 거래 중개를 할 때 원화 입출금 계좌를 실명 실명이 확인이 가능한 원화 계좌를 사용하라라는 지침이 내려왔거든요. 근데 이슈는 당시에 이제 전환이 된 거래소들은 아주 소수밖에 없었고 그 이후로는 이제 은행에서 이 실명 계좌를 지원을 해주지 않습니다. 그리고 실명 계좌도 이제 숫자가 제한이 있다 보니까 이게 당연히 거래 시장에 신규 자금이 들어오지 못하는 그런 결과가 되었죠.
네, 저도 기억나는 게 거래소에 원화를 입금하려고 농협에 계좌를 열려고 했는데 그 계좌를 열기 전에 막 사인해야 되는 것도 많고 가상화폐를 거래하는 게 아니다 이런 뭐 서약서 같은 것도 사인을 해야 하고 이랬던 기억이 있습니다.
굉장히 번거롭게 투자자들에게 그런 사업적 제한을 주는 제안들이 나왔었죠.
네, 그래서 지금 자연스럽게 이제 한국 규제에 대해서 얘기가 넘어갈 수 있게 됐는데요. 그러면은 그 한국 규제에 관련해서 굵직한 소식들이 있었죠. 어떤 규제들이 있었는지 좀 더 깊게 한 발짝 들어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 어떤 의미인지 설명을 좀 해주실 수 있을까요? 김서준 대표님은 최근에 국회에 가셔서 또 법을 만드는데 같이 스터디를 시켜드렸다고 말해도 되는 건가요? 그랬던 걸로 기억하는데 좀 한번 얘기를 해봐 주시면 좋겠습니다.
네, 한국에서는 이제 아주 최근에 21대 새로운 국회가 이제 시작이 됐고요. 많은 국회의원분들이 산업 현장의 그런 동향, 특히 기술에 대해서 학습을 하셔야 되기 때문에 다양한 그런 공부 모임들이 만들어지고 있어요. 그 중에서 국회의원 한 30분 정도가 참여해 계시는 이제 우후죽순이라고 하는 공부 모임에서 첫 번째 그 스터디의 발제로 그 블록체인을 뽑아주셔서 제가 가서 여러 가지 시장 기회와 현황에 대해서 말씀을 드렸고요. 좀 상징적인 의미가 있다라고 생각을 합니다. 첫 번째 그 공부 모임의 주제로 블록체인이 뽑혔다는 건 이제 그만큼 국회에 계신 분들도 블록체인 산업의 가능성과 디지털 자산 시장의 미래에 대해서 좀 적극적이고 이제 전향적인 태도로 이제 여러 가지 고민을 해주시겠다는 그런 시그널이라고 생각을 해요. 일단 지금 가장 중요한 제도화 관련한 이슈는 특근법이고요. 작년 말에 이제 특근법이 나오면서 이제 가상자산이 금융자산의 카테고리에 편입될 수 있는 계기가 마련이 됐고, 가상자산을 다루는 가상자산 사업자들, 대표적으로는 거래소나 지갑사업자 같은 곳들도 마찬가지로 금융사업자의 범위에 들어올 수 있는 그런 계기는 마련이 되었는데 아직 디테일한 내용이 하나도 정의되지 않았어요. 그래서 시행령이 이제 빠르게 만들어져야 될 텐데 이 부분에 있어서 여러 가지 이해관계자들의 좀 논리가 다른 것 같아요. 그래서 굉장히 강하고 좀 큰 규제로서 이걸 다루고 싶어 하는 주체들도 있고요. 반대로 조금 더 시장이 연착륙할 수 있게 지금 현재 시장에서 나와 있는 많은 블록체인 프로젝트들이 이 규제 환경에 퇴출되지 않고 좀 법이 만들어질 수 있도록 그렇게 이제 원하는 분들도 있는데, 결국 그런 부분에 있어서 특근법 시행령이 어떻게 만들어지냐가 앞으로 몇 달 동안 가장 중요한 과제일 것 같고요. 다른 이슈로는 이제 과세가 한국에서 아직까지 없거든요. 그러니까 전 세계적으로 암호자산의 어떤 수익에 대해서 과세가 하나도 없는 정말 몇 안 되는 국가 중에 하나가 아직까지 한국일 것 같은데, 이것도 이제 제도화가 되는 과정에서는 분명히 겪어야 되는 문제라고 생각하고, 다만 과세 방향이 어떤 식으로 나오는지에 따라 또 마찬가지로 시장의 어떤 방향이 달라질 것 같아서 최대한 산업의 호의적인 방향으로 과세 방향이 나오기를 기대하고 있고요. 마지막으로 또 작년에 있었던 큰 규제 관련된 소식 중에 하나는 부산을 블록체인 특구로 정식으로 이제 임명하면서 조금 더 자유로운 그런 실험들이 부산이라고 하는 한국에서 두 번째로 큰 도시에서 일어날 수 있는 계기가 마련은 되었는데 안타깝게도 지금 이제 시장님, 부시장님 다 그 중도에 퇴임을 하시게 됐고 그러면서 동력이 좀 떨어진 것도 있고요. 근데 보다 그 본질적인 문제로는 그 부산 블록체인 특구에서 다루고 있는 여러 가지 주제들 중에서 디지털 자산에 대한 내용은 다 빠져 있습니다. 그러니까 사실 기술적으로의 블록체인만을 놓고서 1차 지금 프로젝트들이 진행되고 있는 과정이기 때문에 블록체인 시장에서의 가장 큰 가능성은 누가 뭐래도 디지털 자산을 다루는 건데 그런 부분이 이제 앞으로 어떻게 다뤄질 수 있을지가 좀 중요한 과제가 될 것 같아요.
그래서 김서준 대표님께서 말씀하신 것처럼 첫 번째 아젠다로 AI가 아닌 블록체인이 됐다는 것은 되게 희망적인 뉴스일 수 있겠네요. 네, 그러면 또 규제하면 또 김성환 대표님이 하실 말씀이 많을 것 같은데요. 왜냐하면 특근법이 만들어지기까지 또 되게 많이 노력하신 분이라고 저희가 알고 있는데 특근법과 관련해서 우리 한국의 규제 어떻게 설명해 주실 수 있을까요?
일단 지난 2년 동안 특근법이 나오게 하기 위해서 안 보이는 곳에서 노력을 하신 분들이 굉장히 많아요. 근데 제가 거래소 위원장이라는 타이틀을 맡고 있고 거래소 대표라는 타이틀을 맡고 있다 보니까 아마 저를 좀 많이 피처해 주시는 것 같은데
거래소 위원장으로 하신 거는 블록체인 협회, 한국 블록체인 협회 거래소 위원장.
네, 맞습니다.
네.
네. 그래서 거래소 협회에는 주요 거래소들이 회원사로 있고요. 같이 2018년부터 제가 앞서 말씀드렸다시피 거래소가 폐쇄될 위기에 실제로 있었잖아요. 그때부터 자유규제를 만들고 법안을 대응을 하기 위한 뭐 대강 활동이라든지 이런 것들 계속 해온 바 있습니다. 그래서 이 법안을 그래서 만족하느냐라고 물어보신다면 한 50점을 드릴 것 같아요. 이유는 일단 이 법안은 알고 계셔야 될 것은 이 법안은 저희 가상자산 산업, 블록체인 산업을 규정하고 규제하는 업권법은 아니에요. 이 법안은 자금 세탁 방지의 목적으로 그리고 또 FATF 이제 권고안 앞으로 나올 이제 권고안에 발맞추어 만들어진 자금 세탁 방지를 하기 위한 법안에 가상자산이 들어갔다라고 보시면 되겠습니다. 그래서 조금 더 구체적으로 설명을 드리자면 일단 저희는 가상자산 사업자라는 타이틀을 갖게 되고요. 그래서 가상자산 사업자의 범위가 들어있고 가상자산 사업자가 신고 요건을 맞춰서 금감원에 신고를 하고 이제 신고 수리가 된 거래소들 혹은 가상자산 사업자들만 정상적으로 영업을 할 수 있는 틀이 내년 3월부터 시행된다고 보시면 되겠습니다. 여기서 이게 거래소 법안 아니냐, 거래소 신고제 아니냐 이런 질문을 외부에서 많이 받아요. 근데 사실 이게 범위가 좀 더 확대됐습니다. 그래서 가상자산을 보관한다든지 관리한다라든지 그리고 또 심지어 매매를 중개, 알선하는 업을 영업으로 하는 자들도 다 이 가상자산 사업자 범위 안에 들어가게 되었습니다.
그렇군요. 이렇게 규제들이 잡혀가면서 빅플레이어들이 들어오기도 하는 것 같은데 이제 KB 우리나라에 있는 4대 은행 중에 하나인 KB국민은행이 커스터디 회사를 만들고 이런 모습은 되게 참 바람직한 모습인 것 같습니다.
네. 최근에 이제 KB뿐만이 아니라 뭐 농협이나 신한은행 뭐 이런 은행들도 이제 대거 진출한다는 소식들이 뭐 공식적이진 않지만 이제 여러 가지 미디어를 통해서 노출이 되고 있고 그래서 사실 이런 규제 환경이 만들어지는 게 저는 전반적으로 업계를 위해서는 반드시 필요하고 중요한 과정이라고 생각을 하고요. 특히 이제 이런 은행권 혹은 증권사들에서도 가상자산을 다루기 시작하면 시장의 크기는 지금보다 뭐 10배, 100배 이상 커질 전기가 마련될 거라고 생각합니다.
네. 그러면서 자연스럽게 가상자산에 대한 인지도 정부에서 더 잘할 수 있게 되겠네요. 네. 그러면은 이제 저희가 지금 시대가 시대인 만큼 또 코로나 얘기를 안 할 수가 없는데요. 지금 시대를 살아가는 지구상의 전 세계인들이 처음으로 이런 전염병, 팬데믹 현황을 살아가고 있는데 이 상황에서 우리는 우리 업계의 위험 요소는 뭐고 또 기회는 또 어떤 것들이 있는지 두 분이 또 좀 정리를 해서 말씀해 주시면 되게 좋을 것 같아요. 김서준 대표님 먼저 한번 말씀해 주시죠.
일단 지난 3월 19일을 이제 그 암호자산 업계에서도 블랙 서스데이라고 부르는데 당시 엄청나게 폭락을 했잖아요. 그래서 뭐 여러 가지 뭐 증시를 포함한 전통적인 에셋들도 폭락했지만 비트코인을 포함한 디지털 자산이 더 많이 폭락했었죠. 그러니까 제일 큰 이유는 아무래도 유동성 문제인 것 같아요. 시장이 아직까지는 충분히 유동성이 크지 않기 때문에 그 어떤 외부의 큰 충격이 왔을 때 일단 일시적으로는 다 돈을 빼는 일들이 발생할 수밖에 없잖아요. 그때 순간적으로 더 폭락이 일어나서 뭐 굉장히 많은 손실을 입거나 뭐 놀란 분들이 많았을 것 같고요. 사실 그것만 제외하면 나머지 지금의 팬데믹 환경이나 혹은 언택트 이코노미가 뜨는 환경은 디지털 자산이나 블록체인 업계에는 오히려 더 좋은 환경이라고 개인적으로 생각을 하고 있습니다. 실제로 그 이후에 회복도 훨씬 더 빠른 속도로 했고요. 그러니까 사실 그 가격이 떨어졌던 것 이상으로 지금 펀더멘탈적으로 회복을 많이 하고 있고 언택트 시장에서 결국 비대면으로 신뢰 기반으로 사람들끼리 거래를 하고 경제 활동을 해야 되는 게 본질적인 어떤 요구가 더 많아지고 있는데 그리고 디지털 기반의 경제에서 콘텐츠 수요량이 빠르게 늘고 있는데 뭐 이런 부분에 가장 잘 맞는 인프라가 결국 블록체인과 디지털 자산이라고 하는 도구들이기 때문에 결국 이제 가장 빠르게 더 성장하고 수혜를 입게 되는 산업이 될 거라고 저는 확신을 하고 있습니다.
지금 저희가 또 이렇게 코로나 얘기를 하다 보니까 이제 불현듯 저와 말하고 싶어지는 게 지금 이벤트, 그러니까 저는 이제 코리아 블록체인 위크를 하다 보니까 이런 이벤트 산업도 이 코로나 때문에 상당히 많이 영향을 받고 있거든요. 그러다 보니까 이런 자연스럽게 지금 저희가 이렇게 촬영을 하고 있는 이런 웨비나 같은 형식의 새로운 이벤트가 태어나는 것처럼 모든 게 되게 디지털 포메이션이 되게 자연스럽게 이루어지는 현상이 아닌가 싶습니다. 네, 그러면은 이제 다음 질문으로 넘어가는데요. 부동산, 비상장 주식 등 다양한 투자 자산과 관련해서 국내에서는 되게 혁신적인 방안들이 계속 만들어지고 있습니다. 그래서 어떤 혁신적인 것들이 만들어지고 있는지 좀 설명을 듣고 싶고요. 그리고 또 블록체인이 여기서 어떤 역할을 할 수 있는지 이 부분을 좀 김서준 대표님께서 설명해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다.
네, 이제 블록체인 시장의 발전 과정을 보면 2009년에 비트코인이라고 하는 새로운 네트워크가 발명되면서 사실상 본격적인 산업으로 성장하기 시작했다라고 볼 수 있잖아요. 비트코인이나 이더리움 같은 자산들은 현실 세계의 어떤 에셋을 담보로 하는 거라기보다는 정말 가상의 자산으로서 만들어지고 커뮤니티와 네트워크를 만들어 왔다면 최근 들어서 그만큼 중요해지고 있는 블록체인 시장의 주제가 현실 세계의 가치를 보증하는 어떤 에셋들을 토큰화하는 부분인 것 같아요. 근데 사실 이쪽이 굉장히 큰 가능성이 있음에도 그동안 한국 시장에서 더뎠던 이유가 관련한 규제나 어떤 지원책이 없었기 때문인데 예를 들면 비트코인 사고 파는 거야 뭐 이미 거래소라는 산업이 존재하는 만큼 뭐 그냥 존재하는 건데 뭐 부동산이라든지 스타트업 주식 같은 것들을 갑자기 토큰화해서 판매한다고 하면은 아마 금융위원회에 굉장히 큰 그런 뭐 범죄처럼 아마 될 것 같아요. 근데 굉장히 인상적인 건 이제 작년부터 우리나라 금융위원회도 샌드박스라고 하는 그런 법안을 어떤 그 규제
프리존 같은
네, 그렇죠.
예.
네, 샌드박스라고 하는 규제 프리존을 통해서 굉장히 많은 혁신적인 금융 서비스들이 만들어질 수 있도록 이제 장을 열어주고 있는데 대표적으로 여기에 해당되는 게 이제 두 가지 분야가 있는 것 같아요. 하나는 비상장 주식 거래를 그 블록체인 기반의 플랫폼으로서 할 수 있도록 허락해 준 게 한 가지고요. 여기에 이제 세 가지 회사가 라이센스를 받았어요. 그래서 코스콤이랑 두나무랑 그다음에 판교거래소라고 하는 이제 비상장 거래소를 운영하는 PSX가 이제 비대면으로 비상장 주식 거래를 플랫폼으로 중개할 수 있는 안전 거래를 할 수 있는 그런 라이센스를 받아서 관련된 것들을 준비를 하고 있고요. 비상장 주식 거래를 해보면 이제 뭐 인감증명서부터 시작해서 굉장히 많은 서류 작업들을 해야 되고 또 명의 개설되는 과정도 시간과 비용이 많이 걸리고 해서 유동성이 높아지기가 굉장히 어려운데 이런 개인에 대한 신원 정보나 그 에쿼티의 자체에 대한 어떤 디지털화된 정보들은 블록체인 플랫폼에서 다 보증을 해버리면 클릭 한 번으로 이제 비트코인 사고 팔듯이 이런 비상장 주식 거래를 할 수 있는 환경이 된다라는 게 원래 아이디어란 그런 아이디어인데 또 이런 환경을 테스트할 수 있는 그런 샌드박스가 마련된 거고요. 다른 한쪽은 이제 부동산 수익 증권에 대해서도 비슷한 실험이 이제 이루어질 수 있도록 금융위 샌드박스에서 지정이 됐고 카사코리아랑 루센트 블록이라고 하는 두 개의 회사가 이제 라이센스를 받아서 이제 부동산을 한마디로 이제 쪼개서 그 수익 증권을 사고 파는 마켓과 거래소가 만들어질 수 있는 환경이 이제 시작이 됐고요. 뭐 이것뿐만이 아니라 이제 앞으로도 뭐 명품이나 자동차 같이 굉장히 값비싼 동산인데 가치를 담보하고 있지만 그 유동성도 부족하고 디지털화되어 있지 않아서 다른 여러 가지 금융산업과 결합성이 없었던 부분에서도 이런 실험들이 많이 일어날 거라고 예상을 하고 있습니다.
아까 그 말씀해 주신 그 비상장 주식 거래소에 관련돼서 조금 또 궁금한 게 이제 코스콤은 아마 글로벌 시장에서 어떤 회사인지 잘 모르실 텐데 코스콤이라는 게 이제 한국 거래소를 만든 기술 회사잖아요. 근데 여기가 비상장 주식 거래소를 만드는 거는 이해가 되고 두나무 같은 경우도 두나무는 업비트라는 암호화폐 거래소를 만든 또 이제 어느새 대기업처럼 성장해버린 스타트업인데 여기도 비상장 거래소를 만드는 게 이해가 되거든요. 근데 판교 거래소라는 데는 제가 처음 들어봐서 거기는 어떤 회사인가요? 살짝 설명을 좀 더 해주실 수 있을까요?
판교 거래소는 정말 그 앞선 두 개의 회사가 이미 큰 그런 기업들이 만드는 신사업으로서 시작되는 그런 비상장 주식 거래 플랫폼이라고 한다면 굉장히 스타트업적인 접근으로 시작을 하고 있고요. 판교 거래소에 근데 이미 올라와 있는 여러 가지 상품들을 보면 그러니까 대한민국 스타트업 씬을 대표할 수 있는 그런 주식들이 많이 올라와 있어요. 대표적으로는 마켓컬리라든지 무신사, 뭐 리디북스, 그다음에 그 크래프톤, 뭐 전 세계적으로 유명한 이제 게임인 그 게임 이름이 뭐였죠? 크래프톤.
그 배틀그라운드.
네, 배틀그라운드. 네. 배틀그라운드 IP를 가지고 있는 크래프톤 같은 회사들이 이미 활발하게 거래가 되고 있고요. 그 비상장 주식 거래의 특징은 정보 비대칭이 상장 주식보다 훨씬 크다는 건데, 네, 그런 부분을 이제 어떻게 그러면 커뮤니티 차원에서 정보를 함께 공유하고 컨텐츠 자체가 이 플랫폼을 통해서 함께 잘 유통되면서 일반적인 상장 주식 거래 플랫폼보다도 또 다른 형태의 어떤 정보 거래 유통 플랫폼이 만들어져야 될 텐데 이제 이런 부분을 좀 잘 인지하고 계신 것 같고요. 그런 부분이 결합된 또 다른 형태의 대안 거래소로 성장할 수 있지 않을까라고 저희는 기대를 하면서 지켜보고 있습니다.
네, 재밌네요. 네, 그러면은 이제 다음 질문으로 넘어가서요. 2017년, 2018년 초까지는 정말 비트코인 대단했죠. 네, 가상자산에 열광하고 블록체인 기업들이 뭐 너무 많이 특히 이 강남대로 이 주변에 뭐 엄청 많이 생기면서 발전도 하고 여러 가지 일들이 있었는데 2018년 하반기부터 2019년에는 참 애석하게도 침체기에 접어들면서 우리 업계 전체가 되게 많이 어려워진 상황이 됐었거든요. 특히나 이제 단편적인 예로 미디어 산업을 보면 시장이 활성화될 때 정말 거의 한국이라는 작은 나라에 그리고 한국어라는 폐쇄성을 가진 언어임에도 불구하고 이 안에서 거의 100개가 넘는 블록체인 미디어가 생겼다가 지금은 이제 대기업이라고 불리는 기존 미디어 공룡들이 소유하고 있는 블록체인 미디어들만 남아있는 상황인데 해시드는 어때요? 해시드는 이 침체기를 어떻게 살아오셨나요?
저희들은 물론 뭐 일시적인 침체기인 건 맞지만 블록체인 산업에서 이런 그 사이클은 계속 있었거든요. 그래서 그냥 또 한 번의 그런 사이클이라고 생각하고 또 역사적으로 보면 항상 이런 침체기에 투자를 했을 때 더 큰 수익률이 나는 건 이미 IT 업계에서도 증명이 된 사례였기 때문에 저희는 쉬지 않고 계속 투자를 했던 것 같아요. 그래서 2018년, 19년 사이에 투자했던 프로젝트들 중에서도 뭐 중요한 프로젝트들이 많았어요. 대표적으로는 저희가 이제 클레이튼에 초기 투자를 하고 그다음에 여러 가지 그런 생태계 만드는 활동을 지원하기 시작했던 것도 2018년에 있었던 일이고 또 이제 일본 시장에서 클레이튼처럼 메신저 기반으로 큰 그런 네트워크를 만들고 있는 게 라인이 만들고 있는 링크라고 하는 블록체인이잖아요. 그 프로젝트도 저희가 이제 유일한 기반 투자자이자 어드바이저로 그 프로젝트에 참여하면서 관련된 활동들을 돕기 시작한 것도 그 시기에 있었던 일이고요. 그다음에 이제 블록체인 섹터에서 비트코인이나 이더리움 가격과 무관하게 가치를 단단하게 증명해 나가고 있는 섹터 중에 하나가 이제 디파이라고 저희는 보고 있는데요. 이 탈중앙화 금융 쪽에서 일어나고 있는 많은 프로젝트들 뭐 투자도 많이 하고 저희가 필요한 지원들을 하고 있어요. 그래서 이 시기에 저희가 투자했던 뭐 프로젝트들 중에 뭐 카이버 네트워크라든지 뭐 메이커다오라든지 그다음에 뭐 신테틱스 뭐 이런 프로젝트들에 참여하면서 관련해서 이제 그 아시아 시장이나 한국 시장에 이제 노출될 수 있고, 그다음에 국내 이제 생태계에서도 이런 디파이 개념을 이해하는 프로젝트들이 만들어질 수 있도록 교육 활동 같은 것들을 다양하게 진행을 하고 있습니다.
네.
또 하나는 블록체인이 이제 금융 플랫폼으로서만 발전을 해왔는데, 결국 생산 플랫폼이 있어야 사람들이 여기서 생산도 하고 만들어지는 가치가 사실 금융 발전이 늦게 뒤따라야 되는데 반대가 됐다라고 생각을 해요. 그래서 블록체인 플랫폼이 생산 플랫폼으로서 의미를 가지는 거는 저는 가상세계를 만드는 블록체인 게임 분야라고 생각을 하고 있고요. 그래서 그동안 이제 그 6개 정도의 국내외 블록체인 게임 회사들이 투자를 해왔고, 최근 들어서 서서히 이제 출시가 시작된 것 같아요. 그래서 그런 프로젝트들이 이제 성과를 만드는 걸 지원하는 것도 지켜보고 있습니다.
네, 그렇군요. 아, 그러면은 한비코는 어떤가요? 네, 거래소 되게 힘드셨을 것 같은데 어떻게 생각하세요? 어떠셨어요?
네, 아이러니하게도 저희는 훨씬 더 바빴던 것 같아요. 네, 그리고 또 뭐 거래 시장을 하루 이틀 보는 건 아니고, 가상자산 거래 같은 경우는 특히 저희가 2014년, 5년부터 이제 시작을 한지라 또 이제 처음 온 베어마켓은 아니잖아요. 그래서 오히려 또 시장이 가열이 되고 나서 이제 규제가 들어오는데, 이제 규제가 들어오는 시기에 저희가 할 수 있었던 것들이 더 많았어요. 준비할 수 있었던 것도 많았고, 그 중에 뭐 한 예가 이번 나오게 된 특근법 법안을 대응을 하는 일들도 그랬고, 법안 뭐 프레임워크를 만드는 거라든지, 그다음에 세금 관련된 프레임워크를 만드는 것, 그리고 또 이렇게 어려운 시기에 또 업계 관계자들이 또 잘 뭉치게 되는 것도 있더라고요. 그래서 거래소 위원회도 거래소들이, 국내를 대표하는 거래소들이 다 좀 잘 뭉쳐서 이런 규제를 대응했던 시기라 오히려 더 바빴습니다. 네.
앞서 그 대답해 주셨던 거랑 조금 이제 연결이 되는데요. 그 이제 거래소가 실명 계좌만을 가져야 된다고 이제 얘기가 나왔었는데, 그 한비코는 가상 계좌를 끝까지 안 만드셨잖아요. 그 어려운 시기에 그 유혹 같은 게 오지 않으셨었나요?
안 왔다라고 하면 뭐 거짓말일 것 같고요. 뭐 성인도 아니고, 그죠? 네. 근데 확고한 좀 신념은 있었던 것 같아요. 그러니까 저희가 또 이제 자유 규제를 또 만들고 리딩을 하면서 리퀘어먼트에서 계속 강조했던 것들이 뭐 보안 라이센스라든지, 그다음에 실명 계좌였었거든요. 근데 저희가 중간에 좀 상황이 어렵다고 해서 이제 실명 계좌를 전환하는 걸 포기하고 이제 다른 방식을 취했었더라면 저희가 목소리를 낼 명분이 없었을 것 같아요. 근데 뭐 이렇게 정석대로 그리고 정도를 걸으면서 했던 이제 운영 방식이 결국에는 또 법안에 또 신고 요건에 이제 두 가지 부분이 중요하게 들어가면서 이제 앞으로는 오히려 좀 더 빛을 보게 될 것 같습니다. 네. 그리고 이게 실명 계좌와가 굉장히 중요한 게 그러니까 투자자분들은 잘 이 중요성을 잘 모르시더라고요. 근데 실명 계좌 방식이 아닌 다른 방식의 계좌로 고객의 입출금을 지원을 했을 때 회사 거래소 입장에서 고객 자금과 회사의 자금을 분리보관을 강제할 수 없어요. 강제하지 않아도 운영을 할 수 있거든요. 그러면 이게 고스란히 또 투자자들의 피해로 갈 수 있는 좀 채널이 될 수가 있기 때문에, 사실 이게 저희가 중요하다라고 계속 얘기하고 다니는 이유는 이제 더 이상 투자자들의 피해가 발생되지 않도록 하기 위함입니다.
한국에 이제 자연스럽게 거래소로 이야기가 넘어가서 또 여쭤보는데, 한국의 리테일 시장이 정말 거대하죠. 이렇게 세계에서 아마 한 3, 4번째로 큰 시장이라고 저는 인지하고 있는데, 왜 사람들은 한국 시장에 관심을 갖는지 김성환 대표님이 좀 간단히 설명해 주실 수 있을까요?
네. 한국의 리테일 투자자들의 힘이 정말 거대해요. 그러니까 크립토 시장뿐만 아니라 전통 금융 시장에서도 그렇고요. 한국의 이제 주식 거래 코스피 시장의 거래량이 전 세계 한 8위 정도 됩니다. 근데 좀 더 흥미로운 건 이제 파생상품 시장인데요. 한국의 파생상품이 이제 도입이 된 거는 비교적 좀 늦은 시기예요. 1996년에 파생상품 거래가 시작이 되었고, 그리고 2001년부터 2011년 무려 10년간 전 세계에서 그 코스피 파생 상품 선물 옵션 거래량이 전 세계 1위를 10년 동안 하게 됩니다. 근데 여기서 더 흥미로운 점이 있어요. 이게 한국은 전통적으로 리테일, 그러니까 개인 투자자들의 비중이 굉장히 높아요. 그 전통 시장에서도 개인 리테일 투자자들의 비중이 45%에서 55% 정도 됩니다.
요즘은 좀 더 오르지 않았나요? 요즘 뭐 동학개미 운동이다부터 시작해서
요새는 좀 더 올랐을
네,
것 같아요.
뭐 20대 젊은 친구들이 증권 계좌 만드는 붐이 뭐 어마어마하다고 하더라고요.
그렇죠. 그래서 크립토 시장에도 왜 리테일이 이렇게 투자자가 많은지에 대한 답변이 좀 이렇게 됐을 것 같고요. 그 다음에 두 번째로는 가상자산 매매에는 밀레니얼 세대를 빼놓을 수가 없어요. 사실 거래소의 실제 유저들도 밀레니얼 세대들의 비중이 굉장히 높아요. 그게 또 배경은 뭐 한국 경제 구조라든지 이제 투자의 액세스 가능한 그러니까 투자 상품의 액세스가 가능한 정도도 이제 보면 좀 알 수 있는데, 일단 밀레니얼 세대들은 밀레니얼 세대들의 자산이 갈 곳이 없어요. 일단 은행권 같은 경우는 뭐 금리가 너무 작죠.
네,
그래서 뭐
낮죠.
너무 낮죠. 네, 그래서 당연히 뭐 2% 미만의 저금리 시대는 오래됐었고, 그다음에 주식 시장도 사실 결과적으로 보면 최근에 많이 올랐다고 하지만 많이 빠졌기 때문에 많이 올라 보이는, 상대적으로 많이 올라 보이는 거지, 2000년 초반 이후로는 그 박스권을 벗어나지 못했어요. 그리고 세 번째로 최근에 한국에서는 가장 큰 화두가 되고 이슈가 되는 게 부동산 가격. 부동산 과열 가격이 이제 많이 너무 상승을 해서 이슈가 되고 있는데, 여기에도 밀레니얼 세대들은 사실 투자를 미리 할 수가 없었단 말이에요. 왜냐하면 종잣돈이 많이 있지 않았으니까. 그래서 자연스럽게 크립토 같이 좀 작은 시드 머니로 들어와서 투자를 할 수 있는 곳에 관심을 많이 갖게 된 것 같고요. 그리고 또 밀레니얼, 특히 한국의 밀레니얼 세대들은 어렸을 때부터 좀 온라인 게임을 많이 하면서 자랐어요. 그래서 게임 아이템 매매라든지 혹은 뭐 자기가 쓰는 서비스의 포인트 시스템에 대한 이해도가 굉장히 높아서 토큰 거래에 대한 이질감이 없었던 것 같아요. 그 다음에 밀레니얼 세대에 대해서 또 한 가지 더 강조를 드리자면, 또 정치적 영향력을 행사하려고 하는 그런 성향이 굉장히 강해요. 그래서 사실 이거는 다 알고 계실 수 있는 이야기인데, 2018년 1월에 거래소 폐쇄안이 나왔을 때 그걸 무마시킨 것도 밀레니얼 세대다라고 말할 수 있어요. 왜냐하면 이거는 이제 실제 있었던 일인데, 이 폐쇄안이 나가고 나서 청와대의 사이트가 거의 마비가 됩니다.
국민청원.
네, 맞아요. 네, 그래서 국민청원 사이트에 이제 20만이 동접하고 하면서 청원을 막 올리죠. 이제 그 사태 이후로 실제로 뭐 문재인 대통령의 지지율이 10% 정도 이상 내려갔다라는 설문조사도 있었고요. 그리고 이 거래소 폐쇄안이 무산이 되죠.
그렇군요. 그러면은 그 지금 뭐 거래소 폐쇄안 등 이렇게 이제 또 법적인 얘기를 해주시는데, 그럼 특근법에 관련해서도 특근법은 시장을 어떻게 바꿀까요?
특근법이 시행이 되고 나서 개인 투자자 분들에게는 어떤 영향이 있을지 한 3가지 포인트로 얘기를 드리면, 첫 번째는 지금 내가 가지고 있는 알트코인들이 앞으로 거래가 되지 않을 수 있다. 라는 건 항상 염두에 두셔야 될 것 같아요. 이유는 굉장히 좀 쉬운 논리인데, 앞으로 거래소가 신고제가 되게 되면 이제 신고 수리되는 거래소가 많지는 않을 거잖아요. 거래소 숫자가 줄어들면 줄어들겠죠. 그러면 당연히 무분별한 상장 일 하지 못하게 될 거고, 그래서 따라서 지금부터도 이제 본인 포트폴리오의 옥석 가리기가 좀 필요한 시점이라고 보이고요. 두 번째는 자금 세탁 관련인데요. 사실 자금 세탁이 굉장히 먼 얘기처럼 느껴질 수 있어요. 근데 가장 큰 변화는 규제에서 오게 되는데, 내가 법안을 모른다고 해서, 내가 잘 모른다고 해서 나한테 영향이 안 오는 건 아니에요. 그래서 나도 모르게 자금 세탁에 연루가 될 수 있다라는 생각을 좀 하셨으면 좋겠어요. 그래서 이후에는 제 이후에는 이제 신고된 거래소에서 거래소의 인스트럭션을 잘 따라서 매매를 하고 입출금을 하는 게 무엇보다도 중요해지실 것 같습니다. 그다음 마지막은 당연히 세금인데요. 그래서 지금부터 아직 근데 세제안 같은 경우는 올 7월에 나올 걸로 이제 예상을 하고 있어요. 이제 하지만 이제 양도소득세 방향으로 가게 될 확률이 좀 높은데 그렇다면 취득 원가라는 개념은 굉장히 중요해져요. 그래서 취득 원가를 그러면 어디서 알 수 있느냐? 그러면 또 신고된 거래소들의 그런 규제 세금 인프라스트럭처가 이제 만들어질 거예요. 그 안에서 뭐 신고를 할 수 있는 취득 원가라든지 이런 것들을 확인하실 수 앞으로 있을 건데, 근데 그렇지 않은 거래소에서 하거나 아니면 다른 그러니까 과세 인프라스트럭처가 그 만들어지지 않은 데에서 거래를 하게 되면 이게 굉장히 곤란해질 수도 있죠. 취득 원가를 그 신고를 하지 못하면 이게 세금 폭탄을 맞을 수도 있는 거거든요. 그래서 그 세 가지 포인트가 앞으로는 굉장히 중요해질 것 같습니다.
근데 그 일본 같은 경우는 과세법이 예전부터 있었는데 이게 이제 자율신고제거든요. 그럴 수밖에 없는 게 이 비트코인 같은나 이더리움 같은 경우는 OTC 거래라는 게 활성화되어 있잖아요. 근데 이런 경우에는 뭐 아무리 신고 거래 이제 아무리 그러니까 내가 얼마에 샀는지를 어떻게 증거를 남길 수가 없는 건데 그럼 이런 건 어떻게 보세요? 이렇게 한국도 그럼 이제 자율신고제가 될 수 있는 건가요?
아직 그 세제안이 나오지 않았기 때문에 어떤 방향으로 잡힐지에 대해서 디테일은 나와 있지 않아요. 7월 달에 이제 나올 건데 그 중요한 건 이게 양도소득세가 부과가 되게 되면 그러니까 저희도 이제 거래소들 위원회에서도 협회에서도 목소리가 내고 있는 거는 인프라가 잘 구축이 되어야 돼요. 과세 인프라가 구축이 되어 있지 않는데 어떤 방식이든 방금 얘기하셨던 것처럼 자율신고가 됐던 아니면 원천징수 방식이 됐던 어떤 방식이 됐던 간에 소득이 그 세금이 부과가 됐을 때 인프라가 없는 상황에서 부과가 되면 이게 형평성이 없는 거거든요. 그래서 그 소프트 랜딩과 그 다음에 규제 로드맵하고 잘 맞춰서 이렇게 나와주는 게 가장 이제 중요한 것 같습니다.
아까 그 또 옥석 가리기가 중요하다고 했는데 이런 거는 또 해시대 역할이 좀 클 수도 있겠네요. 왜냐면 요즘에 그 코인텔레그래프 코리아를 통해서 카이버 네트워크에 대한 기고 글도 저희가 잘 보고 있는데 이런 리서치를 할 때 얼마나 많은 분들이 리서치를 해주고 계시는 건가요?
그러니까 예를 들면 뭐 이더리움 같이 좀 기축이 되는 플랫폼에 대해서는 거의 모든 심사역들이 함께 토론을 하고요. 파트너들 포함해서. 그다음에 저희가 포트폴리오 관점에서는 이제 파트너 한 명, 심사역 한 명 이렇게 이제 딜팀을 짜서 리서치도 하고 여러 가지 정보를 취합해서 종합적인 판단을 하는데요. 카이버 네트워크 같은 경우는 그러니까 디지털 자산의 거래가 지금까지는 거의 대부분 중앙화된 거래소 위주에서만 이루어지다가 탈중앙화된 거래소로도 이제 유의미한 볼륨이 만들어지기 시작한다라는 것들을 증명하는 대표적인 어떤 프로젝트이자 토큰이라고 생각을 하고 있고요. 또 그 와중에서 중요한 포인트 중에 하나가 그 다오라고 하는 그러니까 중앙화된 거래소의 거버넌스에는 사실 참여자들이 참여할 수 없잖아요. 근데 이제 그 탈중앙화된 여러 가지 금융 플랫폼들은 많은 프로젝트들이 요즘에 다오 시스템을 만들고 있고 그 예를 들면 뭐 상장에 대한 조건이라든지 뭐 거래 수수료라든지 그 외의 정책적인 부분들도 그 토큰 홀더들이 함께 참여하고 결정해 나가는 시스템들을 만들어 가고 있는데 또 그 플랫폼에서 나오는 이익에 대해서도 그런 거버넌스에 적극적으로 참여하는 사람들에게 더 많은 이익을 공유해 줘야 된다. 단순히 주주라고 똑같이 이익을 주면 안 된다라고 하는 철학들이 좀 잘 반영이 되어 있는 게 카이버 네트워크의 특징이었고 뭐 그런 방향들을 좋게 봤던 것 같아요. 그래서 그런 관련된 그런 기고를 했던 거고요. 저는 이제 중앙화된 거래소와 그 탈중앙화된 거래소 또 중앙화된 프로젝트와 탈중앙화된 프로젝트들의 장단점이 서로 있잖아요. 서로 배울 수 있는 부분이 많이 있는 것 같고 이제 이런 탈중앙화 프로젝트들에서도 유의미한 어떤 성장세나 그다음에 단단한 그런 커뮤니티를 만들어가는 프로젝트들이 최근에 점점 많아지고 있다고 느끼고 뭐 그런 부분들을 잘 또 글로벌 시장에서 성장시키도록 도와주는 게 저의 역할이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
네, 그래서 2020년도 이제 벌써 하반기에 접어들었습니다. 앞으로 6개월간 한국에는 어떤 일들이 있을까요? 두 분은 남은 2020년 6개월 동안 어떤 일을 계획하고 계신가요? 김성아 대표님부터.
네, 남은 6개월 동안 정말 저희가 메이저 이벤트를 2개나 지금 기다리고 있어요. 또 이제 법원 관련된 일이긴 한데 이제 내년 3월부터 특검법이 시행이 되는데 그 시행령이 초안이 좀 디테일한 시행령이 이번 여름에 좀 나올 걸로 예상을 하고요. 그다음에 이제 세제한 가상자산 세제안 같은 경우도 7월에 나올 걸로 예상하고 있습니다. 근데 이후에는 좀 더 불확실성이 좀 제거가 되다 보니까 해소가 되다 보니까 그 기존의 규제 불확실성 때문에 진입하지 못했던 이제 금융기관들하고의 협업을 기대를 해볼 수 있을 것 같고요. 그래서 저희는 이제 기관 영업이라든지 더 크립토 금융 플랫폼으로서 방향으로 사업을 진행을 할 것 같습니다. 그래서 구체적으로는 저희가 지금까지 계속 해왔던 이제 교육 일은 계속 할 것 같고요. 이제 교육이 앞으로 특검 법안이 시행이 되고 나면 투자자 교육이 더 많이 필요할 텐데 이제 법안 관련이라든지 자금 세탁 방지라든지 세금에 관련된 이제 교육들을 계속 진행할 예정이고, 그다음에 두 번째는 이제 크립토 금융 플랫폼으로서 국내의 CFI, DeFi 섹터들을 좀 더 자리 잡게 할 수 있는 통로의 역할을 하려는 계획을 갖고 있습니다.
그렇군요. 김서준 대표님은 어떠세요?
저희가 그동안 투자했던 활동들을 보면 사실 제도권이랑 거의 연결되어서 협업하기가 어려웠어요. 뭐 금융기관들도 이 시장에 들어오지 못했고, 뭐 대기업들도 마찬가지였는데 이제 사실 변화의 조짐을 많은 분들이 최근에 느끼시는 것 같아요. 그래서 특검법 관련해서 뭐 머지않은 시기에, 그러니까 내년 3월 지나고 나면은 정말 모든 금융사업자들이 이 디지털 자산을 아마 다루게 될 거라고 인지하면서 저희랑도 이제 협업을 이제 먼저 요청하시는 곳들이 많이 나오고 있고요. 그 다음에 큰 뭐 대기업이나 혹은 중견기업들도 이제 세상이 정말 급격하게 바뀌고 있잖아요. 특히 이제 디지털 경제의 중요성이 떠오르면서 또 이제 지금까지는 블록체인이나 혹은 디지털 자산을 본 사업과 연결시키는 부분에 있어서 굉장히 조심스러웠다면 이제 여러 가지로 시장의 성장세에 대한 기대도 있고 정부의 규제가 이제 합법적으로 마련되고 나면 당연히 이 시장에 들어올 수 있는 거잖아요. 그래서 그런 부분에 있어서 최근 들어서 점점 더 그러니까 그 가상 세계에서 활동하던 그런 개발자 커뮤니티뿐만이 아니라 뭐 금융권이나 대기업들과의 협업 지점들을 좀 늘려나가고 있고, 그런 부분에 있어서 좀 성공적인 사례들을 많이 만들어가는 게 저희가 이제 앞으로 좀 영향을 기울일 부분이라고 보고 있습니다.
한국의 블록체인 2020까지의 현황을 해시드 김서준 대표님과 블록체인협회 거래소위원장 한빛고 대표, 김성아 대표님과 얘기를 나눠볼 수 있었습니다. 해외에서 한국 소식이 궁금하실까봐 유니타이즈에서 특별히 준비한 세션이었습니다. 한국은 지금 제도권 안으로 들어가면서 공안 검색들을 지나는 것 같습니다. 위험한 물건은 없는지, 폭탄은 없는지 몸을 한참 수색당하는 중인 것 같습니다. 하지만 이렇게 이상이 없다고 통과가 되면 검색대를 지나서 평온한 게이트장 안으로 무사히 들어갈 수 있을 것이라 기대합니다. 오늘 이렇게 두 분 시간 내주셔서 감사했고요. 그리고 올해 11월 달에 코리아 블록체인 위크가 열리는데 그때도 또 함께 좋은 담화 나눌 수 있으면 좋겠습니다. 감사했습니다.
Computer science and the progress that has happened in the last century has given us this huge computational surplus and a great set of protocols and capabilities for creating this security in a new and more comprehensive way in cyberspace.
Truth, on the other hand, is sort of taking matters into your own hand. Like with truth, it's all about interacting with the world directly.
Markets are about story.
great bubbles happen around stories that are really appealing, but also around stories that really do change the world. Right? The internet bubble in the 1990s got way, way ahead of itself, but the internet really changed about everything we did in the world. And so we had the same thing with crypto.
And we're back. So we've really went through the different type of ecosystems all around Asia, right? And I think the next case, it's really, and we talked about exchanges, sentiments and everything. We're going to change the beat a little bit, and we're going to be talking about use cases. When it kind of talks about blockchain being implemented in, like, what is it, from an enterprise, from a retail, from a B2C, B2B, B to whatever perspective, we always talk about, like, oh, blockchain could do this, blockchain could do that, blockchain could disrupt that. And I guess, it's quite convenient right now that, given that a lot of us can't exactly take a plane or a boat in some cases, travel is one of the industries that are facing a lot of challenges, I would say. And actually, on that note, one of the things here with travel is that the last 6 months has proven that we got to get leaner, experience has to be better, it's going to get more competitive very, very soon. And on that note, we actually are touching on that in our next session, where the founder of Travella will actually be talking about that. Not only that, but Travella, don't forget, is also a couple of things. Number one is that Travella is also one of our reward sponsors. They are giving out $50 Travella coupons every single day if, as a result of you visiting exhibits and reward section in the Umbrella application. Answer a questionnaire, right? You get a chance to win AirPods Pro. That's one thing. You might also win Travella vouchers worth $50 each. Another interesting keynote for you, for everybody that's watching right now, is that just today, Travella also announced that they have worked with a deal with Expedia for Expedia to accept crypto payments. Literally, the news just came out probably 4 or 5 hours ago, right? Once again, we're down to our last 2 sessions, and now Joanne, together with Lynn Zhang, who is the in part of acquisitions in the Binance family, are going to be talking about the future of travel in blockchain in the travel industry.
All right. So, my name is Ofer Rotem, and I'm a partner at Collider Ventures. We're an early stage venture capital fund focusing on the blockchain space. And with us, we have Lynn from Binance and Juan from Travella. Please, Lynn and Juan, go ahead and introduce yourself. Give us some color about your personalities and what brings you to your current positions. Lynn, why don't you start?
Sure. Hey guys, this is Lynn from Binance. I'm from the M&A teams at Binance, which is basically the investment arm that oversee the strategic investment and large mergers and acquisitions at Binance. I joined in Binance in early 2018. At that time, I was previously with Binance Labs, which is more the incubators at Binance that help the token-based projects growth. We have organized 2 seasons of the incubations program, and they're starting in the summer last year. Binance has been more aggressively looking for acquisition targets for a broader strategic value-adding perspective for Binance. So, which is why starting the summer last year, we have a couple of major acquisitions are conducted, including the number one P2P trading platforms in India, and a derivative crypto exchanges FTX. And also we made a couple more strategic investment. And earlier this year, through the mergers with one of our portfolio, Travel by Bit, it's great that we also assess another top tier asset in the industry, which is Travala. So good to have such partnerships with Travala, and looking forward to more synergies and future opportunities. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Great to hear and get to know some background there. Juan, go ahead.
Thanks for having me here today. So yeah, in a nutshell, I'm 38 years old, originally from Spain. I started early at some of the largest tech companies, Oracle and Booking.com, after I finished university in Madrid. Then got involved in the startup scene, founded my own startup, Restaurantes.com, in Spain, which became one of the fastest growing tech companies in Europe, which I scaled and then sold to the Michelin Group in France. Got involved in blockchain back in 2015. I've been advising some companies and government organizations like the European Commission in Brussels and the EIT in Budapest, the European Institute of Technology and Innovation. And I got involved with Travala back in 2017 with the idea to basically align travel with the ethos of blockchain technology to basically fix the main pain points that we see in the travel industry from the big players like the Bookings and Expedias of the world by leveraging blockchain technology. Travala has grown from a startup to the world's leading blockchain-based travel booking agency. And yeah, very excited to see what's ahead for us. Apart from that, on a personal level, what keeps me sane outside of work is playing tennis, my two beautiful girls, and surfing.
Surfing, very Australian of you.
Yes.
Good on that front. Awesome. So, Lynn, can I ask you, what would you say is Binance's vision? Like generally, Binance today is probably the large exchange by many metrics. What is your growth path? What do you see lies ahead for Binance?
I think this is what excites every members who join Binance, because this is our mission from day one, which is the freedom of money. This is also what CZ has been advocated every day on Twitter and on social media, and also in the industries nowadays. We do see how many challenges that people wanted to move their own assets, move their money. So that's why this is what we have been doing here, like every day and fighting for, is to give people more freedom to protect, own, and transfer their own money.
Mm-hmm. And how do you see Travala and Travel by Bit and the future merged company fit into that vision?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a travel agency sounds a bit far from the very basic of trading
Mm-hmm.
and moving money.
Mm-hmm. I see. One of the effort that we have been pushing for in order to realize this vision is to encourage more use case for the cryptocurrencies nowadays. And this is what we do see the achievements that Travala's been doing. I think ever since that we launched Binance Train, Travala's been a great supporter to Binance Chain, and also BNB. I think Travala is one of the early adopter and supporter who added the use BNB into their products and platform. And this is also what we have been one of the synergy aspect that we are seeing from the Travala side. And other than that, I think through the mergers between the Travel by Bit and Travala, we do have some greater plans into a broader payment area. And this is what we believe through the technical know-how and the industry experience that Travel by Bit and Travala can together work on and bring us to the next page.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess a comment on that, and maybe it's a question for both. Maybe Juan, you can start. But just to accept BNB and other cryptocurrencies and to bring those into mainstream adoption and usage, you already have many booking websites and travel agencies that could elect to accept cryptocurrencies. You have companies like BitPay that make it easier for companies to accept crypto. So yeah, why make a whole company just for that use case? Or is there something more to a blockchain-based travel website?
Yeah, on the back of what Lynn was just saying, I think the picture is much bigger than this. What we're trying to do here is to bring a real use case, a global use case for crypto adoption. We're not just building a platform that gives utility to certain tokens, in particular, obviously, the native token of the Travel.com platform, AVA, but also the tokens like BNB, BUSD, and other leading tokens in the industry. We're only going to get to that point of trading this blockchain-enabled economy and pushing for global mass adoption, as long as we're able to build the platforms that allow people to spend the cryptocurrency. What's happening in this industry, and I can tell you from personal experience and Booking.com and so on, is that we probably saw that back in 2018 when Expedia tried to accept Bitcoin payments, and they actually partnered with an external wallet to allow people to book hotels with Bitcoin and so on. I think it lasted a number of months until they had to give it up because they couldn't manage it. What we've done here with Travel.com, and the same thing with the team at Travel by Bit, is we started from the ground up building a blockchain-based or a cryptocurrency-friendly travel booking platform that incorporates the best from the traditional online travel agencies in terms of technology, but also this whole enabled blockchain technology, cryptocurrency payments, and so on. The user experience is critical when it comes to accepting cryptocurrency payments. As you know, that's one of the barriers of entry that we have in this industry. It's difficult for users to, particularly mainstream users, to come to a platform where they know, hey, I need to download the wallet, I need to manage my keys, I need to set up multiple passwords. What we've done with Travala is we've built this frictionless on-ramp to crypto, where when we see it today, over 40% of our users that book on a monthly basis, they're booking with traditional credit cards, but they've been introduced to the world of crypto. As we call it, we're educating them because they come to the Travala platform. Now we Travel by Bit as well. They make a booking, and without them even knowing, we're building a wallet on the back end. We're giving them tokenized rewards. We're giving them incentives that are based on blockchain technology and a number of other functionalities that introduces them to the world of crypto. How can big OTAs do this? Extremely difficult for them because they rely on the traditional model, where a 0.01% impact on the conversion rate among the mainstream users will have a significant impact on the business model. So for them to go back and now introduce cryptocurrency payments, tokenized loyalty rewards, blockchain-based reviews, immutable data, everything that we offer basically is significantly difficult from a large OTA to implement, whereas we started from that model early in the day.
But wouldn't you say that if there was demand from token holders and people that use Bitcoin to spend it, then travel agencies would adopt it? Maybe Booking.com won't be the first, but local travel agencies. I mean, from my experience, I've seen not that many stores and businesses adopt cryptocurrency payments because a lot of the use cases are speculation around cryptocurrencies, or some hope for a future usage or accrual of value. Now there is the use case of marketplace tokens, right? So, and that's similar to airline travel points, or Booking has their own gamification of genius level, and each company calls it something different. So you could argue that having a local currency captures the value and keeps it inside your community, but I think that would work for a very big community. Yeah. So, kind of, what are your thoughts on that? What makes you special?
Yeah, the way I see it is, for me, it's more likely that someone like Expedia or Booking, companies with who we actually, by the way, have very close relationships already, as you've probably seen from some of the partnerships that we've been releasing recently, they'll be more likely to probably use our technology, perhaps some type of, cryptocurrency payment gateway built by Binance and Travala, or some type of, technology that we master and we develop from the ground up, and then developing their own technology. They're just too big to do that, and they don't have the know-how to do it. In terms of the size of the market, I think that we're also underestimating the fact that, there's over 60 million wallets out there with people holding cryptocurrency. Travala was doing almost 2,500 Route 9 bookings just before COVID in February. So
That's
we're
impressive.
talking about some significant things, significant volume of transactions and demand. And yes, still early days, and obviously we're going to see a significant evolution of the cryptocurrency space as a whole in terms of utility of the tokens and payments and the different use cases over the next 3 to 5 years, I believe. But there is also a clear opportunity for companies building on use cases that have real world use cases to actually leverage this community and this niche market, let's call it. We saw it with the disruptors like Airbnb and Uber and so on, trying to build a new model back in the day when they came out. And it shows that consumers are ready to move to models that offer better pricing, more transparency, and basically the benefits that blockchain technology brings to the table as a whole. What we've done here with the help of Binance and the merger with Travel by Bit is basically speed the process towards creating the world's largest blockchain-based online travel agency, which obviously positions us as the potential winners of this whole market in regards to booking travel with cryptocurrency. And not just that, it's also the long-term picture, which is to decentralize travel as a whole, to bring technology that is built on blockchain that allows us to offer more transparency, better pricing, and decentralized travel. Because
What do you
today
mean
we
by
see this.
decentralizing travel? I would, one way to think about decentralizing travel is to decentralize the middlemen that are in the travel agency, and to build, I don't know, maybe some protocol that would be frictionless and with less, less friction.
Correct. Yeah, the long-term vision. Yeah, the long-term vision for us is obviously to build technology that allows different participants to be part of this whole decentralized travel booking platform, from decentralized travel booking engines to decentralized ownership to actual forming consortiums of OTAs, decentralized reviews, even decentralized sales force. So there's a lot of detail on our plans to build a decentralized travel booking platform on top of what we have at the moment. That's all quite clear in our white paper, whitepaper.travala.com. So I'll invite anyone to go and take a look. Again, the technology is evolving. This is something that is going to happen in the next few years, but we're already making significant steps towards that. And obviously, we're so happy to have the knowledge and know-how from the team at Binance and Travel by Bit as well, helping us get to that end goal sooner.
Interesting. So I guess one way to perhaps frame it is that you will be a way for crypto users, which is today a niche market that we all hope will grow, to onboard and to use travel agencies. So other travel agencies would be able to use your tooling to cater to this audience, which we hope will grow. Is that a good way to phrase it?
Yes, in the decentralized travel model, basically any OTA will be able to build upon the technology that we'll develop. As I mentioned, from decentralized travel booking engines to tapping into our decentralized consortium or decentralized reviews, there is a lot of control that's been imposed by the large OTAs. As you know, the travel industry is controlled by 2 or 3 players. You go, Booking Holdings, you go Expedia, Priceline, and so on, and they basically dictate the rules. What's this creating? This is creating a perfect sample of the dislike, in some cases hate, from the suppliers towards the control that these organizations are imposing.
They have a lot of power. Yeah. If they released it from Booking or from Airbnb, yeah, it's a lot of bureaucracy.
Yes. Yes, you'll have hotel owners and hotel chains with tens of millions of revenue every year that are basically controlled or dictated by the actions of these 1 or 2 OTAs, to the point that a D ranking or a penalty or some of the conditions that they impose could significantly impact their business. Going forward, we're trying to fix those problems by building technology for them to be able to free themselves, to be able to prosper and grow without relying on those big centralized entities. And at the end of the day, this has an impact on the user. So we have to ask ourselves, who pays the price of the 25 or 30% commissions that Expedia and Booking.com are adding on every hotel room or every flight that you book? We are paying those. The consumers end up paying that. So here's where we're going to come with a fully transparent way of you knowing as a consumer that you're going to always get the best possible price. And on top of that, when you get a reward from your loyalty program, you're going to know that that is an actual reward with real world value, in this case through a native AVA token. But you know that you can use that token for more bookings, for exchange it into fiat or whatever you want to do with it, without relying on the control of the entities. In this case, for example, with the Genius program at Booking.com. There's a lot of there's a very negative perception in the industry that's been growing and growing, particularly over the last few years, around the actual value of these loyalty programs, the actual trustworthy, the trust of the reviews, and so on. And we're just trying to fix all those pain points.
Okay, good stuff. And how COVID affected you? It must have been detrimental. There's like zero activity now. And before perhaps repeat that number, but before it sounds like you were pretty successful. You were having a lot of bookings being done from you.
Yeah, I get this question asked very often. Obviously as a CEO of a travel company, I get the question of, hey, how have you guys been dealing with COVID? I don't think any CEO in any business, obviously, will be prepared to deal with a pandemic of this size, let alone a travel business. However, we've been very fortunate in regards to, first of all, our community. Our community has been supporting us since day one. Obviously, they all understood the seriousness of the situation. We were growing all the way up to February, around 20 or 30% month on month. So it was exponential growth. As I mentioned before, we closed the month of February with close to 2,500 room nights booked. And suddenly, within a number of weeks, basically we saw an 80 to 90% drop in booking volume. However, we also seen now a very, very sharp recovery in travel. We grew in May over 200% month on month compared to April. We are about to close June with 160% growth again month on month on top of May.
Is that flights or hotel bookings, or which segment?
Mostly hotels and accommodation bookings in domestic travel. What we're seeing is the recovery for international travel. We believe it's going to take a bit longer. Hopefully towards September, October, once the international the travel restrictions are lifted.
Fingers crossed. The domestic travel, what's happening here is that it's easy to understand. At the end of the day, you have all
these people that have been locked in their houses for weeks or months. So as soon as you give them the opportunity to go somewhere, they'll jump on it. Yeah. So we've seen that.
My family.
Yeah. We've seen a very interesting pattern here, which is people booking weekends away. Yeah, and they book to go like 20 km from their house just to spend a weekend with their partners, or they take the family nearby. And obviously you go You know,
I
the local
relate to
economies.
that personally. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You also have the local governments that, you know, there's only so many ways. Look at, you know, I mean, tourism in Europe alone, you know, contributes to 10% of GDP. You know, you've got a 40% decrease on the expected revenue coming from travel. What do you think the governments are going to do? One of the ways for them to kickstart the economy is by incentivizing travel, and how they're going to do that at a local level. So we've seen a lot of uptake in demand, particularly on domestic travel. But yeah, we are, 2x in terms of what we were doing in June last year. So still growing, significant growth, a lot of growth in users, a lot of growth around, the actual token AVA with a lot more smart members, which is one of our flagship use cases for the AVA token, our loyalty and rewards program that incentivizes users to stake AVA so they get access to exclusive discounts and rewards and so on. So overall, we're confident, and overall what we've done is basically put our heads down, focus on the product, focus on building to make sure that we come out of this a lot stronger.
Okay, sounds good. I do hope that you guys will succeed, and that the merger will be as smooth as mergers can be. Would you say that COVID influenced the merger, or was that planned before COVID?
I don't think so. I mean, we had the conversation going for over a year. I knew Caleb pretty well from the Travel of Big team. As Lynn mentioned, we have a lot of respect for CC and the whole team at Binance. Even before the merger, Travala was already building on Binance chain. We migrated from New to Binance. We built a lot of stuff, and we've got big plans to build upon Binance chain. So the overall has always been a very similar vision in regards to what we try to do in this industry together with Binance. So maybe it did accelerate things a little bit in the last stages of the deal, but yeah, this has been a long coming deal. For quite a while actually. It's over a year that we've been working on this.
Good. Sounds excellent. So let's see. I want to turn. I think this will be the last question to Lynn. So your team has experience with IPOs. You guys took companies to the New York Stock Exchange and Nasdaq. Is that something that you see as a possible future, both for Binance itself and also for the new merged company, Travala BitTravel? Which, by the way, is there a new name for that, or is that to be discussed?
I think we do have a new name, but I'm not sure when it's ready to announce that yet.
Okay,
but I
just
think
tell
regarding
me.
on I think after the merger, the team does have a pretty cool new names with the joint efforts between Travel by Bits and Travala with Travel Front. I think this is a new chapter for both teams, which indicates the two teams are gonna kick ass in the industry, starting from the traveling area, but extending to a broader front lines in other fields as well. So yeah, and regarding on the IPO experience, I think you're more referring to the experience that our CFO has previously been working on. Regarding on the crypto area, one of the interesting things that we have been seeing today is that the existence of token and the process of the tokenization fundamentally change the way people fundraise and invest. I think on the fundraising side, nowadays the company has more options when it comes to fundraising, and they're not limited in the specific region. They're not limited in the money on what kind of the investor that they can or cannot onboard it. I mean, for crypto, one of the things that excites many of the users nowadays, it is global from day one. So users from all over the world, if they wanted to back a project, back a company, they can, and they have the access to do that. So this is one of the excitement that we have been seeing on the fundraising side in crypto. And other than that, we do see that there are rules that needed to be called for in order to make to help the fundraising process like growth in a more healthy and positive way. So this is why, like early last year, we launched a token sales platforms called Binance Launchpad. This is another way that exchange like us nowadays decided to set foot in to help all this project to do a proper to raise in the proper way. So I think overall, whether all these like token-based projects nowadays will go back to the traditional way to look for assets like IPO or listing on any stock exchange, it's uncertain. I think in the crypto world nowadays, what we are doing basically is transforming and what people think of fundraising and even assets as well. So bringing to the company to the public does not necessarily to refers to IPO from now on. I think it could be a token that loved and backed by a broader community nowadays, decided to list in a major exchanges and get more support from all over the world.
That's a very optimistic note for me to end with. The fact that you have experience, Wei has experience in IPOs, but you may not need that anymore. That's very optimistic for me. You know, that you're building your own rails, and that's the dynamic, and that your potential, what would have been shareholders and sorry, and now token holders are changing. So yeah, that's really great, and it's been great hearing from both of you. And what started on my side, I was a little bit skeptical of Binance and travel and tokens and the ICO boo craze, in 2017 and 2018, and now I'm ending this call. A little bit more optimistic, and it sounds like you're really building something that is substantial and will make a change for the better. So that's great. So with that in mind, any last comments from Juan or Lynn before we turn it over to Chad?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one final comment, and is towards everybody that's listening. Again, I think that as people within crypto, or even if we're not in the crypto space and we're just learning about it, let's all get together and help towards this mission and vision that we all have, which is for cryptocurrencies to be adopted as a mass use case. So please go to travel.com, check, the next time you book a hotel or a flight, and make a booking. Whether you're paying with cryptocurrency or with your credit card, please go in, check it out. We will match and beat the price if you find it cheaper anywhere else. But more importantly, you will be helping in regards to crypto adoption.
Awesome. Ling, unless you have any comment to add, then I will give the microphone back to Chad.
Yeah, just one last thing. I think per your mentioning of Expedia and Bookings.com nowadays, one of the exciting news that just came out like not long ago is the strategic partnerships between the Travala and Expedia. This is also one of the news that indicates the interest and the step in of some the giant leaders in the traveling industry. So yes, as Juan said, go do check out the Travalas.com website, and you can nowadays pay in like BNB, AVA, and also BUSD as well.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
Hello everyone, and we are down actually to our last session. Not of Unitize, we are actually just down to this last session of the first day Global Leaders Asia edition. The last session is upon us, right? Just a very quick announcement. I will share a little bit more right after the next session. We actually have the US version that will be starting in, I think, approximately 6-ish hours to go, right? And obviously there will be a different host. We'll share that announcements and everything slightly later. But without further ado, I would like to invite a very special gentleman, probably one of the ones that has been in the crypto space for longest time, and also one of the first so-called proper investment funds in the space. I'm talking about none other than a household name in our industry, Polychain, and Polychain's very own founder, Olaf Carlson-Wee, will be joining us. He'll be sharing his insights and his thoughts about the space and where's it gonna be, maybe even next week, all the way to a year from now, and tapping his brains and his philosophy on the crypto space is I'd like to welcome back a good friend of ours as well from Bloomberg. Her name is Joanna Ossinger, and she will be interviewing Olaf right now. We'll be back after them.
Hello, everyone. I'm Joanna Ossinger with Bloomberg News. I am the Asia Crypto Editor, and happy that all of you are here. Have a very exciting guest today. We'll be chatting with Olaf Carlson-Wee, who is well known in the industry, and we'll get a sense of what he's thinking about all sorts of things. So I'm just going to get right into it. Olaf, I guess if you want to talk a little bit about yourself, maybe, but again, everyone knows who you are. And maybe just tell us kind of how it's going in these crazy times with the pandemic. How are investments going? Is anything really changing because of it? What's up?
Yeah, so to very briefly give my background, I got into Bitcoin in 2011. I joined Coinbase as the first employee and was the head of risk there for several years while that company scaled before leaving to launch Polychain in 2016. So Polychain today invests across the entire sort of blockchain sector, both in cryptocurrencies as well as in the equity of businesses building in this landscape. I actually would argue that the COVID pandemic as well as the policy response to COVID has had very little effect on the cryptocurrency industry and its operations as a whole. I think that most of this industry was already sort of native to the internet before any of this. And so doing remote meetings, making investments in countries I've never been to, and having primarily kind of phone call and video mediated contact with founders we work with teams we work with, and within our own team at Polychain was pretty standard before any of this. So I think in general, I don't see crypto as being a very affected industry in general, one way or the other, because of COVID or the policy response to COVID.
Okay. And how is the crypto fund industry doing overall? There've been, I think, a lot more people coming in from traditional finance. There's been more derivatives and things like that. Is that making the industry mature, or is it kind of staying the way it was? What do you see changing about that?
There has been a huge amount of consolidation in the cryptocurrency fund landscape. In 2017 and 18, you saw the launch of literally hundreds of funds investing in this category. Most of those did not survive crypto winter, so to speak. And in that time period, there was a lot of consolidation around larger funds that sort of had the financial resources and dedication to make it through. So I do think there's been significant consolidation in the fund landscape. I also think that one of the interesting things that has happened over the last several years is that trade volumes have just grown dramatically. between 2017, 18, 19, and now 2020, you've seen a huge growth in trade volumes, both in spot markets and especially in derivatives and futures kind of markets. So what that means is that there's been a lot more sophistication in financial and trading infrastructure in cryptocurrency, and there's been a lot more sophisticated trading groups and market makers enter this space and provide volume there. We sit more on the venture side, right? So we're doing early stage investing, buy and hold with a long-term view. And that venture landscape, has just seen a lot of consolidation. I just think that generalist VCs in late 2017, early 2018 often made their first kind of dipping a toe, so to speak, investments in this category. Many of them got burned, making investments in a category that they didn't really understand. So I think that a lot of generalist VCs have actually stayed away from this area, and we've seen the launch of focused cryptocurrency funds and a lot of consolidation around several very large funds.
Okay. Interesting. So let's talk about some areas that you're looking at these days. So what's going on in DeFi, for instance?
Yeah, so we've been really excited around this category of smart contracts, which are kind of these automated systems to replace pen and paper legal contracts that are enforced in a specific geography or jurisdiction with reliance on, courts or arbitration or things like that in order to enforce the contracts. For all of these DeFi instruments, the reason it's such a big breakthrough is that you get the ability for any two people around the world to enter into basically an arbitrary financial agreement without concepts of geography or identity or underwriting or anything like that. And so it's a very, very powerful concept. And what we've seen is the emergence of the first sort of financial protocols that rely on smart contracts that really have significant product market fit and significant scale. I think that there has been a big question from the investor community over the last several years about how this area will be monetized. So suppose you have a smart contract that does tens or hundreds of millions of volume, whether it's in lending or trading or something like that. How ultimately, as an investor, can you accrue value from that? Or is this kind of a pure open source system and that nobody makes money from? Like Wikipedia is a great thing for humanity, but it wouldn't be a great situation to be an investor in Wikipedia. So I think that it was not clear that there would be value accrual in these smart contract financial programs effectively. And now, though, what we've seen is coalescence around a model wherein token holders sort of govern that underlying system. And a lot of what we call this internally is sort of like an internet sovereign corporation, where it looks and feels a bit like a business, but there's not a specific jurisdiction or geography in which that business is incorporated, and there's not really any shares that represent interest in that business. Nor is there sort of a business office or anything like that. The business model itself is just the code embedded in the blockchain, and it accrues value to a group of token holders who govern the parameters of that code. So these sort of sovereign corporations, I think that MakerDAO was probably the first example of this to reach any significant scale. And now we've seen the launch of Compound, and Compound has also reached significant scale. And we were sort of the first investor in both Maker and Compound. I think these are not, these are not the end of all this. This is actually the very, very beginning. So I think we will see many, many of these sort of internet sovereign corporations launch. And those business models, will start out as sort of pure smart contract systems. Over time, I think they will become a bit more hybrid and interact a bit more with real world assets. And rely on, for example, paying contractors to go enforce things in the real world on behalf of that sort of internet corporation, so to speak. So I think that this trend is really powerful, where you can embed all of these instruments in a blockchain and then have a sort of new mechanism for organizing humans and capital in order to manage that underlying smart contract logic. The only other thing I want to mention regarding this is that, today in these smart contract systems, you see primarily financial instruments, hence the name DeFi, decentralized finance, right? One of the reasons for that is that Ethereum today, where all of these things are hosted, is best suited for mathematical logic. So Ethereum contracts can calculate, for example, compound interest or multiplication and division or things like that. But Ethereum contracts are not very well suited today for example, serving an image to the end user or serving text to the end user. And so a lot of what we've seen emerge are financial applications. But I think over time, as we see more flexible low-level protocols, you're actually going to see the emergence of what look more like traditional web applications that are managed by these sort of internet sovereign corporations. So it's not just going to be a lending order book managed by one of these systems and one of these corporations. You're actually going to see, for example, social media applications that are collectively owned by the community of users. I think that it will be a couple years until we see the emergence of the early stages of those because they are reliant on more flexible and expressive protocols than what Ethereum can provide today. But it is an area we're very excited about. I think DeFi is just the beginning, as in financial applications are just an early use case that's well suited for the relatively clunky blockchains we have today from a perspective, and these early mechanisms for organizing humans and capital to monetize those financial applications are also very early days. So I think both these trends are very powerful, and we're excited to keep investing in them.
Okay, so you think the next Ethereum, for instance, is a ways off? You said maybe a couple years, or do you think it's out there now and just developing?
No, I think it's very close, actually. However, I think the mainstream applications of it are a while off. DeFi, is having a very big moment in 2020. Ethereum launched in 2015, right? Mm-hmm. So these things can take a while. The word DeFi was invented in August 2018, right? That was when it was popularized. So I think as investors, we talked about programmatic finance was what we used to call it before DeFi at Polychain. And we were investing in this concept of programmatic finance throughout 2016 and 2017 before the word DeFi was really popularized. And it's only in 2020 that we've really seen these systems reach significant scale. So these things do take a while to deploy, right? And the launch of the low-level protocol is just the beginning. Then you need lots of entrepreneurs to come in and actually build useful applications on top of that low-level protocol. And then in addition to that, you need appropriate abstractions. Most of these DeFi systems today are extremely difficult to interact with. I would never wish it upon my parents to have to sort of navigate some of these DeFi financial products. However, entrepreneurs historically have been very good at taking complex low-level technology and abstracting away the complexity to only deliver value to the end user. That's basically the story of the entire internet. I mean, what we're doing right now with this video conference, I don't think any of us really understand deeply how this, video encoding and decoding and the TCP/IP protocol is like transmitting all this information to each other in real time, all the audio codecs and everything. It's very complicated, but for us, it's easy to use because we just click a button and here we are. So those types of abstractions are going to be critical to also bring DeFi to sort of 10x or 100x. The next 10x or 100x and the number of users here is going to require significant abstractions of these low-level systems.
Interesting. Okay, and what do you think about liquidity mining, for instance? Going to another topic.
Yeah, so I think, and this, this isn't a topic people want to talk about right now because Compound, what they've done is they've taken that sort of governance ownership token that can govern the low-level protocol, and they've said, the more you contribute to liquidity in the Compound kind of lending book, the more tokens you will earn, right? In a sort of block subsidy, much in the way that Bitcoin works. And one of the ways I think about this is it's actually quite similar to the way Bitcoin has been launched with block subsidies, but over time, the plan tentatively is to rely on compensating miners exclusively with transaction fees. If you launched just with transaction fees, I don't think Bitcoin would have worked. And of course, Bitcoin had an issue of how would we distribute it. You sort of need to have block rewards to distribute the coin. It's kind of a chicken egg problem. But that subsidy allows the network effects to organically build. And then, once the block subsidy goes away, there's sort of an existing flywheel and it can keep operating without that subsidy. And so these concepts of like liquidity mining or basically mining in network effects is one of the way I think about it. Like I call it network mining sometimes. And liquidity being kind of a subset of different types of network effects. One of the tricky things with building financial services application or building a web platform is that all the value for the individual user stems from the number of other users in that system. So the only reason we trade on an exchange is because there's other traders. And the only reason I use, say, Instagram is because there's other users. But of course, then being the first user is pretty tricky. Because why would I be the first user on an exchange or the first user on Instagram? And so bootstrapping network effects in web platforms and financial products has historically been pretty difficult. What liquidity mining does not do is solve product market fit, right? It doesn't mean that the underlying product is useful to the end user. However, once you have product market fit and you have a useful product to the end user, this concept of kind of network or liquidity mining is like gasoline on the fire, so to speak, for network effects, where you can actively subsidize the acquisition of new users, much in the way that PayPal famously did with referral codes. We did this at Coinbase pretty extensively, where we would actually pay people to sign up and buy Bitcoin. And in this case, you're actually giving them an ownership stake over the future success of the protocol that they're helping bootstrap. So it's quite logical in my mind, the mechanism to compensate these users is effectively equity in the thing that they're helping make valuable, right? And so this idea of sort of community-owned internet services and financial services is very powerful to me. And liquidity mining or network mining is a really powerful mechanism to distribute ownership in that decentralized system. So I am really, really excited about this network mining model, and I actually think it's going to be used a lot to bootstrap network effect-based systems in blockchains for the coming years. Now, that said, I also think there will be a lot of confusion in the market wherein people will think that the liquidity mine makes for product market fit, when in fact it does not. It only accelerates the network effects. It doesn't mean the underlying product is good or useful.
Okay, good to keep in mind. So another theme that's starting to come up more these days, central banks and digitizing money, digital currencies. There's looks like some movement in China on that front, for instance. How do you think that's going to change the landscape in crypto and blockchain in what you do?
Yeah, so one of the most startling things for me was reading the technical specification for the DCEP initiative, which is basically China's project for digitizing the yuan. And the remarkable thing about that document was that it read like a technical specification for a blockchain. It talked about these concepts of time epochs, cryptographic signatures to validate transactions, ways transactions would be propagated throughout the network. It talked about concepts of like finality. It was pretty remarkable how much that DCEP initiative had borrowed from traditional blockchain engineering. The only aspect of it that, of course, was missing was basically the peer-to-peer network layer, right? This is not going to be an algorithmic monetary supply the way a system like Bitcoin is. But that said, it's a massive legitimization of these blockchain architectures and the fact that they're useful, right? The Chinese government would not be working on digitizing the yuan using a blockchain-like system unless they felt that it was strategic for them. So it's, I think, a very big deal for cryptocurrencies, and that we are going to see much more significant and fluid interoperability between centralized bank digital money systems and cryptocurrencies. It's simply a lot easier to sort of build, like, for example, a Bitcoin to US dollar exchange if the US dollar is also, loosely speaking, a cryptographic system, like a blockchain-based system. So I think it's a strong tailwind for cryptocurrency. I also think this is highly strategic by China. I think that China is trying to intelligently replace the US dollar as the Federal Reserve currency, and that the primary tactic they're employing to do that is by digitizing the yuan. So I think it's a powerful move by China, and what we saw after the Facebook Libra hearings, where Mark Zuckerberg was sort of roasted in front of Congress, was the president of China, Xi Jinping, the next day say that China's investing in it was kind of the most resoundingly positive thing he could have possibly said. It was basically China's investing in blockchain R&D. We welcome this industry. We think this is the wave of the future. We want this technology to be in China. And, I do think there is a moment here where the United States has a choice where a lot of this future Silicon Valley, so to speak, that's based on blockchains, can be based in Silicon Valley, like the internet was, or it maybe can be based in Beijing. And I do think that the different postures of these states will have a big impact on the wealth generation and where it goes over the next 10 years.
Wow. Okay. So switching gears back to Polychain now. So what else are you looking at in terms of investments? You've talked about some of the areas that are interesting, but what are tips that you would give, say, a startup, or what are some places doing right and some doing wrong? What are you looking for?
Yeah, I think in general, we are looking for new breakthrough technologies that are based on real computer science breakthroughs and research breakthroughs. Or we are looking for new business models that are uniquely enabled by those research breakthroughs. So to me, as an entrepreneur, you should ask yourself, am I working in one of these categories, right? Is this business model uniquely made possible because of some feature of the sort of platform we're building on, or am I building like a totally new platform? So to me, as an investor, those are kind of the two categories that I'm very excited to be backing.
Okay. And what is on the horizon for Polychain? Are you going to be doing kind of the same stuff you've been doing? Are you trying to change strategy at all? What are you looking at?
Yeah, I think we've been extremely happy with generally just how things have gone with our model, which is early stage, seed stage, kind of first money into companies and projects, long-term oriented, buy and hold. I think that empirically this has been absolutely the best approach to investing in the entire blockchain space. People can absolutely make money doing algorithmic trading strategies or things like that. But the reality is, with Bitcoin, the best way to make money was to buy Bitcoin early and just hold it. It really wasn't doing anything else or anything fancy. Similar to Ethereum, I think the best way to make money with Ethereum was to buy Ether very early and hold it. It wasn't to implement a trading strategy. I've never heard anyone say, I wish I sold more Bitcoin. Who's been in this for a while, right? So, in general, I think that we are not really deviating from the model we've had in the past at all. And while what we invest in changes based on the sort of, deployment of this technology, right? Like, you can't invest in a business based on smart contracts until you have seen the launch of Ethereum, say, right? There's an order of operations here based on how these technologies evolve. But generally speaking, I really like our model, and we're just going to continue to do our model.
Okay. And is there anything else kind of on the horizon for you personally in the crypto and blockchain world? Are you just doing Polychain, or are you looking at other initiatives, for instance?
Yeah, I think we are definitely, at this point, very involved in staking and proof of stake protocols. So we're running the largest staking operation in the world. by just sheer amount of dollars staked in proof of stake systems. I'm pretty sure by a pretty large margin. And that's simply by virtue of the scale we have as investors in these protocols. But that staking operation, I think, is, it's becoming a bigger part of what we do as we want to take very active participation in the networks in which we invest. In addition to that, we are thinking about ways that we can get more involved in these various DeFi protocols that we are investors in, beyond just governance, which we're already doing today, and staking, which we're doing today. But I think beyond being very, very active investors in the things we purchase and sort of participate in these network protocols as well as govern these network protocols, I think beyond that, right now I'm just very excited to partner with more new early stage entrepreneurs that enter the cryptocurrency space and are dreaming of, the next big thing. So, I love talking to people that have very big ideas about the future in this category.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and one thing I thought was interesting as I was, thinking about you is, there are articles, for instance, that say, have you gotten respect and call you the crown prince of crypto and this sort of thing. So I'm just wondering, kind of, as the industry evolves, do you feel like you're getting that respect? Do you feel like you're still sort of working to convince people that crypto and blockchain are legitimate, or is this, do you feel like people are really taking you seriously and respecting you at this point?
I mean, the best way to silence the haters is just to prove them wrong empirically. I think I have been trying to convince people this is a big deal for almost 10 years now. The people that listen to me, I think, have done very well. So to me, I don't really care about convincing anyone of anything. I just care about us, succeeding beyond what anyone imagined was possible.
Okay. That sounds great. I think we're almost out of time. So any final thoughts you have?
Only that, if you're an early stage entrepreneur, interested in, building something that will define the future, reach out to me and my team. And in addition to that, if you're interested in working at the world's most advanced cryptocurrency investment group, let me know.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your time, Olaf. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. Thanks for having me.
Like this. That's it. But we're not done. This is just the end of the Asia edition of Global Leaders. This is once again day one of Unitize. For all of you who have joined us since the morning till now, amazing. You've got a better attention span than I do, especially on my voice. Other than that, still to bear with me for 2 more minutes, unfortunately. A couple of announcements I have to make. We will be back live with you about 6 hours from now, US time, right? Where we will have start off the day with a very special announcement by our title sponsor. Ben is actually going to give an announcement about some competition. I'll wait for him to share more details with you. That's by Bybit. As you can see, the timings over here, don't worry if you're in Asia, these are actually in Pacific time, which is UTC -7. If I'm not wrong, it's about 11:45 p.m. Singapore. Right? So you can just use that, do a little bit of a +8, +7, -7 type of mathematics around it. We're starting off with that. After that, we'll also be covering a lot of interesting topics. We have the Congressman, US Congressman Ted Budd. We have CTFC. Heath is also going to be joining us. We're going to have Dan Moorhead as well. They'll be joining us from Pantera Group. So quite exciting agenda ahead for you. Maybe a couple more announcements as well. But don't forget, do join us. We'll be streaming live again, Umbrella, as well as the Cointelegraph YouTube channel. On that note, right, we are only left with probably about, I think, barely 12 hours or 11 hours left for you to win a pair of AirPods daily. The first pair will be given out, or the lucky draw will happen in the next 12, 13 hours or so, something like that. To win, all you have to do is go to the tab on my left and visit the exhibition and rewards. Go to the sponsor booths, or rather say the exhibition booth, and you will be able to just enter 3 questions, just 3 questions in all the exhibitor booths, and that will make you eligible to win not just the AirPods, but remember, the traveler travel vouchers as well as conference tickets. All of this will have to happen. So we've had a very exciting day. I think we've covered a lot about Asia. We've covered use cases. We've covered geopolitical sentiments. We've covered things like digital currencies. We've had conversations about ecosystem maps and everything, right? Without further ado, I'm going to go for a break. But other than that, I will see you guys later, probably about 6 hours from now. My name is Gabriel from Block Show, signing out for Unitize. Thank you, everybody.
2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2. 2, 2, 2. 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 2, 2.
Those are individual competitions all the time. At any given time, there's probably 3 or 4 different competitions simultaneously going on. But 14. This is then and join us on Telegram, retweet our Twitter on social media, and then to get different points and bonuses. Okay, so also if you invite your friends, you can get trading fee off, and also some different perks and even badges. Okay, Hall of Fame badges you can show off. For making this event happen. I'm very honored to be here, and today I got something very special for you, our audience. We are going to be launching our next biggest global competition, the WSOP, or World Series of Trading. It's going to be the biggest and the most participated event or competition happening in crypto this year. It's going to be a series of competitions in both team format and individual competition format in August of this year. As you can see on the screen here, the theme we use is a little bit space battle, space trooper sort of feeling. And we got an intro video for you. So let's watch a little intro video for now.
That's a check. Yes, they want to know my secret. It's because I never slept.
Thank you for the whole
40 likes a wreck. See my dad, And my mom, she upset. That's way back when 408 on Seminole was the address. I saw things I shouldn't have, though I love the family to death. Way back then it was a mess. We was living check to check. Now my shirts are getting pressed. Your girl see me, she impressed. And my fans are quite obsessed. I own everything, I'm blessed. Made a living making art and aiming closely at they neck. If you think I'm not a threat, I'm like, incorrect. Yeah, she call up, put her on block list. I call that options. They can support it, get dropped quick. They be my stock pick. I get some back in the cockpit. Turn the whole crowd to a mosh pit. I make it hit like a drop kick. Cause I got the key like a locksmith. Think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead of every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck. Enough to hop in the ghost and I be a ghost. What I do is a hobby for most, a comedy roast. So I'm on my own, I gotta be known, I gotta be toast. I'm an anomaly, no. You would never put the motherfucking work into the dreaming. It's obvious, not about it. Everything and everybody, it shows. My revenue growth is out of control. I'm ready to blow, I'm ready for war, I'm ready for smoke. You ready to go? I really think I'm playing chess. I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead of every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck.
Well, thanks so much, Congressman, for joining us today. This is for everybody listening. My name is Dan Spooler, and I'm the co-chairman of the North Carolina. Well, thanks so much, Congressman, for joining us today. This is for everybody listening. My name is Dan Spooler, and I'm the co-chairman of the North Carolina Blockchain Initiative. And I've been in the crypto space for quite a while now, and I've had the honor of interacting with Congressman Ted Budd over the past couple of years on 2 different occasions. And we're just thrilled to have you today. And I'd love to dive right in.